Chapter 1, Uehara Naraku. In a dark cave. The sound of water dripping faintly and endlessly. The sound of a splash of water suddenly appeared, echoing in this secluded cave, and the man and woman hidden in this cave suddenly became vigilant. Pain, someone is coming. The woman frowned her brows, her palms instantly turned into sheets of origami, and the chakra attached to them looked unusually sharp. Her voice was a little calm, except for the two of us, only Madara and Judo knows here. Are they here? No, it's a strange ninja. The man raised his head, staring at the entrance of the cave with a pair of weird eyes, looking at the figure that appeared. His voice sounded a bit cold and ruthless. Xiao Nan, go kill him. Even if the old friend died 12 years ago, they abandoned the idea of the first generation of Akatsuki here. It does not mean that they would like to see the place where the old friend once lived was entered by strangers. Kill a strange ninja who has set foot in this undefiled land. Whether it is a man or a woman, there is no burden in his heart. They are used to killing. Excuse me, is this the base of Akatsuki? Before they could do anything, the figure that appeared in the cave took the lead to speak to a man and a woman standing in the cave. I am the son of Uehara Naruto, Uehara Naraku. He told me 12 years ago his mother. He joined an organization named Akatsuki to follow Master Yahiko, but has never returned since then. The woman's motion of waving the paper shuriken stopped, and the expression on the man's face was a little stiff, and they heard a strange name. No, or rather, familiar. Is familiar to women at least. Because that ninja named Uehara Hatsu, in order to protect her, eventually died by the enemy's sword. It was a meaningless sacrifice. As the figure at the entrance of the cave gradually walked in, a man and a woman could see the appearance of the person. This is a teenager who even ninja guards with a crooked forehead. He is wearing a large sleeved robe. Obviously, this dress is a bit big for his age. The uniforms of the first generation of Akatsuki now seem to be a bit crude, because at that time, Akatsuki was really too poor. However, I still miss it involuntarily. Are you the son of Uehara Hatsu? The man rolled his weird eyes and stared at the boy in front of him closely. He looked at the boy and his father in a similar appearance, and said in a deep voice, there has never been such a person in our organization. Let's go. The woman opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, when she looked up at the man next to her as if she was begging, only to see the man shook his head slightly. The woman bit her lip and fell silent after all. The young man held a shuriken tightly in his hand, seeming to pretend to be calm, but when he stopped and wanted to turn around and leave, he inadvertently saw the appearance of the man and woman. The shuriken was put away, and he took out his pocket. The man and the woman in the cave looked at each other, their expressions were a little surprised, and when they became more vigilant, the boy took out a photo. The boy lowered his head and looked at the photo. He raised his head again and looked at the man and the woman. Then, the young man held up the photo at them and said softly, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Nan and Mr. Yahiko?" The man and the woman fell silent. That photo was the only photo taken by the first generation of Akatsuki, and it lacked many latecomers. At that time, because everyone thought Akatsuki was a peace organization, they did not pay much attention to the information of members, and many people sent it to their families. And the Yahiko mentioned by this boy is the first leader of Akatsuki's organization, and it is also the source of the two people's mood becoming more and more depressed. The man and Yahiko look exactly the same, because the man's body was originally Yahiko's corpse, and he was made into a powerful puppet. The person behind controlling the puppet is the red-haired boy in the photo. Yahiko-sama doesn't look like anything has changed. The young man said in a whisper, although Xiao Nan is a bit older, he can still see the outline of his youth. The woman's face turned black. The man calmly stared at the young man in front of him, and suddenly said, "Your father is dead. He died in battle 12 years ago. Now I have forgotten his name. The weak is not worth remembering." Pain. A panic flashed across the woman's face. In any case, she did not expect that men would tell the truth in such a straightforward manner, at least this is after their old friends. The boy's face drooped, and he forcibly retorted, "Since you don't remember the name, why did you say he died?" "Because." The man looked at the appearance of the boy, and said coldly, 12 years ago, only 2 people in the entire Akatsuki organization survived. He can survive." The woman said aloud suddenly, and continued to add, "If it weren't for me, many people would have survived." The man by her side seemed to want to say something to comfort her, but he just stopped looking at the woman's low face. "I know." The look of the young man closed in an instant, and he waved his hand indifferently, "Since he was dead 12 years ago, then I won't blame him." After finished speaking, the boy turned and left. However, Uehara Nariku has not taken 2 steps yet. A strange gravitational pull pulled him back, and the man suddenly grabbed his collar with his palm. "Although your father does not have much power, he is also a ninja worthy of admiration. Do you have no feelings for him? Pain, let him go." The woman stretched out her palm anxiously and grabbed the man's arm, trying to make him loosen the boy's collar. Naruto Uehara pulled Pen's palm, looked up at the man's weird eyes, and a touch of mockery flashed across her face. "I'm so sorry, I was only born 12 years ago, except for this photo, and I don't have any impression of him with this dress." From his mouth, the image of a man who abandons his wife and children jumps out. Anyway, the ninja named Uehara Hatsu, leaving his wife and newborn son after giving birth to follow an inexplicable Akatsuki organization, sounds a bit weird. "Sorry." The woman whispered an apology next to her. Zionan's eyes are moist. 12 years ago, they were only 15 years old. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com couldn't understand how much sacrifice the group of ninjas who followed them had paid. Now they know the tip of the iceberg below. There is no need to apologize, it is his choice. The boy shook his head, pulled away the man's hand, and whispered softly, "I came to find Akatsuki's base, just because before my mother died, I always wanted to know about him." Xiaonan looked at the boy and said nervously, "Your parents have already passed away, then, where are you going now?" "Of course I went to Miss Hanzo." Uehara spread her hands and explained, "In the past few months, I have been a wandering ninja, inquiring about Akatsuki's news and father's trail. Now that I have my wish, of course I will go to Hanzo-sama and become an official ninja." Pain and Xiaonan looked at each other. A descendant of a member of the first Akatsuki organization, is going to go to his murderer? This kid named Nariku Uehara doesn't know the truth. How can people who know the truth, especially Xiaonan, tolerate this happening? No way. Zionan reached out and grabbed his shoulders, squatted in front of him, with a cold expression, "Your father Uehara has joined Akatsuki, so his child is also a member of the organization." "Your organization, why is it a bit like an MLM den?" Uehara Nariku looked at Zionan and Pain back and forth, couldn't help blinking her eyes, and subconsciously spit out. But he finally achieved his true goal. There was a tink in the brain of Uehara Nariku. Side mission, join an organization, 1/1, the mission has been completed, reward, Galio the Justice Colossus Psychic Contract. Chapter 2, Actually, I'm also a fool. Uehara Nariku is actually a traverser. Similarly, he is still a systematic player. There are so many ninjas in the ninja world who like to open the game in the future, and many of them are banned when they open the game, but there is more than one and one less. For the ninja world, it is still very different. A month ago, he was called Uehara, he was an ordinary person. When going out to press the road, Uehara met a strange bookseller. After a few conversations, Uehara felt like the boss. Everyone is an old two-dimensional element, so you can pick up a topic at random. Before leaving, Uehara felt a little embarrassed, so he bought a book from the little book stand of the boss, which was just a casual book. The ancients once said that there is Yanryu in the book, the golden house in the book, and thousands of bells in the book. There is no harm in reading more, right? The ancients were honest, and they didn't say anything wrong. Sometimes there are systems in the book. That boss is actually weird. He obviously just set up a book stand and sold the book to Uehara according to the book cover price. Isn't it clear to cheat him for money? Now it seems that he has not only cheated his money, but also others. After Uehara went home, the moment he opened the book, he was bound with a system called the world's two-dimensional fans will surely realize their wishes, referred to as the two-dimensional wishing system. This system is a bit crude and indiscriminate. Not only does it have no artificial intelligence, but it also rigidly publishes tasks. After the system was turned on, he analyzed Uehara's preferences with big data, and then sent him to the ninja world, and he became Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku's life experience is indeed rather bizarre. His father was indeed a member of the first generation of Akatsuki. He just made a child with his mother and then went to follow Yahiko. Later, there was no news. It is difficult for an orphan and a widow to survive in a war-prone place like Oyen village. Nara Uehara had to be taught by his mother to refine chakras since he was a child and became a wandering ninja, but later he was killed by a Union. Uehara became Uehara Naraku. His main mission is the only one, to realize the wish of the book stand boss and become the biggest boss in the ninja world with a progress of 0%. Is really a simple and rude system. But why not let you realize your wish that you just want to be an ordinary person, instead to fulfill the wishes of others? Is the system not afraid that one day someone wants to become a crow and change his species, and he will also realize that person's wish? Of course, in addition to the mission of becoming the biggest boss in the ninja world, the system will release many random side missions from time to time, with varying degrees of difficulty. Strictly speaking, these tasks are more like the wishes of some two-dimensional enthusiasts. Because of the weirdness, there are so many things. After all, even if the system is mentally retarded, it is unlikely that some apparently opposite tasks will be released at the same time, right? For example, there is a side quest to bring Naruto Uzumaki into blackness, another side quest to keep Naruto Uzumaki warm forever, and another side quest to keep Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke together. What the is this? According to Uehara Naraku's judgment, the publishers of these tasks are weird, and the rewards they give are different. For example, most of the rewards presented by the current side missions come from the League of Legends. Sometimes, some hero skills are presented, sometimes heroes are presented as summoned beasts, and sometimes money is also given. These money are not ninja money, but real gold coins that can be used to buy some weird equipment. Uehara Naraku opened his panel. Because this is the first exhibition, it is estimated that it will take a long time to open the property panel in the future. Name, Uehara Naraku. Sex, male. Birthday, Konoha calendar April 4, 44. ID number, Mosaic. Life energy, 698, Standard Ninja Physical Energy 501,000. Chakra Energy, 1,350, Standard Upper Level Chakra 1,000 to 3,000. Life Recovery, 2/section. Chakra Recovery, 1.5/section. Available skills. Dancing in the air, able to fly in the air with the help of chakras, consume 3 chakras per second, without cooling. Command Shockwave, by releasing a chakra magic puppet, a space-time gravitation is released, and the enemies around the magic puppet are gathered in the direction of the magic puppet. The range is equivalent to that of the chakra. The minimum is 100 points and the cooling time is 110 seconds. Wind Barrier, by releasing the wind to escape the chakra, a wall of airflow is formed to block the enemy's attack. The range is equivalent to that of the chakra, the minimum is 50 points, and the cooling time is 26 seconds. 10,000 Thunder Sky Prison Citation, by releasing the thunder and escape chakras, a circular lightning storm is formed around you. The range, power, and duration are equivalent to the use of chakras. The minimum is 75 points and the cooling time is 120 seconds. Card deception, a powerful card throwing technique can be used. Whenever the fourth card is thrown, the power increases without cooling down. Equipped. Tears of the Goddess, Chakra plus 250, Chakra accumulation plus 750, and 10% of Chakra will be returned every time you use ninjutsu. Psychic Contract. Garayo, the Colossus of Justice, Chakra consumes 3000 points. Remaining gold coins, 1320. For Naruto Uehara, the only thing to be thankful for is that his current skills are pretty good, not an orphan skill that goes ahead. Except for the dance skills, which he acquired when he first started to practice Chakra's control of treading water and climbing trees, the other skills were obtained from combat missions. As for the Tears of the Goddess, it was he obtained some money through some side missions. He bought the Tears of the Goddess from the mall that jumped out of the system from time to time. He knew how important the Chakra of Ninja World was, and this thing can be used in the Ninja World to help. The system gave him 2 side tasks before, one of which was to create an organization, and the other was to join an organization. If he is 26 years old, of course he would choose to take the initiative to create an organization, but he is only 12 years old this year. With his acting skills just now, if Dove takes over the magpie's nest, there should be no problem, right? The identity of this body is so convenient. If you don't make good use of it, wouldn't it be too wasteful? As for who will be the real behind the scenes of Akatsuki, the biggest boss in the ninja world, Nagato, Uchiha Dato, Uchiha Madara, and Kurozutsu, let's play fair together. Such a fun doll game, why not participate? Uehara Naruto is actually not picky. His purpose is only to be the last doll. It is enough to be able to cover the big Tsumuhui, so that he can also complete his main mission. The current Akatsuki organization is still a little down, which is equivalent to half a grass team. The later Daylight group had only half of the members. The secret base of the organization was located in a gorge of a river, and the members were still carrying out their own missions. There are also people staying in the base. There are 2 big spenders in the Akatsuki organization, one of them is Dash Yuan, who likes human experiments, the other is called Red Sand Scorpion, who likes body art. Are there any new members? Ashimaru saw Pen and Naruto Uehara behind Zionin, and subconsciously stretched out his tongue and licked the corners of his mouth, or, is this experimental material prepared for me? Pain shook his head and calmly said, he will be the new intern in the organization, Naruto Uehara. Please take care. Uehara Naruto's smile was very sunny, but in this gloomy cave, his youthful vigor seemed incompatible with the environment here. Humph! Others just sneered at him. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com ignored them. Uehara Naruto's smile suddenly disappeared. A bunch of bastards. It is rare that he took the initiative to laugh so heartily. Could this smile he practiced carefully can only be used to deal with people like Metkai and Rock Lee? Zionin stretched out his hand and patted the boy's head. The woman came down short and whispered in his ear, Uehara, can you find a place to practice by yourself? Oh, of course you can. Uehara Naruto stepped back and nodded. The iris flower swayed gently on the woman's head, and Xiaonan strolled into the cave. Even if the light is lacking, a behemoth can be vaguely seen inside the cave. Looks very ugly. Power, very powerful. 10-tailed body, the outer golem is hidden here. Apparently the members of Akatsuki still don't know what this big guy can do. Ah ha ha ha, you are also an intern of the organization. Just as Uehara was in a daze, a funny voice came out. A hand patted Uehara's left shoulder. Just as Uehara turned her head, she saw nothing. Immediately after, Uehara felt that the right shoulder was also slapped. Obviously the man ran to the right again, this kind of ancient but boring prank. If this person is also an intern of Akatsuki, then he must be Uchiha Dato, Uehara Nariku's colleague, and an opponent of the main messenger behind the competition. Uehara Nairobi frowned, and pressed his hands together, and the skill was activated instantly. Lei done, 10,000 Lei Tian prison. New book, ask for recommendation, ask for collection. Chapter 3, The First Sight of Three Movie Kings. 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Prison. A thundercloud storm suddenly appeared beside Nariku Uehara, and a thunderstorm fell in an instant, and the thunderstorm quickly smashed the man behind. Wow, it hurts. The man standing behind Uehara Nariku did not take any measures, but instead let the thunder fall on him, his body swayingly. The wooden mask on the man's face is also smoking, and the red clouds and black robe uniform on his body are also scorched by lightning, and even small sparks are running. The first thing this guy gives is that he is an idiot with only 2 IQs, and there is no threat at all. Can bring some joy to people, that is his usefulness. However, anyone who thinks this way will be very wrong, because he has been bringing enough pain to the people of the ninja world to make them nervous. Uehara Nariku raised his head, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he stared at the masked man in front of him. The days to come will probably not be particularly boring. However, you can't relax too much. Only the next moment, Uehara Nariku's face immediately became solemn, because he saw a young man in a tight uniform standing not far from the masked man. The young man has tears on his face and a swirling ninja guard on his head. His face is full of seriousness and uprightness. It looks like his tutor is very good. Uehara Nariku's face is a bit unpleasant. Is this Uchiha Itachi from the Anbi period? No, since he appeared in the Akatsuki organization, it proves that he is no longer a Konoha Anbu ninja, but an S-rank rebel who killed the whole family and fled Konoha. Compared with other S-rank rebels, Uchiha Itachi's methods are more fierce. Corners just killed all the high levels of Token village. Token village is just a Konoha vassal ninja village, and there are not many strong people. Red Sand Scorpion only kills a 3rd generation of Feng Ying, which is not uncommon. Feng Ying always plays the role of being killed. Uchiha Itachi killed all his own clan. That is a ninja who has passed on for thousands of years, and has always been known as the #1 family in the 9th world, Uchiha. Hey! Boy, have a little respect for me, a senior intern. The masked man pointed at Uehara Nariku angrily, but when he saw Uehara's gaze, he immediately raised his thumb and pointed at the young man behind him. The masked man laughed and said, "Hey, I have attracted a strong member for the organization, and I will soon leave the status of an intern and become a full-time student." Even when he was angry, the masked man still pretended to be crazy and stupid in front of Uehara Naruto, without revealing another intention to hide his identity. After saying this, the masked man proudly introduced, "Do you know who he is? Although he is about the same age as you, he has already killed the entire Uchiha clan, and he is strong enough to become a member of the organization." Full member. Uehara Nariku looked at the masked man as if watching an idiot. How did he feel embarrassed to perform such a flamboyant acting in front of him and Itachi Uchiha? Does this guy really think his acting is great? Uehara Nariku standing in front of him, Uchiha Itachi standing behind him, these two are both characters who can compete for the actor. Well, the masked man's acting skills are also very good. Uehara Nariku just got the trust of Zionin, perhaps also the trust of Pain. Uchiha Itachi played with his brother in the palm of his hand, until the end of the Pacific battle, there was no clue. The masked man has been hidden until the 4th Ninja War in the future. Before his mask was knocked down, his identity was never discovered. Even if someone doubted his identity, more people would refute him. If it weren't for Uehara Nariku to know his true face, there is a high probability that he would only guess that his identity is a character like Uchiha Senna. Is really interesting. 3 confidently able to compete for the actor-level characters, now they are actually playing each other here, trying to think that they can hide from each other. To be honest, it feels a bit silly. One day, the identities of the two of them will be exposed and everyone will be honest. The masked man suddenly patted Uehara on the shoulder, and affectionately bewitched him. Boy, do you want to discuss it with Uchiha Itachi? If you can kill him, you will definitely be able to seize his official membership position. Uehara Naraku looked at the masked man again as if he was looking at an idiot. Since you want to be a full member, why don't you kill him and replace him? Ha 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 ha, of course, because of. After a long time, the masked man laughed and joked, and gave out his answer in frustration. My strength is too weak, it is very likely that he will be killed. But my strength is also very weak. Uehara Naraku blinked, her expression somewhat innocent. If according to his current strength, unless he can channel out the justice giant Galio, it would be very difficult to defeat the S-rank rebels of Akatsuki. Uehara Naraku uses chakram more sparingly, and can use skills a dozen times, playing a loquat tenzo or something, probably no problem, but facing a Uchiha Itachi who is proficient in all aspects, it is not easy to say. Ninjutsu, physique, illusion and pupil skills are all proficient, which also makes his fighting style extremely diverse. The most troublesome thing is that this guy's IQ is quite high, he will not be careless when facing any enemy. Carefully crack the enemy's technique and adopt a counter-attack combat method. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Then you can only blame yourself for being too weak. The man in the mask spread his palms and turned his head to look at the young man behind him. Hey, Mr. Itaki, if you want to gain a foothold in the organization, kill someone. Interns in the organization are not protected. 13.5 years old Uchiha Itachi glanced at the masked man, then slowly looked at Uehara Naraku, and finally nodded and pulled out the shinobi behind him. He was brought in by the masked man. In Uchiha Itachi's impression, the masked man claimed to be Uchiha Madara. He was a mysterious and powerful man. Not long ago, he helped him slaughter the entire Uchiha clan and brought him into the Akatsuki organization. Masked man mentioned on the road that Akatsuki is his organization, and this in turn should also be the person he wants to remove. Before that, their agreement had just been reached. The masked man made the condition that he would not attack Konoha and Hertsuzuke in exchange for him to join Akatsuki. Nowadays, what the masked man means in and out of words is nothing more than asking him to help find another intern in this organization. Does not matter. As long as this guy abides by the agreement, Uchiha Itachi doesn't mind helping him solve minor problems. Interesting. Uehara Naraku glanced at Uchiha Itachi, who was holding a ninja sword, and remembered that there had been 2 side missions. Defeated Uchiha Itachi once, 0/1, the reward is unknown. Defeat the mysterious masked man once, 0/1, the reward is unknown. Uchiha Itachi slowly closed his eyes and nodded to Uehara Naruto to express his apologies. I'm sorry, I have a reason to do this. When the voice of fell, his figure disappeared in place. Chapter 4, Experience the power of writing round eyes once. So fast. Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared behind Uehara Naraku, waved the shinobi sword in his hand, and slashed toward Uehara's neck mercilessly. He seems to be very familiar, as if he had killed hundreds of people. Lei Dunwan Lei Tien Prison. Even if Uehara Naraku hasn't noticed Uchiha Itachi, it does not delay him from opening the 10,000 Thunder Prison, a skill that can be used for both defense and offense. Fortunately, the time they discussed before was just enough to cool down the skills. Clouds of thundercloud storms appeared above Uehara Naraku, and a bolt of lightning fell down, forcing Uchiha Itachi to use a substitute technique to avoid it. Countless lightnings wandered back and forth in the thundercloud storm, and it seemed that they might fall again at any time. After leaving the range of the 10,000 Thunder Sky Prison, Uchiha Itachi frowned. This guy, only one seal can release a powerful thunder dunjutsu. The interns in Akatsuki's organization are all as this a monster. Papa 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 papa. The masked man slapped his hands vigorously, and exclaimed, wow, 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 it's super exciting. Whether it's Atakakun's stand-in technique or the kid's thunder dance ninjutsu, it looks really amazing. Moron. Uehara Naraku finally couldn't help but cursed inwardly, such a grandiose way of complimenting people, there is really no sincerity at all. Looking at the position of Uchiha Itachi, 4 cards suddenly appeared in the hands of Uehara Naraku and shot in his direction. Stab! The harsh sound of gold and iron rubbing. I saw that the shinobi in Uchiha Itachi's hand blocked 4 cards one after another. Those cards were like steel, but they were unexpectedly sharp. My card is not something ordinary people can play. Uehara Naraku said with a light smile, his eyes lowered, and as his voice fell, an explosion suddenly came out. One of the cards exploded instantly. Uchiha Itachi fell down and flew out, kneeling on the ground. The Konoha rebel body was a little embarrassed at the moment, because he had just used the substitute technique. Even if he reacted in time, he was still affected by the explosion. Good, 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 so terrible. The masked man put his legs together nervously, holding his head with both hands, and looked almost frightened. A card is even more powerful than the detonation talisman. It's terrible. There should be a lot of chakra attached to it. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head in thought, half-kneeled on the ground and raised his head to look at Naraku Uehara. Is the strength of this organization too strong? Although he hasn't tried his best to fight, the 2 techniques currently mastered by this intern are so powerful that they should at least have the fighting power of the upper level. A 12-year-old shinobu. Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes, then slowly opened them, revealing a fierce light. His eyes have turned red, and 3 black go-jade printed around. Uehara can almost hear the wind. He didn't look directly at Uchiha Itachi's riding wheel eyes, but looked at the moment his toes disappeared, and once again opened the 10,000 thunder sky prison around him as a defense. The loud explosion sound just now should be able to draw out Xiaonan and pain. Otherwise, he can only try to use gold coins to buy some rare things from the system that can be enough to win. Anyway, his main purpose is to get skill rewards. By the way, he wants to take the opportunity to show off his strength. This organization has always had no morals in attracting strong members. Ah, this kid, does he even know the way to deal with riding round eyes? It's really amazing. The masked man was chirping next to explain the battle again, which really made Uehara a little impatient. If it weren't for Uchiha's surprise attack, Uehara would definitely find a way to give him a cruel trick. Art Fire Escape Fireball. A huge ball of flames spouted toward Naru Uehara. Uchiha's signature fire escape ninjutsu, as the favorite of the heavens, Itachi Uchiha is naturally good at it. Opening his mouth is a giant fireball. I have to say, Uchiha Itachi's printing speed is very fast. 6 handprints were formed in 1 second, and the magic of the fireball was released in 1 second, and Uehara Naraku's seal was faster. Uehara Naraku folded his hands symbolically, and did not hesitate to release his defensive skills, Wind Barrier. The blazing fireball fell on a wind wall and dissipated invisibly, leaving only the air heated by the flame. Whether it's the masked man or Uchiha Itachi, their minds are a little serious, because Uehara Naraku released ninjutsu with another Madra. But Uchiha Itachi did not give up this opportunity. Almost instantly, this traitorous shinobu appeared behind Naraku Uehara and slammed his shinobi sword. Coming! Uehara Naraku appeared in the palm of a small magic doll. According to his guess, Uchiha Itachi was definitely launching a feint with a fireball. After all, that is a ninjutsu that never kills people in anime. Command Shockwave. The space around Uehara Naraku was instantly distorted. A gravitational force attracted Uchiha Itachi's figure to his side, and even the dizziness of space distortion made Uchiha Itachi powerless to fight back. Uehara Naraku did not hesitate, pinched Uchiha Itachi's neck with one hand, and pressed him to the ground. You lost. If he didn't use the palm of his hand, but cut Uchiha Itachi's neck with a card, he would definitely be able to kill him. But this is not Uehara's purpose. Uchiha Itachi, although the core is a Konoha spy, he is actually a model worker of Akatsuki. It would be a waste to kill him here. What's more, if he really uses cards, maybe Uchiha Itachi will turn on Susanoo resist. Uehara's mind made a ding sound. He subconsciously thought that when the first side task was completed, he saw that a side task closed in a corner was completed. The task is completed, lose once in the hands of Itachi God, 1/1, reward plus 100 gold coins. What are you kidding about? There are people who will make such a wish for abuse. No, the key now is that he clearly has the advantage. Why does the system think he has lost? You lost. Uchiha Itachi's eyes finally came into the eyes of Uehara Naraku. You reading www.yukanshu.com's 3 black jade writing round eyes are moving, and they involuntarily fall into it. Even if he was caught off guard by the command shockwave, Uchiha Itachi still found an opportunity to counteract this situation. Although he didn't know why Uehara was merciful, this did not delay his determination. Only by restraining the enemy can we obtain the final victory. Uehara Naraku immediately fell into the illusion. In his senses, huge copper nails were embedded in his body, making him immobile. Illusory art, gold binding art. Just in the mind of Uehara Naraku, another side mission that was thrown into the corner after crossing the ninja world was finally completed. Mission completed, experience the power of writing round eyes, 1/1. Reward, the life form disintegrates the ray. Life form disintegration ray, a powerful ray is released through the eyes to analyze the enemy's life characteristics and disintegrate the enemy's body for 2.5 seconds. The chakra value is related to the duration. The minimum is 100 chakra and the cooling time is 120 seconds. This skill is indeed very powerful. The problem is that Uehara wants to disarm the illusion immediately. This is really an unprecedented crisis, and even at this juncture, I missed the decision. Isn't it said that the soul energy of the traverser is strong, and it can resist illusions or something? How should I cancel the illusion now? Just as Uehara Naraku was about to directly use the life disintegration ray to attack indiscriminately, someone slapped him on the head, using this way of hitting a child to help him relieve the illusion. What are you doing? Today is also the day to ask for recommendations. New book issue, don't raise it, everyone helps make the list. Chapter 5, I Want Uniform. Zionin interrupted their fight. The woman with light blue hair carried Naraku Uehara's collar, put him next to her, and said coldly, "What are you doing?" "Hey!" Uehara Nana breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing Akatsuki's members come out, he pointed at the masked man and Uchiha Itachi, opened his mouth and buttoned a big hat. "Konan-sama, these two people want to kill me." "No no no no." The masked man stepped forward, shook his hands, and explained exaggeratedly, "We are just testing the strength of the organization interns. I didn't expect that he would defeat a person who is enough to become a full member." Although Uchiha Itachi did not use a kaleidoscope to write round eye pupils, but in an ordinary state, Uchiha Itachi's strength cannot be defeated by ordinary ninjas. Unexpectedly, this kid relied on his weird skills to suppress Itachi Uchiha, and even had a chance to almost kill him before Uchiha Itachi used his whole cards. If the masked man thinks he is not mistaken, the last technique used by the kid is probably space-time, and he sees that the space is distorted. This kid is really amazing. He can be regarded as a powerful force that can collect tail beasts for the Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki's members have been replacing back and forth. Each group has been in a vacant stage. The staff has never been gathered, and occasionally members will take their teammates. Go for money. As for the possible threat that Uehara Naraku might bring, the masked man only considered it for a second and chose to give up. This kid seems to have no blood on his body, and chakra seems to have only a little more, and he is not a promising person at all. But his talent is really good. He was able to develop a ninjutsu that can be released by the Indian style, but it can only stop there. He knew very well that only with a strong blood successor can he go further. As for Naruto Uehara's use of space that only distorts space, there is still a certain time delay. As long as he understands his intelligence, he can easily avoid it. Itaki Uchiha was hit by the command shock wave just now because it was too sudden. If Uchiha Itaka had just used his pupil power to directly activate the kaleidoscope pupil technique, the battle might have ended long ago. But luckily he didn't do it. Otherwise, Akatsuki may lose a strong combat power in the future, and it may also arouse Xiaonan's disgust. Okay. Xiaonan's gaze was slightly puzzled. She looked down at Uehara Naruto who was standing next to her, stroked his hair, and asked aloud, "Is this true? I don't believe that, a 12 or 13-year-old boy, or a wandering ninja, how could he have the power to fight against Akatsuki's official members?" However, at the meeting just now, there was definitely an information mentioned. Uehara seemed to be a very talented child. There are true and false. Uehara Naruto's face was extremely serious, and he stared at Uchiha Itaka who stood up, and said softly, "I used the secret technique I studied to fight him, but this guy didn't take it seriously. Very strong." Uehara Naruto thought for a while, and continued to add, "After he used the writing wheel, I immediately fell into illusion and couldn't break free. I know. Ordinary ninjas are indeed easy to fall into a disadvantage when facing the blood ninja. Especially the Uchiha clan, there are rumors of one-to-one invincibility." Xiaonan nodded, and believed his words. When she first met Naruto Uehara, she had doubts about the identity of Naruto Uehara and who sent him as a spy. But at the meeting, Ju provided them with information about Uehara Naruto. That little guy, his father is indeed a ninja named Uehara Naku, whose hometown is in a small village in the country of Rain. The information of the first Uehara was also discovered. That person is an ordinary member of the first Akatsuki organization. Uehara Naruto has always lived in a small village in his father's hometown, occasionally claiming to be a ninja to take over some villagers' tasks, and he did not leave the small village until his mother passed away more than a month ago. Since there is no problem with identity, then nothing is a problem. Xiaonan patted Uehara Naruto on the shoulder lightly, and said, "Naruto, you go to rest first, we have something to discuss with Mr. Uchiha Itaki. Anyway, 12 is too young. When they were 12 years old, there was no way to survive. Now that the Akatsuki organization has the conditions, it will take good care of the next generation of the organization." And many more. Juju interrupted Xiaonan aloud, and Yin smiled and said, "Xiaonan, I think this little guy can become a full member of the organization." Uehara Naruto's father died when he was protecting Xiaonan. The murderer was Konoha's roots, and Konoha Hokage assisted the team led by Shimura Danzo. It seems that his talent is also good now. As long as he is guided a little and let him fall into the dark, he will become an excellent combat power. His age is too young and his combat effectiveness is a bit poor, right?" Xiaonan retorted. She had other arrangements for Uehara. A woman's feelings are inherently softer than a man's. Xiaonan still wants to hide the dark matter of Akatsuki for a while. But his combat effectiveness is not bad. Absolutely disagrees with her opinion, with a cold smile, and if I remember correctly, this new member we welcome today should be only 13 years old, right? Yes, Uchiha Itaki is only 13 years old this year. I have to say that people in the ninja world are too precocious. What does it mean to fight at the age of 12? Uchiha Itaka followed his father to watch the battle of the ninja at the age of 4, and took the life of a ninja from Iwakura on the battlefield. Pen pondered for a while, and then said, "Konan, let him join in." Even with Uchiha Itaka's supplement, there is still a vacancy in the organization. Xiaonan suddenly lowered his head, and Yu reading www.yunsha.com whispered, "Pen, we are about to attack Yuyan village, and revenge for, they, I want Naruto to participate." Pen frowned with the word Chuan, the reincarnation eyes in his eyes hesitated, and finally nodded and accepted the opinions of his friends. Over the years, he has been concealed to develop the pupil technique of reincarnation just to wait for revenge on the leader of Yuyan village, Sanjiao Yu Hanzhou. Now that the 6 paths of pain have been made, it's time to go to Yuyan village and taste the fruits of revenge. He and Xiao Nan were the only people who had revenge. Now there is one more. Then, I am absolutely responsible for continuing to find suitable personnel for the corner capital. Pain glanced at everyone present, his eyes stopped on Uchiha Itachi. He had already known information about Uchiha Itachi. In Pain's cognition, this is a cruel youth, a man who killed his own clan. His pain and darkness must be many. After talking briefly with Itachi Uchiha, Pain took out a ring from his sleeve. You are welcome to join Akatsuki. Your code name is Suzaku. From today, you will be Akatsuki's Uchiha Itachi. You will act under Akatsuki's name. Uchiha Itachi nodded slowly, reached out his hand to take the ring, took off his ninja forehead, and made a neat notch on it while holding Kuma. Konoha's whirlpool forehead is like a mirror, reflecting Uchiha Itachi's somewhat ferocious cheeks. I don't know what he thought of when he was looking at the forehead. Uehara Naraku stood beside Xiao Nan and watched all this. He suddenly raised his head and said, "Can you give me one when you give him a uniform later?" Chapter 6, The Boy Who Carries the Light of Dawn. The school uniforms organized by are very handsome. Maybe it was because Uehara Naraku's acting was too hard, which directly caused Zionan's unwillingness to contaminate Akatsuki's darkness, and wanted him to have a bright future. Uehara Naraku didn't get the new clothes, so she could only look at Uchiha Itachi wearing the red cloud and black robe with some envy. Zionan glanced at the envied young man, and then reached out and messed up his hair. "Naro, your future will be very bright. In fact, it's good just like this." Uehara curled his lips and murmured casually. However, when he saw that Xiao Nan took out 2 more bottles of purple nail polish and handed it to Uchiha Itachi, his face twitched. Does Akatsuki's makeup have to be this thick? Do men wear nail polish too? Zionan watched Uchiha Itachi calmly took the nail polish, and suddenly said to him, "Uchiha Itachi, in the future, stay away from Uehara. If I see anyone who wants to hurt him, I won't be merciful." Uchiha Itachi lowered his head and glanced at Uehara Naraku who was standing next to Zionan, and nodded his head slightly. "Senior Nan, reasonable fighting can also make children grow faster." The masked man standing next to Uchiha Itachi looked at Uehara with interest, and said, "I feel that this kid's card throwing is very similar to Minan Senpai's paper escape secret technique. It might not be Minan Senpai's brother or something." The light blue-haired woman frowned, neither answered nor denied, and drove them out aloud. "If you have nothing to do, you can leave." "Good, good. I'm gone, I'm going to buy meatballs." The masked man held his head, whistling and left. As for Uchiha Itachi, he has just joined the organization and will temporarily live in the organization's secret base, waiting for Pen to assign him to which battle team. Because of the words of the masked man just now, Zionan suddenly became interested in Uehara's abilities. She also wanted to know that Uehara's current strength was able to make a tie with a well-trained Konoha rebel in a contest with a margin. When Zionan saw the card in Uehara Naruto's hand, he reached out and took it and looked down at the pattern on the card. "That is a King of Hearts. Is this a card used in a casino?" Zionan's face turned cold, she looked at Uehara's gaze gradually dissatisfied, and said coldly, "Are you infected by gambling?" "No." The boy spread out his hands and explained, "Because I couldn't afford shurikens at home when I was young, I could only practice shuriken throwing with cheap cards. Now I am used to it," and he has developed a technique that can borrow cards to fight. Apart from saying that, it's not easy to explain. After all, the card master's throwing technique is quite practical, not to mention, the effect of card explosion alone is equivalent to the power of detonating talisman explosion. Is that so? "Naraku, you will be my disciple from now on." Xiao Nan spread out her palms, and sheets of origami floated out of her palms, turning into paper butterflies, flying around them. Xionin manipulated a paper butterfly to fall on her fingertips, and whispered, "My paper escape secret technique is similar to your playing cards in nature, so I can teach you many ways to fight with paper." Is not only to teach him growth, but also to inherit Akatsuki's will. Uehara Nariku was in a daze. Is there any misunderstanding in this matter? With his strength, does he need any teacher? It's just that if he wants to stay in Akatsuki, he seems inappropriate to refuse Xiao Nan. Then, please take care of Mr. Nan. Uehara Nariku's head jumped out of another weird side mission that has been completed, and he hasn't read it carefully. The mission is completed, become Xionin's disciple, 1/1, gold coins plus 150. That's just a small amount of money, when he is beggar. According to Uehara Nariku's understanding of the system's side tasks, he barely understood the system's operating mechanism. The more the task is accepted by the public, the greater the reward for completing it. Xionin squatted in front of Uehara Nariku, helping him organize his clothes, and his voice gradually softened. "Nariku, from now on, call me teacher." "Yes, teacher Xionin." Uehara Nariku blinked her eyes and followed the kindness. Actually, Xionin didn't have any talent for being a teacher. This woman thought about it and didn't know what ninjutsu was taught to Uehara in the first class. She decided to rely on her previous teacher's teaching method to conduct a battle test. Although Xionin's teacher is Konoha Ninja, she did not experience any bell-robbing test, but worked with her teammates to defeat the teacher's shadow clone. Apparently, she plans to do the same. Xiao Nan raised the hair on his forehead and explained softly, "In a few days, I will test you, let my paper clone fight with you, decide which ninjutsu to teach you, and judge whether you can take part in our next mission." Task. Correct. Xiao Nan nodded, put his palm on Uehara's shoulder, and whispered, "Our mission to avenge Akatsuki's former members and your father. I don't want you to live in hatred, but I think these things are still I need to let you know, because there are things that shouldn't be sealed in time." Uehara Nariku nodded awkwardly. In fact, he knows all those things, and even the truth he knows is more, deeper and farther than what Xiao Nan and Nagato can see. "So, is it time to test acting again?" Xiao Nan's face slowly sank, and his expression gradually became a little cold. You read the book www.yuyuganshu.com and said one word. 12 years ago, the person who killed the other members of Xiao was Sanjiao, the leader of Yuyan village. The high-level Shimura Danzo of Yuahanzo and Konoha village. What? Uehara Nariku's face showed just a hint of surprise. "So, shall we attack Konoha or Yuyan?" Pain heard this, walked over to stand beside them, and said solemnly, "Xiao Nan, tell him the task directly. Uehara Nariku must participate in this task. This is his destiny. No, it may be dangerous if Nariku's strength participates. Xionin and Pain had a head-on conflict for the first time. I have to test him first to ensure that he can survive the mission. If he died in this mission, it is because his strength is too weak to survive in this world." Pain. Xiao Nan raised his head abruptly, and stared at him without fear for a while. After all, he lowered his head and whispered, "I still remember the teaching of teacher Jalea, young children are the future fire, and Nariku is also only one. Since Yahiko died in battle, this is the first time she defies Pain's will. This kind of thing hasn't happened for a long time. The appearance of this boy is like a light, illuminating their past. Let Xionin know from now on that she still bears a kind of responsibility. She wants to let the dawn will that once wanted to illuminate the world of ninja, inherit to Uehara Nariku." The orange-haired man was silent for a while, turned and left, leaving only one sentence in the rain, "Whatever you want. We have been preparing for this war for 12 years. Whether there is a kid involved or not has no effect on the outcome." Chapter 7, Crash the Paper Clone. The lake is calm. The ninja stepped on the lake water, and rippled waves. Uehara Nara walked up the lake step by step, following in the footsteps of Zionin, slowly standing in his place. After a 2-day rest, he officially tested him today. I don't know what Pain thinks. 2 days ago, he was a little displeased with Xiaonan's decision. Today, he also came to watch this battle between the master and the disciple. Zionin closed his eyes, closed his palms, and whispered, Naruto, don't think this is just a test and careless, my paper clone is not weak. Xiaonan's voice gradually lowered. Numerous origami papers floated out of her body, and these origami papers flew in the air and gathered into a human form, forming a paper avatar comparable to the body. This paper clone is different from the ordinary shadow clone technique. Although the ordinary shadow clone technique is also an entity, once it is hit by an attack, it will be forced to disband. The paper clone is quite different. When Zionin's paper clone is attacked, it can even be divided into smaller pieces of paper and fly to reunited in the distance. In addition, the paper clone can also release any ninjutsu that Xiaonan can use. Even a piece of ordinary paper, under the control of her chakra, has the sharpness that is not a shuriken, let alone countless pieces. The detonation symbol hidden in the paper. Unfortunately, if you can't defeat even a paper clone. Uehara Naraku raised his head, and a smile appeared at the corners of the boy's mouth, and he seemed very confident, then am I too useless? He worked hard for a month, and accumulated all the chakras that goddess tears had given him, and only then did he have a chakra of the upper level. Lost to Uchiha Itachi before, because he was too careless, hit the illusion of writing round eyes, and was ended by Zionin. Now, Uehara knows Zionin's information. Whether it's her ninjutsu or her shortcomings, Uehara Narako knows clearly in her heart, plus those special skills. If this cannot defeat Zionin's paper clone, he will eat the cards in his hand on the spot. Then wait until after the test is over. Zionin's paper avatar stepped on the lake and rushed towards Uehara Naraku, reminding him loudly, Naraku, it's about to officially begin, paper shuriken. Dozens of papers are flying. The sharpness of paper shurikens is almost the same as that of iron ones, and even the flying speed and throwing angle can be even more weird. Uehara Naraku held 4 cards in both hands, and quickly threw them in the direction of the paper shuriken. Boom! Boom! 8 cards flew out, 2 of which were automatically enhanced by chakra exploded instantly, changing the direction of the paper shuriken. The other 6 cards flew in the direction of Zionin. Good job! The water ripples again. Zionin was very satisfied with Uehara Naraku's solution to the paper shuriken. Her paper avatars overlapped and formed a pair of wings, which drove her body into the air to avoid the card attack, and again launched an attack with the help of wings. Style paper dance. Paper rain. Pieces of origami turned into densely sharp-bladed pieces of paper, overwhelming the sky and shooting diagonally towards the position of Uehara Naruto, making it impossible to escape on the ground. The wind barrier. Uehara Naraku symbolically closed his palms, nodded a handprint, and a wind wall floated on the water to block the paper rain. But the crisis has not been resolved. Even if the barrier of the wind can block it for a few seconds, it is impossible to block it forever. Zionin's paper rain is recyclable, and she releases paper rain almost endlessly. The wind wall slowly disappeared. Paper rain hit Uehara again. Uehara Naraku dodges aside, avoiding another wave of paper rain, but this cannot resolve the crisis at all. Can I only use that trick? Uehara Naro clenched his fists abruptly, the chakra inside his body moved quickly, his toes stepped on the water, and he flew into the air out of thin air, avoiding the dense paper rain. Is the flying skill, air dance? Nara, can you even fly? Xiaonan's brows suddenly frowned. Flying skills are not uncommon, but flying into the sky like this is really unexpected. The next moment, Xiaonan saw Uehara rushing over. High speed. Zionin's paper avatar quickly stopped the paper rain that launched downwards, and countless papers overlapped to form a paper spear, which shot out in the direction of Uehara. However, Uehara's movements in the air were surprisingly flexible, even the same as on the ground, but she avoided the paper spear by dodge. Can the body be so flexible in the air? The woman's brows frowned first, and then stretched out. Nara, this little guy, also can't be underestimated. Boom! The two finally fought close. It's just that Uehara's physical skills are a bit poor. Even if he can move freely in the air, he can't beat Xiaonan in physical skills. There is no other way. His life energy is only more than 600. The life energy is linked to his physical stamina, strength, and speed. From the data point of view, it is almost only the value of Zhongnan. But it doesn't matter, as long as you rush to Xiaonan's side, the battle is over, right? The thundercloud storm has begun to accumulate around him. Lei Dunwan Lei Tian prison. Thundercloud storms continued to fall, lightning, splitting the paper avatars in front of them into sheets of origami, and there were even some origami with electric lights running around. This scene surprised Uehara's expression. Only on the origami with water stains will the electric light be exposed. But these wet paper have a conductive effect. It is almost impossible to be destroyed by lightning. Mr. Zionan, did you soak the paper part in advance? Not bad. Zionan nodded, and did not deny, if I don't do this, it will be difficult for my paper clone to withstand the fire ninjutsu. Uehara Nariku helplessly helped his forehead. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Zionan actually guided thunder and lightning through soaked origami. Countless origami flew to the other side to form Xiaonan's body again, and said softly, Nara, apart from the sticky oil, it is difficult to have other techniques that can completely destroy my paper clone. If you have no other way, you cannot be allowed to participate in that dangerous mission. Understand, then you can only use another secret technique. The boy nodded and looked at Xiaonan with a serious look. He had a mess of handprints in his hands. He has always been Uehara symbolic Jian Nara, because his skills are all instant. Jian is just a method of confusion. Xiaonan watched this scene, but he took it seriously. But she didn't stop Uehara's approach. The discussion between the master and the apprentice should allow the disciple to exert his true strength, right? And Xiaonan also wanted to see, what kind of powerful ninjutsu this disciple who takes a single shot with both hands, suddenly becomes so serious, will release. The life form disintegrates the rays. After Uehara Naro finished the messy handprints, she finally closed her palms suddenly, and her eyes suddenly looked at Zionan's paper avatar. A burst of purple energy burst out in an instant. After was attacked by the purple energy, Xiaonan's paper avatar didn't even have time to split again, and suddenly disappeared into nothingness. At the same time, there was another sound in Uehara Nariku's brain, and another weird side mission was completed. The task is completed, defeat Zionan, the Angel of Dawn, once, 1/1, and reward the moment of the angel skill. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 8, Pain. Who cares about members? The moment of the sacred judgment, a skill that an angel descends from. After Uehara Nariku noticed the effect of the moment of the sacred judgment, he finally felt a little relieved, and he didn't have to worry about his instant death in the future. The moment of saint determination, add an invincible shield to yourself or other people for 3 seconds, at the same time, a purification blade will appear around the person in an invincible state, and the purification blade will cause huge damage to the surroundings. Chakra consumption is related to the duration. The minimum skill consumption is 100 chakra points and the cooling time is 160 seconds. Nariku. Zionan's body beckoned at Uehara Nariku in the air, and waited until he landed before asking, "Here, Nariku, was the technique just now the limit of blood succession?" The power of life disintegrating energy rays is beyond her imagination. When the purple energy first touched the paper clone, it didn't feel very good, but before even a second, a burning pain came out of the body. Is like wiping off the body abruptly. I don't know. Naruto Uehara shook his head and opened his mouth to shirk the question. I'm not sure if it is ninjutsu or blood succession. If my father is still alive, I can ask him if there is any strange blood succession in our family. Xiaonan shook his head, and did not continue to ask. Maybe it was because there were too many weird ninjutsu in Akatsuki's organization, such as the grievances in the corner capital, the immortal puppets of the scorpion and so on. Pain stepped forward and said in a cold voice, his physical skills are too bad, not even as good as you, Xiaonan, this will become a fatal flaw in battle. Xionan. Pain smeared the two of them in one sentence. Besides, Pain said before that, no matter what the strength of Uehara Naraku, he must participate in Akatsuki's task of organizing the revenge battle. Why is he picking different things now? It's just that what Pain said is really reasonable. Uehara Naruto's fall body technique is full of mistakes, even she, a ninja who is not very good at physical arts, can see it. Uehara Naraku scratched his head a little. His physical skills are indeed a bit poor, but as long as the life energy values are added up in the future, it will naturally change. All right. Pen glanced at Uehara Naraku, then turned to look at Xiaonan. Now you have tested it, he is strong enough to participate in that mission. Uehara Nara raised his head and looked at the light blue-haired woman obediently. Teacher Xionan, what task is we going to participate in by then? Assault Yuyan stronghold, forcing Sanjiao Hanzo to gather his confidants, and finally put them to death. When Xionan mentioned the name of the person, his face became cold. 12 years ago, the Sancho fish Hanzo, who was known as the ninja demigod, broke his promise and colluded with Konoha's Shimura Danzo and killed the leader of Xiao Xiao and most of the members. Everything that happened that day, she kept in mind day and night. The Akatsuki organization, who originally thought it was about to go to the light, was destroyed overnight. Except for her and Nagato, everyone else was killed. Among them, there is Akatsuki's leader Yahiko. It was their companion who grew up together, leading her and Nagato to survive the harsh war, and leading those who trusted him to pursue the dream of peace. He did not die on the way to stop the war, but died in the conspiracy, leaving a huge shadow on the psychology of two close friends. In addition, Nagato's legs were also injured by the detonation talisman. Since then, he has lost the ability to move, and even reached an agreement with the two evil guys, leading the Akatsuki organization on a path of terror. For revenge and to commemorate, Nagato chose to keep Yahiko's body and make it the strongest way of heaven among the 6 penins, making him the eternal leader of the Akatsuki organization. 12 years. Xionan and Nagato endured it for 12 years, and when the 6 ways of pain were completely completed, the two of them had a trace of confidence and decided to go to Yuyan village for revenge. Since it is revenge, it is of course not allowed to be interfered by others. Just who would have thought that before they attacked Yuyan village, they wanted to go to the old place to miss them, and they happened to meet another teenager who should join them in revenge. Uehara Naraku lowered his head and pondered. They should have no problem attacking Yuyan village this time. According to the strength of Liudeo Pain, it is not difficult to win the Sancho fish Hanzo. In other words, this is a pure soy sauce. Trib. The main purpose is to complete several tasks. For example, a series of missions that Uehara Naraku has always ignored. Advanced Task 1, kill 10 wandering ninjas, 10/10ths, reward 100 points of life energy, 100 points of chakra energy, the task has been completed. Advanced Mission 2, kill 10 official ninja, 3/10ths, the reward is unknown. According to Uehara's guess, the future mission should be a series of ninja, and ninja. Maybe there will be shadow-level characters in the end. Okay, I guess there will be. According to his current strength, it is really helpless to face the strong of the shadow level, and with the task personality released by the system, the strong shadow level must be the shadow of the 5 ninja countries, not a traitor like Kakuto. Endure. Now Uehara Nariku's only expectation is that the system's future advancement missions are best to be some ordinary ninjas, rather than bugs such as Metkai and Kakashi, which would be a bit fatal. If you just want to improve your strength, advanced tasks must be done. Uehara Nariku estimates that these tasks are gifted life energy and chakra energy. The reward should not be too low. At the beginning of Uehara Nariku's journey, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com encountered some wandering ninjas who were not very powerful. Relying on his several skills, killing them was more than enough. However, most of the official Shinin villages have their own Shinin villages, and they are still activities in groups. Even Uehara Nariku, during that period of wandering, only occasionally encountered an overbearing Union team in the country of rain. If you want to complete the number of advanced tasks, you must find a gathering place for ninjas. There is no more suitable place than Ninja Village. Can complete a large number of advanced tasks at one time, thereby greatly strengthening their strength. This opportunity is rare. During the next preparation time, Uehara Nariku felt that the situation was a little weird. According to the information he knew about the Naruto world, Nagato would store them when he didn't need to use pen to save his chakra. Who would have thought that during the time before the war, instead of returning to where he should be, Pain frequently appeared in the places where he and Zionin practiced, commenting on Uehara, who was training physical skills, and proposed a bunch of questions. The arm strength is too soft to defeat the enemy. The kicking speed is too slow, and the enemy will catch your flaws. Too bad, kid, are your fists here to tickle the enemy? The man with orange hair stood on the edge of the practice field, and made a few judgments from time to time, which really detracted from the image of Tiendeo Pain with its own background music. Uehara Nariku is not easy to refute. Zionin was a little unbearable, and said aloud, "Pain, Nariku is only 12 years old. He is still very young now and has a long time to grow up. I just care about the members of the organization." The orange-haired man was plausible, and he was a little taken for granted. Chapter 9, If you want to escape, you have to ask me to? Uehara Nariku was forced to train physical skills for a week, and his life energy increased by 3 points. This efficiency is really distressingly low. Fortunately, this training will not need to continue soon. The civil war in Yuyan village is about to begin. No one would have thought that only the combination of Pen Six Ways, Zionin, and Uehara Nariku would overthrow the rule of Sancho Fish Hanzo. The main force of the war is only Konan and Uehara Nariku for the time being. Due to Nagato's physical inconvenience, Pain can't continue fighting for a long time, so Zionin and Uehara will cut out the ninja outpost of Yuyan village in the Rain country and the Yuyan ninja outside, forcing Sancho Fish Hanzo to gather him. All the power. As long as the Sancho Fish Hanzo summons all the Yuyan ninjas back to Yuyan village to protect themselves, the 6 Ways of Pain will dispatch collectively to eliminate the ninjas who have gathered to resist them. Those innocent teenagers who were trapped by Sancho Fish Hanzo and Shimura Danzo, after all, grew their brains. Uehara Naro received a task to clean up the ninja stronghold and a piece of related information. There were 2 ninja teams stationed in that stronghold, with a total of 8 ninjas, including 2 ninja captains. And his task is to kill 7 of them, deliberately let go of 1 of them, and let the Yuyan ninja pass the news of the start of war to Yuyan village. Is the best, can cause panic in Yuyan village. This is a bit of a test of acting skills. However, since Uehara Nariku considers herself to be the 4 major actors of Akatsuki, and wants to compete with Kurozetsu, Dato, and Uchiha Itaki, the most indispensable thing is acting. The eastern part of the country of Rain. A stronghold hidden under a cliff. At the cliff stronghold are stationed 2 Nakanin and 6 Zyren. Their usual task is to monitor whether there is a large-scale army entering, whether there are wandering ninjas, and whether anyone dares to resist Hanzo-sama. Rain-hidden ninja Kamakura slowly swayed to the entrance of the stronghold, watching the torrential rain outside, with a dazed expression. "Every day is bad weather, I don't know when this ghost weather will stop." Boom! Bang bang bang. A strange voice came in. This sound is not like a rustling rainstorm. Yuyan Zongren stopped talking and listened carefully to the outside world. People who grew up in the country of rain can easily tell that it was the sound of rain hitting the bamboo umbrella. Kamakura quickly turned his head and looked at his teammates, and signaled quietly with his fingers that an enemy is coming. After all, in such a bad weather as a heavy rain, someone inexplicably came to the Yuyan stronghold, then he must not have come to travel? That, are you ready? In the rainstorm, a tender and shy voice came. Just when these Yuyan ninjas were speechless, a purple energy ray cut the entire cliff in half, and the majestic rain fell. Yuyan ninjas ignored the rain falling on their faces, looking at the cliffs that slowly collapsed on both sides. This shocking scene shocked their hearts. What kind of technique is this? With just one blow, the whole cliff was cut open instantly. When things came to an end, only Kamakura Nakanin was somewhat sensible. He flew behind the side of the rock and reminded loudly, "The enemy is very strong, so please be alert and avoid." Kamakura reminded his subordinates, while carefully raising his head, observing the enemy who destroyed their stronghold. That was a young ninja holding a bamboo umbrella. Kamakura subconsciously wants to veto the picture he sees. How can he look so young if he shows such a powerful enemy? However, this is the truth. Uehara Nara walked in step by step, looked at the many misty ninjas with a smile, and whispered, "So, can we start? Boy, what's your purpose here?" Kamakura held the kunao in his hand tightly, his nerves collapsed tighter and tighter, and he couldn't even tell whether it was rain or sweat on his forehead. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Uehara Naraku raised the umbrella, revealing her smiling face, but said in her mouth, "I am here, of course I am here to kill you." Mingming's immature face was smiling, but he said words, as if he showed Kamakura to the devil. This kid must be a truly evil person. "Asshole, kill him." Kamakura waved the kunao in his hand and rushed up, greeted his subordinates swarming up. Under the command of their captain, a group of Yuyan ninjas rushed up with ninjas, chain blades, and shurikens in their hands. Uehara Naraku held his bamboo umbrella and sighed, "Life is so short, why do you still like to take shortcuts?" A flash of golden light appeared on his body. It was a golden dome, which wrapped his whole person and blocked him from many ninja attacks. A golden virtual lightsaber appeared around the protective cover. Following Naraku, Uehara waved his palm, the lightsaber fell in an instant, piercing the bodies of those Uyuki ninjas who were close to him. Kamakura is horrified inexplicably. In his line of sight, no matter whether it is a shuriken, kunao or ninja sword chain blade, it is impossible to pierce the seemingly thin golden mask. This is desperate. The young man killed most of the ninjas in the entire stronghold between gestures, and now only him and another Zongnin are left. Fortunately, the other Zongren from Yu reading www.yunsha.com did not lose his mind. He quickly formed a seal in his hand, and a splash of water rushed out, water escape, water chaos. Obviously, this sea-level water escape ninjutsu didn't cause any trouble to the enemy at all. Uehara Naraku just turned around to avoid the turbulent current. A splash of water suddenly turned into a whip, entangled Uehara's body. Water escape, water whip. Kamakura's hand was tightly wrapped around the other side of the water whip, his mind was calmed, and he whispered to his companion, "You go back to the village and report the information here, I'll stop him." Another Yuyan did not hesitate, and after nodding his head, he ran to the distance quickly. He didn't think Kamakura could defeat the boy. But, at least the information here must be sent out. As long as Kamakura Nakanobu can hold the boy for a while, he can use the rainstorm weather to integrate himself into the environment and escape this battlefield. Ha, it's not good to lose your companion and just run away like this. Uehara Naraku showed a card at his fingertips, dexterously turning it at his fingertips, and was thrown at the escaped Yuyan Zongnin by his hand. "It's just a card, but it's sharper than a shuriken. I saw that card quickly skimmed through the heavy rain and inserted into the Yuyan Zhongren's body, and then a dull explosion sounded. There are no bones in the Yuyan that escaped. Uehara Naraku broke free from the current whip technique, raised the bamboo umbrella in his hand, and looked up at the only remaining Kamakura Nakanen. Even if you want to escape back and report to the Sancho Fish Hanzo, you should let me come. Pick, who will you let go alive? Chapter 10, The Teacher Teaches Well. Asshole. Kamakura watched his last companion die in battle. In a rage, he hit the ground with a fist. Mud and rain splashed on him, another idiot who wants to challenge Hanzo-sama. Decades ago, Sancho Fish Hanzo was hailed as a ninja demigod by ninja, and became the closest ninja to the first generation of ninja Naruto, so he also encountered many assassinations and challenges. The ninjas of Yuyan village got used to it. Kamakura has also seen many hairy boys, thinking that he has mastered a few ninjutsu and he is invincible in the world. When he enters Yuyan village, he wants to remove Hanzo's first level, but most of them will be killed by Hanzo's right and left hand Heiji dead. Kamakura suddenly thought that the boy holding a bamboo umbrella in front of him was also an idiot who didn't know the heights of the sky and wanted to beat Hanzo-sama. Instead of denying it, Uehara Naraku went to Kamakura Nakanen and smiled lightly, "You are only half right. I want to remove Hanzo's head, and I want to use his head to pay tribute to those killed by him. People. That old guy has lived long enough, right? Asshole. How dare you insult Hanzo-sama?" Kamakura gritted his teeth. As a ninja of Yuyan, he can't stand someone insulting the ninja demigod whom they regard as proud. Just when Uehara Naraku thought this guy was going to fight for his life, Kamakura quickly threw out the kunao in his hand, and closed his hands to seal the seal, the technique of rain hidden. A cloud of smoke rises from the rain. Kamakura, as a ninja from Yuyan village, is very familiar with how to fight and escape in heavy rain. This guy wants to escape. Facing a formidable enemy who killed all the ninjas stationed in the Yuyan stronghold, Kamakura knew his strength well. The kid easily solved 6 ninja and 1 ninja, even during the battle. He didn't even put down the bamboo umbrella in his hand. The information must be sent back to the village. Kamakura's figure flipped, with the help of smoke rising to block Uehara's line of sight, and he flew into a rock crevice. He had long been optimistic about this position. As an ordinary ninja, once you encounter an unsolvable enemy, you must send the enemy's intelligence to the upper level of the village as much as possible. This is the law of ordinary ninjas. The rain is getting worse. Kamakura dared not come out of the atmosphere in the rain, but carefully hid in the cracks of the rocks, listening to the rain falling on the bamboo umbrella. The sound gradually diminished. "That boy, have you left?" Kamakura slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and he waited for a while before he was completely sure that the boy had left, and then cautiously poked his head out to observe the surrounding environment. Except for the splash of the pouring rain, there is no trace of anyone on the ground. Yuyan village Nakanobu Captain Kamakura finally relieved his mind, and slowly walked out of the cracks between the rocks, and then he even noticed that the rain seemed to be a little lighter. The sound of rain hitting the bamboo umbrella came to my ears again. People haven't left yet. That boy is still here. Kamakura suddenly raised his head and looked into the air. I saw a dark figure in the sky. That figure was floating holding a bamboo umbrella, making Kamakura's eyeballs unconsciously tighten. Can that kid fly in the air? Naro Uehara fell down holding the bamboo umbrella, so that he could look into Kamakura's eyes. He tilted his head and asked, "Hey, even if you want to escape, you have to ask my opinion a little bit." Kamakura couldn't help himself in horror. He stared at the boy with a bamboo umbrella in front of him with his eyes wide open. He just whispered and said, "You have already sensed my position." "Yes." Uehara Naruto nodded, and squeezed out a card in his hand, and inserted it into the Uyuki ninja guard on Kamakura's forehead. The card was obviously only a thin one, but it cut open the iron ninja forehead very sharply and slowly inserted it in. Kamakura watched his movements tremblingly. Facing an enemy that could not be inferred by common sense, he dared not move at all. Kamakura could clearly feel that a thin wound had been cut on his forehead, and the blood was dripping from the gap in the forehead. Just when Kamakura thought he was going to be killed, Uehara Nariku stopped and whispered, "Well, go back and remember to tell Sancho Yu Hanzo. He escaped a disaster 12 years ago. This time, he can't escape." Up. Kamakura murmured nonchalantly, why didn't you kill me, you guy, who the is?" "Well." Uehara Nariku thought for a while, raised a finger, and explained seriously, "Maybe. I'm a kind person, right? If more than a month ago, when Uehara Nariku first came to the ninja world, he might indeed be a kind person, but after living in the rain country, a kind person cannot survive in the ninja world, then he can only do an offbeat guy. When a person has seen the broken world with his own eyes, the flower of evil will begin to bloom, and the maliciousness hidden in human nature will drive him into a human indistinguishable from good and evil." Good. Kamakura couldn't help lowering his head, and looked at the corpse of Yunin, who was lying around. "What kind of kindness is this?" Uehara Nariku waved his bamboo umbrella and landed on the ground, step by step towards the rainstorm. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped again, turned his head and smiled lightly, "Rather than kill all of you, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com might as well leave you alone and spread our fear to Sancho Fish Hanzo. The effect will be better, right? You." Kamakura is horrified and undecided. Uehara Nariku waved his hand instead, Go back and tell Sancho Yu Hanzo, the Avengers from 12 years ago, are coming back to demand his life." After finished speaking, the young man holding the bamboo umbrella slowly disappeared from Kamakura's sight, leaving a mess. What happened 12 years ago? Kamakura knelt down in the rain, thinking of an old thing in Yuyan village. 12 years ago, Sanjiao Yu Hanzo once led many of his trusted Yuyan ninjas out to perform missions. The specific mission is unknown. However, apart from Hanzo, the other Yuyan ninjas never returned. Since then, Hanzo has also issued an order to hunt down the Akatsuki organization, but the Yuyan ninjas have never found any trace of the Akatsuki organization. Still nothing. Now, are the members of Akatsuki's organization coming for revenge? The heavy rain is getting bigger and bigger. As soon as Uehara Nariku finished his task, he saw sheets of paper that had been wet by the rain drifting, and gathered into a woman with light blue hair. The temples of the woman were wet by the rain and pressed tightly to her face. On is his teacher. Zionin stretched out his hand to take the bamboo umbrella in Uehara's hand, took him to his side, and let them share a bamboo umbrella to block the rain. "I saw it just now." Zionin looked down at Uehara Nariku, took his shoulders, and softly praised the teenager next to him, "Nara, good job. Where, Miss Xiaonan taught well. Ask for some recommended votes." Chapter 11, Kill One Sancho Fish. The first mission was executed perfectly. Uehara Nariku was extremely arrogant, exactly what Pen wanted. Xiao's revenge is to be fair and honest. He will use the power of it to destroy the rule and will of Sanjiao Hanzo. As the two people who use Sancho Fish Hanzo as their enemies, Nan and Pain, they all know the ninja demigod, cautious and suspicious personality, and they will surely let him gather all his cronies to protect his safety. No matter what you think, Sancho Yu Hanzo would not have thought that after Senjijima and Uchiha Madara in the Warring States period, someone could destroy a shinobu village with their own power. The rain is continuous. Zionin took Uehara Nariku and hid in a cave to avoid the rain. There is a fire in front of them, with 2 grilled fish on it, because they don't know how to cook quickly using fire ninjutsu. Zionin stretched out his hand to stir the grilled fish rack, and then carefully gathered the fire, whispered, "It will take a while to wait." "It's okay, I'm not too hungry." Uehara Nariku didn't care, but just watched her attentively, and asked in a low voice, "Teacher Zionin, Do you really like grilled fish? The woman fell silent. After a long time, Zionin nodded and said, at the beginning, when Yahiko, Nagato, and I were still practicing under the teacher of Jiraiya, because the war between the country of rain and the country of wind was not over yet, and the food was scarce, we often fill your hunger with grilled fish. Is one of Konoha-san's Jiraiya? Uehara Naraku saw that she was very interested in mentioning the past, and provoked the topic. That's a very famous ninja, I have heard his name. In fact, he has not only heard of his name. Even in his life, Uehara Naraku knew this well. Of course, he was more interested in the famous masterpieces of Jiraiya. It is a pity that most bookstore owners in the shinobi world are more upright and resolutely refuse to sell the book Intimacy in Paradise to a 12-year-old boy. In fact, they are out of stock. However, the bookstore owners don't mind selling another book, The Legend of Strong Perseverance Ninja by the same author Jiraiya. As everyone knows, this is a slow-moving book. Uehara Nairobi bought this book out of curiosity. After reading a few pages, Uehara Naraku realized that this book was actually a chicken soup in the ninja world. His original intention was to soothe those who have experienced the pain of war. Unfortunately, ninjas don't like chicken soup for the soul. Compared to truly Perseverance Ninja biography, Intimate Paradise with Some Colors is more popular with ninjas who lick blood on the tip of a knife. A generation of great writers has embarked on the road of no return to the Intimate series. Of course, Jiraiya's name is better than the Intimacy series, one of Konoha-sunan, the Toad Immortal from Miyamu Mountain, the disciple of the third generation of Hokage, the teacher of the fourth generation of Hokage, etc. The white-haired old man has too much influence on the ninja world. Teacher Jiraiya is indeed very famous. Xiao Nan took off a grilled fish, handed it to Uehara Nariko, and whispered, he is not as arrogant and cruel as Ashimaru. It is precisely after hearing his deeds that we went to look for his traces and became his disciples. And after. Later. Xiao Nan frowned, recalling the past bit by bit, and whispered, later, we spent 3 years together, until teacher Jalel left, every day had fun. It seems that teacher Zionin missed those days very much. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he lowered his head and took a bite of the grilled fish. Zionin's face was very serious and said, because that is indeed worthy of nostalgia. If possible, Xiao Nan would rather Nagato not have such a powerful force as it is now, rather than the appearance of Xiao organization, and hope to continue to live those ordinary days. If I have a chance, I would also like to meet the Jiraiya-sama. Uehara Naraku chuckled lightly and added, I hope he will not be as bad as the Osamu in the organization. That white-haired hero is worth seeing. And in his side missions, there are a lot of Jiraiya. Although it is difficult to find a trace of Jiraiya now, Jiraiya will also appear in the village of Konoha during the Konoha Union Chunin exam in a few years. As long as you go to Konoha, you will be able to accomplish many tasks. Well, stay away from Ashimaru in the future, he is not a good person. Zionin patted Uehara on the shoulder, looked directly into his eyes, and told him seriously, except for me and Pain, no one else can be trusted. Uehara Naraku blinked, spit out a few words in his heart, looked at Xiao Nan and nodded and said, well, I see, teacher. Okay, after eating, rest early. Zionin rubbed his hair and whispered, tomorrow we have to attack another stronghold. Maybe we will meet a few tricky guys. Uehara Nariko was slightly surprised, what could be tricky about the combat power level of these Yuyan ninjas he encountered? Even if there are a few Shangren, can they beat Zionin? Uehara still thinks too one-sidedly. Yuyan village has always been among the top among the many small ninja villages in the ninja world, second only to the 5 big countries, and even dared to declare war on the surrounding big countries when it was the strongest. Yu reading www. Although yuyuganshu.com was still rubbed back and forth on the ground in the end, its strength should not be underestimated. The second Uyan stronghold to be attacked by Minami and Uehara Naraku is on a deep mountain and ridge. The terrain is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there are many ninjas, and their alertness is higher than ordinary ninja strongholds. When Naraku, Uehara and Konan climbed the mountain, they looked at the barren mountain with all their faces. "Teacher, are they building a ninja stronghold here? Is there any use? Because a Sancho fish is raised here." Xionan raised her finger, and a paper butterfly fell on her fingertips, turned into a white paper, and integrated into her body. "Sanjiao fish." Uehara Naraku raised his head in surprise, and scanned the unremarkable barren mountain. "Isn't that the psychic beast of Yuyan leader Hanzo?" As a ninja beast lurking in the deep mountains of the country of rain, the Sancho fish has become a nightmare on the battlefield with its powerful physique and poisonous body. Sanchoyu is a kind of ninja that does not belong to the three holy places in the ninja world, but can compete with it in strength. Many ninjas died because of the poison of Sanchoyu. Konoha Sunin was also suppressed by it and Hanzo. "That's right." Xionan nodded, took out a scroll, and whispered, "Sancho fish is very poisonous." During the Second Ninja World War, if a ninja did not have a gas mask, he would not be able to survive on the battlefield. Seal technique, solution. After finished speaking, Xiaonan took out two ugly-looking gas masks from the seal scroll, and handed them to Uehara Naraku. "Put it on, neither of us are medical ninjas. We must ensure that we will not get hurt." "It is good." Uehara Naraku took it with a weird face. Chapter 12, One Enemy with a Title. After Uehara Naraku and Konan entered the deep mountains, only with the naked eye they could see purple poisonous gas wandering in some areas, and withered bushes were everywhere. Those areas have been contaminated by the poisonous gas emitted from the Sancho fish unconsciously. This place is so poisonous, it's no wonder that no one sets foot on it. Xionan frowned, and said in a low voice, "The Sancho fish has a poison sac growing in its body. Once it leaks the toxins in it, if it is accidentally inhaled into the body, it will almost immediately die of poisoning." "Well." Uehara Naruto nodded. "Sancho fish is very toxic. Even Hanzo, which is the most resistant to the poison, may be poisoned. It is said that no one except Konoha Tsunade and Cho of Sagakura village can quickly detoxify Sancho fish. Let's talk about our plan first." Xiaonan observed the surrounding terrain and began to tell about her tactics. "I will first detect the location of the Sancho fish, attract its attention, and take it to a distance to kill. You are responsible for delaying the action of the stronghold ninja, or kill them directly. Understand?" Kamikaze nodded. "There are no shortcomings in this plan. The only trouble with this mission is the venom sac of the Sancho fish. If it causes a poisonous sac before dying, it will cause both ninjas to withdraw from the battlefield. Because the ninja is in battle, the shielding of the gas mask is very unfavorable for observing the battle or finding the trail of the opponent. And the mask itself is relatively fragile, it is easy to be easily destroyed by the enemy in the life and death of the ninja. Because of the perspective problem, an upper ninja did not observe a shuriken of the lower ninja, and if his gas mask was cut as a result, he would be killed by the lower ninja." Before Xionan took the lead, he turned around and whispered to the young man, "Naraku, everything is with me. There will be no problems with the mission. Remember, you must protect yourself." "Yes." Uehara Naraku nodded seriously, perhaps because he was the child of the first generation of Akatsuki members and received more love from Xionan. The battle plan or something, it went very smoothly. Xionan quickly found the hiding place of the Sancho fish along the toxin-spreading area, buried several detonating symbols on the ground, and quickly detonated it. Boom! The mountain shook a few times. A huge Sancho fish jumped out from the ground, its brown body was covered with lumps, and it looked a little ugly and dumb. But its movements are not at all silly. Faced with Xiaonan's attack, this Sancho fish opened its huge mouth and violently ejected a purple poisonous mist, forcing Xiaonan to spread out the paper wings behind it and escape the poisonous mist. It was just as loud as the movement just now. The Yuyan ninjas stationed here quickly reacted and rushed out of their stronghold fully armed. At least 20 Yuyan ninjas have come out. These Yuyan ninjas were standing densely on a tall rock. They soon found the enemy who was attacking. It was a ninja wearing a red cloud and black robe, attracting Sancho Fish to leave this area. Someone is attacking Hanzo-sama's psychic beast. No, he wants to lead away Sancho Fish. Quickly, stop him. Yuyan ninjas rushed down quickly, trying to chase Xionin and Sanjiao, but a few cards blocked their way. First, 3 cards shot through the bodies of the 3 Yujin, and the last card fell on the ground and burst apart, forcing the other Yuyan ninjas to stop their chase plan. Be careful to hide, there are other enemies. Yuyan ninja headed by waved his subordinates to disperse, and turned around and saw a young man wearing a gas mask. Hey, it turns out to be a kid. Uehara Nariku was still remembering the sound of a ding in his brain. It was the sound of mission completion. Just now, he killed 3 Yunin and should have completed the advanced mission. Advanced Task 2, kill 10 official ninjas, 10 tenths, reward 500 life energy, reward 500 chakra energy, reward 500 gold coins. This reward is a bit rich. Uehara Nairobi frowned. In the previous month, he killed many wandering ninjas who caused harm. After completing the advanced task 1, the system only rewarded 100 life energy and chakra energy. Now, he has completed the advanced task 2, but the system generously rewarded 500 points of life energy and chakra energy, and even an extra 500 gold coins. If his guess is correct, the value of 100 points of life energy and chakra energy should correspond to the promotion of ordinary ninja students to become the lower ninja. The value of 500 points of life energy and chakra energy should correspond to the promotion of the lower ninja to the middle ninja. That is to say, as long as he completes advanced tasks, such as killing 10 official ninjas, even if he does not complete those weird tasks, the system will make him 100% numerically promoted to become ninjas. It's just that after the completion of advanced task 2, there is an extra reward of 500 gold coins, which should be considered an extra reward. It is estimated that I want him to buy some upgraded equipment in the mall, and I don't want him to lose sight of everyone. Now his data is finally a bit interesting. Life energy, 1201. Chakra energy, 1850. Life recovery, 2/SEC. Chakra recovery, 1.5/SEC. The number of gold coins has also increased a lot. After defeating Uchiha Itachi, he got 100 gold coins. He became Xionin's disciple and 100 more gold coins. UU reading www.yunsha.com plus today got 500 gold coins. Remaining gold coins, 2070. It is a pity that these gold coins can only buy some useless junk equipment in the mall. Uehara Nariku is still going to save money honestly, because he wants to buy a powerful equipment that can increase life energy, called Fanatic Armor. Uehara Nariku hid in the mask and licked his lips. Now that his life energy has been greatly enhanced, his strength, speed, and physical strength should be able to meet the standard of ordinary shinobi. Although it is said, it may only be the minimum forbearance. For example, in the village of Konoha, there is a Konoha girl named Yurihong, who is listed as the lowest standard of the ninja by these two-dimensional fans. The boy's gaze moved a little bit and stopped on the group of Yuyan ninjas who dismissed him. There were more than a dozen Yuyan ninjas left, among whom there were at least 4 or 5 Zongnin captains, and possibly more. Advanced Task 3, kill 10 official Zongnin, 2/10, the reward is unknown. Uehara Nariku's advanced mission 3 was to kill 10 ninjas. Within a month of passing through, he once destroyed a Yuyan squad and killed a ninja captain. He destroyed the stronghold a few days ago. During the mission, another Zongnin captain was killed. Hey, that kid, if you are willing to behave well, tell me where that guy in black clothes has gone, and why you attacked the Sanjiao fish. Maybe we will give you a happy one, or save you. The headed Yuyan ninja looked at the young man who was standing still, and continued contemptuously, "If you dare to resist, when we catch you, I will show you the cruelty of Yuyan's thorn." Chapter 13, You Are Seeking Your Own Death. The Thorn of Rain Hidden. Sounds like an amazing guy at first, but the name of Shinokai is actually not very valuable. At least Uehara Naraku knew that there is a shinobu in the sand-hidden village, and he also gave himself the name of the Red Sand and the Wind of Daimaru. The strength is not very good, and the title is quite bluff. The headed Yuyan ninja in front of him is really not purely bluffing. He is the official Shangnin of Yuyan village, and his name is Hattori Hirakawa. Hattori Hirakawa felt that he had a bit of strength and his personality was also a bit second, so he put himself in the name of the Thorn of Rain. Uehara Naraku raised his head to look at Hattori Hirakawa, and muffled his voice in the gas mask, "Is Yuyan's Thorn, seems to be a powerful character. Hey, just know it." Hattori Hirakawa is still a little complacent. Uehara Naraku helped her gas mask, and said seriously, "Okay, I won't tease you, I was joking just now, because of the name Yuyan's Thorn, it sounds like a waste. Asshole." Hearing that kid's disdain for him, the complacency on Captain Yunan's face faded instantly, he drew out his ninja sword suddenly, and flew towards Uehara Naraku. At the same time, he did not greet his subordinates, "Hey, I will solve this kid, you go and hunt down the enemy who led away the Sancho fish." "Yes, the service captain." A group of Yuyan ninjas stepped on their toes, and turned around to chase after Xionan and Sanjiao Yu. Lei Dunwan Lei Tien Prison. Uehara Naraku signed a handprint symbolically, stretched out his palm to the sky, and thunderclouds accumulated on his head. As Uehara Naraku released the chakra in his body to strengthen his ninjutsu, a circle of lightning radiated rapidly from his body, and the area of thundercloud storms became larger and larger. After that thundercloud storm covered the Yuyan ninja, a thunder and lightning suddenly fell from the sky and struck Hattori Hirakawa. Hattori Hirakawa instantly separated a water body, instead of blocking the blow for himself, he said with lingering fear, "That kid, did he release such a powerful thunder ninjutsu with only one handprint?" If it were not for him to separate a body, he even felt that he could not avoid the lightning strike, even if the lightning seemed extremely small, but out of awe of the natural thunder, he would not dare to try it. But this is just the beginning. As the thundercloud storm completely covered this area, waves of thunder and lightning fell from time to time, and each Yuran could not judge whether he was being attacked or not. Some people can only use avatars to avoid thunder and lightning, some hide in bunker to guide thunder and lightning attacks, but no one can be sure when this ninjutsu will end. Who will fall on the next lightning? Uehara Naraku was secretly calculating in his heart, the duration of the 10,000 Thunder Sky Prison is 3 seconds, and the lightning strikes every 0.5 seconds. The minimum is 100 chakras. Now using 1000 chakras, the range is increased tenfold and lasts. Time has increased tenfold, and within half a minute, 60 thunder and lightning will fall on everyone's head. It doesn't even take half a minute at all. After a while, the first ninja who could not hold it appeared, and a lightning bolt fell every 0.5 seconds. He was finally unable to resist, and was hit by a lightning bolt from the sky, knocking him to the ground. Maybe it was because that ninja was still alive, and the thunder and lightning continued to shoot down, until he was completely turned into a coke. Then, the second, the third, the fourth. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen Yunan soon had half the casualties. The interval between lightning strikes is about 0.5 seconds. Hattori Hirakawa tried his best to avoid the lightning attack, while shouting loudly, "Hurry up, everyone will come together, cover me and use soil ninjutsu defense." His idea is correct. No matter which ninja it is, 0.5 seconds is not enough to complete a juju, and even 1 second cannot make the fingerprint of defensive ninjutsu. If everyone gathers together, as long as someone can use the water wall to help everyone block the next attack, then they can use defensive ninjutsu in rotation. The 3 Yurin who knowingly must die have chosen to sacrifice themselves, and one by one helped Hattori Hirakawa block the lightning, giving him time to complete the seal. Earth escape, no dungeon hall. Hattori Hirakawa shouted loudly, and rocks flew in his direction quickly, surrounding him and the remaining subordinates, forming a safe house made of rocks. Originally this ninjutsu trick was used to imprison the enemy, but now it can only be used to protect himself and his teammates. 4 or 5 lightnings fall. Sparks are splashing on the rock house. Rocks were chopped into pieces by lightning. Hattori Hirakawa hurriedly released his chakras, regaining the thickness of the rock house, and his subordinates also swarmed in and entered the chakras of soil properties on the rock house. However, this does not allow them to hold on for too much time. With the intensity of the lightning, even if they have a lot of chakras left, it is impossible to rely on the thickness of this stone house to block the lightning attack. Will be breached sooner or later. Hattori Hirakawa turned his head and glanced at his subordinates sadly. There were 4 complete ninja squads, but now there are only 5 of them. Serving the captain! Serving the captain! A pair of trusting eyes looked at Hattori Hirakawa. One of you reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Yuren said in a low voice, "Servant Commander, let's cover your escape." "You can't escape." The man named Yuyen's Thorn shook his head and explained in a deep voice, "I observed just now that every lightning bolt comes from the thunderclouds in the sky. If you want to survive this ninjutsu, there are only 2 ways. The first method is naturally to try all means to escape the coverage of the thundercloud storm. The distance is at least several hundred meters, which is very difficult. The second way is to rush up to kill the boy who released ninjutsu with all his strength. They are only tens of meters away from the boy. Yuyin ninjas have no time to waste." Hattori Hirakawa quickly formulated his own strategy, and quickly said, "Let's rush out and kill that kid." As soon as his voice fell, the entire safe house was completely destroyed by lightning. 5 Yuyin ninjas quickly rushed towards Uehara Naraku. Each ninja also threw large and small stones continuously, and used their stand-in techniques to resist the attack of thunder and lightning, while shortening the distance with the enemy. "Hey!" Uehara Naraku looked at the Yuyin ninja who charged in amazement, "So angry, did you want to kill him? Is really sad." As long as they hold on for another second, the skills of Wanlei Tian prison will end. If they scattered and flee, there is a high chance that they will be able to escape. However, they made the wrong choice. The thundercloud storm in the sky gradually dissipated, and Naruto Uehara used a chakra to condense a small ball of magic puppets. The expression on his face was hidden in the mask, and the urn sounded angrily and said, "You are seeking your own death." Chapter 14, I want to hear men's stories. Earth escape Earth dynamic core. A Yunin quickly closed his hands to seal the seal, slapped his palms on the ground, and a chakra swam from the ground in the direction of Uehara Naraku. This is a ninjutsu that can change the terrain. Okay. Uehara Naraku didn't react, she felt her feet sink, and her whole body stumbled and fell into a big square pit. It's just that the big pit created by Yurin's geodynamic nuclear technique is a bit narrow, and Uehara Naraku can even reach the 2 rock walls by just reaching out. The rain ninjutsu next to saw that the ninjutsu of their companions worked, almost seamlessly, and at the same time, Yujin released the ninjutsu, Shui Dun Shui Rongbo. 3 waves of water spouted from their mouths, and quickly merged into a long river, spewing towards the square pit where Uehara Naraku fell. Uehara Naruto stepped on the bottom of the pit and stood in the air with the help of the dance technique. After easily avoiding the water waves on the ground, he applauded gently, "Your cooperation is so good, it's almost possible for me. Buried by you." His applause is undoubtedly a humiliation to Yuren. Hattori Hirakawa, headed by, didn't care at all, but Guzai tied his handprints, and he was forcing his own handprints to be faster. "Hurry up!" Because the ninjutsu he releases now requires a lot of handprints, and it may even be the technique that requires the most seals in the ninjutsu world. He wants to use the technique of water escape and water dragon bomb. After all, his companions have created such a favorable environment for water escape ninjutsu, of course they must use this powerful water escape ninjutsu. Hattori Hirakawa kinda wanted to greet the second generation of Hokage in Konoha village. Why did it require 44 Madara to invent such a complicated water run ninjutsu? Uehara Naraku stood in the air and scanned the people on the ground. His gaze slowly stopped on Hattori Hirakawa, who was crazy Kiin. Hey, when you release a ninjutsu, you will have such a Madara. Are you still a serious ninja? Yunin people are full of question marks. Hattori Hirakawa ignored Uehara's provocation, but continued to bow his head with the water dragon bullet technique handprints. Wait 6 seconds, and then form 18 handprints. He could complete this technique. Uehara Naruto frowned, looking at the ninja who was dedicated to Yukiin, and through the chakra puppet he had just condensed with his hand. Command. Shockwave. So many handprints, wouldn't it be those weird forbidden techniques? Just to be safe, just interrupt him. The small chakra magic doll fell under the feet of a group of Yunin, and suddenly began to rotate, and the space around them was even distorted. A group of Yunin were pulled together by the distorted space, and bumped into each other crazily. Everyone felt dizzy in their brains. Uyin, who was interrupted by the not printing, slammed Konoha's second generation Naruto in his heart. Why couldn't the not printing method be improved when that guy invented ninjutsu? 44 handprints, even if he can make 3 handprints in 1 second, it takes about 15 seconds. Uehara Naruto stepped on Hattori Hirakawa's body, snatched the shinobi from him, stuck a knife beside him, and whispered, "Come and make a bet with me." Bah! Hattori Hirakawa opened his mouth to spit out blood. Uehara Naruto avoided the blood foam and couldn't help but chuckled at him. This world is bad enough. You are so irritable, can you survive? Hattori Hirakawa gritted his teeth for a while, then suddenly said, "You little devil, you are not at all your age." Uehara Nana spread out and said helplessly, "It's not because you guys have done too much evil in the country of rain, forcing me to become precocious." Hattori Hirakawa stunned for a while, and said in a deep voice, "Everything we do now is to make Yuyin village and the kingdom of rain even greater. The pain of a few people is just a price that must be paid. Well, I am not interested in your dreams." Uehara Naruto pointed at the 4 Yunin next to him. "Let us talk about the things that are right in front of you. Which of you are Zongnin?" The 4 Yunin glanced at each other. Uehara Naruto had already distinguished it instantly based on their gazes, and the 2 ninjas who received the most attention must be Captain Zongnin. Uehara's fingers suddenly rushed out of 2 cards, and suddenly shot 2 of them in the chest, and blood flowed from their hearts. When Hattori Hirakawa, who was stepped on by him, saw this scene, only a wave of weakness and hatred rose in his heart, and he immediately shouted, "Asshole! I must kill you!" There are only 4 ninja squads under his men, of which 3 are the standard ninja captain and ninja team, and the other is 3 ninja directly under his own. Just now Uehara Naruto killed 2 subordinates directly under him. They have been accompanying him in battles for more than 10 years. They are teammates who can rely on life and death. Don't be too anxious to die. Uehara Na stepped down and pressed Hattori Hirakawa with force, pointed at the remaining 2 Yunin, and asked, "In the future, there will be more companions who will go to the underworld to accompany them. We are going to talk about the rest. 2 ninja, hey, do you want to gamble with me?" "What gambling?" Hattori Hirakawa's face was cold. Uehara Naruto seemed quite interested, and said softly, "Now you tell a story that makes me happy, I will let you go, how about it?" This bet sounds strange. You reading www.yukansha.com. What does it mean to tell him a joke that makes him happy? What is his happiness standard? Hattori Hirakawa's mind was a bit unable to turn his head for a while. His idea was not to resist, but what kind of stories this teenager likes to listen to. Hattori Hirakawa was silent for a while, and looked at Uehara inexplicably. I did have a lot of things, but, at least you have to tell me, what kind of story do you like? If I tell you, this bet will be meaningless, so I pray that the story you tell will make me happy, so that the two ninja and yourself can be saved. Uehara Naraku squatted down slightly while talking, and his voice gradually became cold and oozing. If your story can't satisfy me, then pray that your death will be normal. Hattori Hirakawa's face was extremely ugly, but he glanced at the two tremblingly, lowered his head and said solemnly, "Will you really keep your promise and not humiliate me?" "Of course not." Uehara Nairobi nodded, and suddenly said, "By the way, you are not Zongren? If it is Zongren, we don't need to go through the process, I will send you directly to the underworld." Hattori Hirakawa was not sure about Uehara Naraku's emotions, and quickly said, "No, I'm Shangnan in the village." "Oh, then save your life first." Uehara Naraku is very satisfied that Hattori Hirakawa is a shinobu, and clapped his hands. "Then, let's ask Mr. Shinobu to tell me some romantic stories about men." Hattori Hirakawa nodded numbly, his brain whirled. Why did they encounter such a neurosis? Chapter 15, The Book Confiscated by Zionin. Hattori Hirakawa is still thinking. Because Uehara Naraku only gave him one chance, but there is also a hint that this 12-year-old boy wants to hear some romantic stories about men. However, there are many categories of romantic stories about men. As a ninja born to death, Hattori Hirakawa's favorite story is of course the story in Intimacy Paradise. Is that the story inside is not suitable for children? Hattori Hirakawa pressed his brow firmly. Maybe at this kid's age, he probably still doesn't understand the beauty of In Love in Heaven? Would you like to ask tentatively? After thinking about it for a long time, he looked at the young man who seemed to be getting a little impatient, and asked first, "Well, have you heard of Intimate Paradise?" Uehara Naraku's impatient expression disappeared, and he slowly raised his head, his eyes full of curiosity, incomprehension, and desire. Even through the gas mask, Hattori Hirakawa could see the curiosity in his eyes. I don't know why, he actually felt that he and the two Shinnins would survive. "Give me the book, let me go." Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm. Actually, he is really not particularly curious about what is written in Intimate Paradise, mainly because there are several side missions related to the Intimate Paradise series. There are many side tasks in books. It's just that the rewards for these side missions are unknown. When Naraku Uehara just crossed over, he bought the unsaleable book Truthful Perseverance Ninja Biography. After reading it, he was rewarded with 100 chakras. Perhaps this also proves that there are actually a lot of people who like to read in the second dimension, so there is such a side task in the system. Hattori Hirakawa gritted his teeth, took out an orange book from his ninja bag, and handed it to Uehara Naraku. "The Intimate Paradise is very popular in Uyin village, and I have been in line for a long time. I bought this one." "Okay." Uehara Naraku reached out and took the treasure. When Uehara took over the Intimate Paradise, the system in his brain made a bang. I didn't expect it to be a side task just by getting a book. Side quest, get a copy of Intimacy in Paradise and reward 100 gold coins. There is still such a simple task, which also shows that someone really wants such a simple wish. This book, is that interesting? Uehara Naruto unconsciously opened the title page of the book, and after a few casual glances, he whispered, "Well, this book is a bit interesting." Hattori Hirakawa clutched his chest and stood up slowly. "So, can we leave now?" "Whatever." Uehara Naraku stopped flipping through the books in her hand and looked up at Hattori Hirakawa leaving with the two shimonin. Suddenly he stopped him and said with a smile, "Wait, after you return to Uyin village, don't forget tell Sanchoyu Hanzo that we killed Sanchoyu today, and it will be his turn soon." Hearing that the kid insulted his leader, Hattori Hirakawa just gritted his teeth and didn't look back, but led the two subordinates away. There was no communication between the three ninjas who escaped by chance. Some messy words came down the wind and were also heard by Uehara Naraku. Serving the captain, that guy seems to be very young, he already has such a strong strength. Well, he is only 12 or 13 years old depending on his size. But have you started watching Intimate Paradise at such a young age? This kid will definitely be abandoned in the future, right? Uehara Nara was too lazy to pay attention. He left the lives of these two Shimano and Hattori Hirakawa, but he followed his own mood. Anyway, they did not dare to disturb the battle between Zionin and Sanjiao. Sent away the group of Yunin, Uehara Naraku reviewed the harvest this time. The advanced task 2 has been completed, and the advanced task 3 also has only 2 ninjas left to complete the task. In addition to this, there is also a precious Intimate Paradise. Based on the principle of not wasting resources, Uehara Naraku began to search the system panel for tasks related to Intimacy Paradise, and Uehara soon found a few simpler ones. Side mission: collect 2 volumes of Intimacy in Paradise with unknown rewards. Side quest: read the full text of Intimate Paradise, the reward is unknown. Side task: read Intimacy in Paradise emotionally, with unknown rewards. When Uehara Naraku saw the second side mission, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. How come there are missions with such a high level of shame? But such a simple task is not impossible to do, but a suitable place must be selected, and it must be in a quiet place. A light breeze blows. Uehara Naraku feels his hands are empty. When the boy looked up again, he only saw sheets of origami overlapped, forming Xiaonan's appearance. It was very easy for Xiaonan to kill a Sancho fish ninja without the master's command. Zionin was holding the Intimate Paradise in his hands, frowning tightly, and his expression ugly. Uehara Naraku hurriedly asked to explain, "Konan-sensei." No need to explain. When Xiaonan came back, she saw the cover of Intimate Paradise at first glance, which made her feel a little familiar. She seemed to have seen it in an advertisement at the entrance of a bookstore. It was a very popular book. Of course, she has also heard of the masterpiece of the teacher. Out of curiosity, Xiaonan also secretly lined up to buy a copy. Naturally, he was disappointed with the content, and even thought that someone had borrowed the name of Jiraiya. After all, Gillette has been a single dog for so many years, how could he write a normal love story? It turned out that it was really written by Jiraiya, and the contents are more exciting than love stories. Because she knew this was not a serious book, she snatched it from Uehara Naraku just now. This kind of book is not something you should read at your age. The light blue hair covers the woman's profile. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. She lowered her head to look at Uehara Naraku, and continued earnestly, "No, you can never read this kind of book." Uehara Naraku watched Zionin's Intimate Paradise turned into countless scattered papers flying, as if seeing countless gold coins leaving him. Zionin stretched out his palm and took off Uehara's gas mask, looked at the boy's immature face, and asked softly, "Nara, where did you get the book? This teacher is a bit too strict." Uehara Naraku took a deep breath and quibbled, "I let a few people away just now, and they gave me this book. I wanted to give it to you. Mr. Nan should really want my teacher. Works, I heard them say it's not easy to buy." "I know." Xiaonan sighed, and rubbed his hair with his palm. "If someone gives you this book in the future, just kill him, remember it." "Yes." Uehara Naraku agreed with a tender face. Obviously speaking so softly, but he said things. "And I thought it was a side mission of the In Love in Paradise series. They were all very simple missions. Now that I think about it, this mission is really not that easy to complete. The Intimate Paradise series of books has always been very popular. It is estimated that he will not be able to buy it until those publishers find Jiraiya and until he agrees to the large-scale printing of Intimate Paradise." "All right." Xiaonan skipped the incident with satisfaction and brought up their mission. now Sancho Fish Hanzo should have known our revenge. Let's go back to the base and hide for a while to avoid him setting up traps, and the organization is also out of it. I need to deal with a few things. Chapter 16, Akatsuki Organization Meeting. Revenge requires a sense of rhythm. Zionin knows that the Sancho Fish Hanzo has always been scheming and vicious in mind. It is very likely that he will set traps at other ninja outposts. Although any trap is nothing more than a local chicken for Xiaonan, but their purpose is to make Sanjiao Hanzo gather all the cronies to return to Yuyan village to protect his safety, and not let him be afraid of the strength of the enemy. Run away quietly. In the next time, Xiaonan decided to return to Akatsuki's base to take care of some nostalgia, and then continue to selectively attack Yunnan stronghold. There is a Yuyan village in the district, and it can be solved with heart. The Xia organization is different, it is about their future and dreams. There are often messy problems within the organization. The problems they faced this time were particularly troublesome. During the period when Xiaonan left the base, the three teams of the Xia organization had problems and lost 3 members. First of all, another partner died in the battle. During the execution of the mission, the poor teammate was killed by Jiaodu and the enemy along with the fire, and his body was taken to the gold exchange and replaced with a box of money. This incident is not very surprising. Akatsuki's members have become accustomed to the operation of Jiaodu, but for the sake of money, everyone can't say much. But Uchiha Itaki, a newcomer in the organization, his partner, Loquat Jozo, died in battle and died in his hometown, Wuyan village. According to Uchiha Itaki's report, when their team was on a mission in the Wuyan village, they encountered 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura and his followers. As one of the 7 ninja men who defected from Wuyan village, Loquat Jozo knew what would happen if he fell into the hands of Shui Ying and the ninja troop. Even if they desperately escaped, they were still surrounded by Yakura. Yakura is not only the 4th generation of Mizukage, but also the 3-tailed character. During the battle, Yakura entered a half-tailed animalized state. Loquat Jozo used a decapitating knife to take the tail beast Jade abruptly and saved Uchiha Itaki, but Jozo himself was not so lucky and was broken. The decapitation knife pierced the chest and abdomen. These are just trivial things. For pain, the death of a member in a mission can only show that he is not strong enough. The last thing is absolutely unbearable. Ashimaru attacked the returning Uchiha Itaki, and was defeated by Uchiha Itaki with the illusion. Perhaps the snake defected directly because of fear of being liquidated. When Zionin brought Naruto Uehara back to the base, the remaining members of Akatsuki's organization were discussing the pursuit of Oshimaru and the recruitment of manpower. Xiaonan, you are back. Pain glanced at Zionin and the teenager next to her, and said softly, we are discussing the issue of replenishing manpower in the organization, and we have definitely found 2 suitable manpower, as the partners of Jiaodu and Uchiha Itaki, just need someone. Go win them. Understand? Xiaonan frowned and nodded. The first one was Athulhu from Tangren village. His name was Feijuan. It is said that he possesses an immortal body and allows him and Koto to act together. After Pen finished talking about the information of the first person, he turned to look at Xiaonan. Xiaonan, you take Uchiha Itaki and Koto to win the flying section. Yes. Absolutely, tell me about the next person's information. The second person, his name is Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark. After mentioning the information of the first person, he turned his head to look at the mysterious masked man, and continued with a hoarse voice, he is a member of the Dry Persimmon clan in the Water Country. He is known as the Ghost of Fog, and he is the same as the Loquat Shizo. Is also one of the 7 shinobi of Wuyan village. Hey, I found the ghost shark. The mysterious masked man suddenly interrupted, waving his hands, and volunteering to speak, just let me recruit him to join the organization, so he can be a partner for Itaki. Pen pondered for a while, then raised his head and looked at the masked man questioningly, I remember hearing this name, isn't Dried Persimmon Gyu now a traitor? You can lure him to defect at any time. The mysterious masked man waved his hands happily. The mission of the dried persimmon ghost in Wuyan village has always been to slaughter his companions. He must have wanted to defect long ago. Pain nodded, did not doubt his methods, just assigned tasks to him according to his request. Then you go and solicit the dry persimmon. He, good. The mysterious masked man laughed and agreed, wringing his fingers, a little embarrassed. Well, there may be some trouble with this mission. Can another intern of the organization come with me? Have a fart trouble? Isn't the dried persimmon ghosts yours? Another intern from the Akatsuki organization, Naruto Uehara, has a great alarm in his heart. Why does this sinister and despicable guy want to get him together? Before Uehara Naruto could respond, Zionin first refused him. No. Hey! The masked man waved his hands repeatedly and said, but if I go to perform the task, the manpower is a little short. The Hidden Fog village is a very dangerous place. He is my disciple. Xiaonan frowned and looked at the masked man who was coveting her disciple. His eyes were a bit cold. I don't think he needs to perform tasks with you. If you think Wuyan village is dangerous, I can replace you to win over the dried persimmon ghost shark. The masked man hesitated and said, Senior Xiaonan, he is also a member of the organization, and we are all interns, why can't he go on the task with me? Zionin's face suddenly became impatient. Because she knows that the mysterious masked man is the extremely evil Uchiha Madara, she doesn't want to have any intersection between her disciple and the masked man. Is not just the mysterious masked man, except for her and Pain, Xiaonan does not want anyone from Uehara and Akatsuki to have an intersection. It's just that at this moment, everyone's gazes came over, looking at Xiaonan in surprise, with a strange expression. Although a group of S-rank rebels are not afraid of danger, but Xiaonanming is so eccentric and dangerous to not let her own disciples do it, let them do it. Makes people feel unfair. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Pain glanced at everyone present and made the final decision. Zionin, you and Kakuto and Uchiha Itaki are going to win the Hidana. As for Uehara, let him and Afei go to get in touch with the dried persimmon. Zionin looked at Pain unwillingly, and saw that he shook his head slightly, but bowed his head and agreed, yes. Actually, it doesn't have to be that troublesome. Uehara Naruto raised his eyes to look at everyone present, and whispered, since the predecessor is worried about the danger, why not go to Wuyan village by myself? It's just to draw someone into the organization, not a particularly dangerous task. Hey? Good. The mysterious masked man suddenly clapped and said loudly, in that case, I can make time to help Senior Scorpion find his partner with Ju. Yes. Pain agreed. Red Sand Scorpion had different opinions. A hoarse voice came from the puppet, go, I don't like to find people aimlessly. After finished speaking, the scorpion of the red sand turned his head and looked at Pain, now that Ashimaru has defected, can I kill him now? When Ashimaru was still in the Akatsuki organization, the two of them always quarreled because of ideological issues and financial issues. Now that Ashimaru has defected, the red sand scorpion naturally wanted to take revenge and kill him. Of course can. Pain asked softly, do you have any clues? The red sand scorpion nodded, and said in a gloomy voice, I have planted a spy next to him, and he will be able to find news soon. Then I will leave it to you to investigate the matter of Ashimaru. It's Monday, ask for some recommendation tickets. Chapter 17, 100 Million Detonators. After the meeting, everyone left the base. Zionin looked at Uehara Naruto worriedly, and allowed to blame him, Naruto, I said that Akatsuki's organization is not something you should be involved in. Teacher Zionin. Uehara Naruto's face was a little lonely, and her head dropped. Pain shook his head and softly discouraged, Xiaonan, we must be fair. Uehara is a member of the organization, and there can be no exceptions. But he is still a child. Zionin lowered his head to look at Uehara Naraku, and said, "When we were at this age, we were just following Jiraiya teacher and didn't learn any ninjutsu. Although Naraku's power is not weak, what he wants to go is in the water country that has been closed to the outside world. Lo Kuat Jozo died there. What if there is an accident in Nailulu there?" "No way, teacher." Uehara Naruto calmed her emotions and prevented her from saying any unlucky words. "Okay, there is no need to worry." A small black rod appeared in Pain's palm. He gently broke the black rod and walked in front of Uehara Naraku. "Uehara, have you learned spiritism?" Not yet." The young man's expression was a little embarrassed. He hadn't learned the authentic spirits of ninja world, but his own spirit skills only needed a thought to complete. At present, he only has one psychic contract, Galio the Colossus of Justice, but Galio's psychic requires 3,000 chakras, and his value is far from enough. "I will teach you psychic art now." After Pen finished speaking, he began to demonstrate the Juian gesture of psychic art, while Juian explained, "Psychic art is the simplest space-time ninjutsu. Before Juian needs to use his own blood as a contract to summon contracted thing." After Naroyubara demonstrated the psychic technique of the seal gesture, he nodded and said that after taking it down, he handed over the small black stick in his hand. "If you encounter danger in Wuyan village, use the check carrot's sensor is inserted into his body, and he uses psychic techniques directly, understand?" "Yes." Uehara Naraku nodded with a weird face, because at this moment there was a ding in his brain. Subtask completed, learn the art of psychic, 1/1, the task has been completed, reward psychic contract, Deep Sea Titan Nautilus. Psychic contract, summon the Deep Sea Titan Nautilus, which consumes 2,000 chakra points. Uehara Naraku felt that the psychic contract of the system was a big pit. Whether it was the Justice Colossus or the Deep Sea Titan, his chakras were not enough, and he could only find ways to complete advanced tasks, or pool money to buy some upgrade chakra equipment. Fortunately, he can channel other things. Naro Uehara took over the chakra sensor in Pen's hands. This chakra sensor exists on everyone in 6 Pen's bodies, and Nagato hidden behind Pen uses these sensors to input the chakra sensor to Pen Carrot and manipulate their actions. In addition to these functions, there is another use that is channeling. And Xiaonan next to them is an example, because the small lip studs under Xiaonan's mouth are also chakra sensors, so she can be channeled by the animal Dao Pen or she can be psyched out of the 6 Pen. Because of the existence of the chakra sensor, in addition to being powerful, the 6 Paths Pen is actually a kind of psychic equivalent to the ninja beast. Uehara Naraku has always had this kind of speculation in his heart. Now that he sees Pain handing him the black stick, she understands everything. This chakra sensor can help him psychic out of pain, no matter which one it is, it can save him life. Pain is not as gentle as Xiaonan, and has always been not very good to him. Who would have thought that this guy was still arrogant? Uehara Naraku sighed secretly, looked at the 2 people present, and asked seductively, "Ms. Zionin, Yahiko-sama, do you have any feelings?" The masked intern senior is a bit strange. In order to maintain Akatsuki's legacy, Uehara Naraku could only continue to call Pen as Yahiko. On the contrary, Zionin generally referred to Pen as Nagato. Pain nodded, glanced at Xiaonan, and explained aloud, "His identity is originally a little different from others. Just like Xiaonan, I suspected that he would be against you, so wait for you to go to water when I was in China, I would warn him not to let him do unnecessary things." Uehara Naraku has a subtle expression. "It has been 12 years since Yahiko died in battle, why are you still so naive? You are 27 years old this year. If the mysterious masked man wants to do something unfavorable to him, he doesn't actually need to do it himself. He can achieve his goal by manipulating the 4 generations of Shuiying and the dried persimmon ghosts in Wuyan village. This is something that Xiaonan and Pain never thought about. This is also because of the lack of intelligence. Uehara Nero is a little trick that doesn't fear the masked man. Now he has the short-term invincible skill, the moment of the sacred judge, and the flying skill such as dance art. Naturally, he flees if he wants to, and he just leaves. If the mysterious masked man wants to do something behind his back, Uehara Neriku doesn't mind translating what is a surprise to the masked man. However, Xionin immediately gave Uehara Neriku a surprise. She took out a few psychic scrolls from her body and handed them to Uehara's hands. Just as the boy looked at the scroll and looked a little confused, Xiaonan rubbed his hair and explained softly, "There are 100 million detonating symbols inside." Uehara Neriku. Even if he understands Xionin's technique, he is frightened by the concept of 100 million detonators. When will he use this number of detonators? Also, the system ding in the brain kept ringing, which seemed to be a sign of a crash. When Uehara Neriku looked at the system panel in his brain, he only saw a bunch of completed tasks, which made him dumbfounded. Side quest: collect a ninja detonation talisman, 1/1, the task has been completed, and the reward skill, the technique of mutual multiplication detonation talisman. Side mission: collect 100 ninja detonation charms, 100/100, the mission has been completed, reward 100 gold coins. Side mission: collect 10,000 ninja detonation symbols, 10,000/10,000, the mission has been completed, reward 150 gold coins. Side quest: collect 100,000 ninja detonation symbols, 100,000/100,000. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Task has been completed, reward 200 gold coins. Side mission: collect 1 million ninja detonation symbols, 100,000/100,000. The mission has been completed, reward 250 gold coins. Side mission: collect 10 million detonating symbols, 100,000/100,000. The mission has been completed, reward 300 gold coins. Side mission: collect 100 million detonating symbols, 100,000/100,000. The mission has been completed, reward 350 gold coins. In addition to the above rewards, Uehara Neriku took another look. There were 4 or 5 detonating talisman tasks left. The final task was to collect 600 billion detonating talisman. Uehara Neriku couldn't help but glanced at Xiaonan. His teacher's action was too generous. He gave him a few scrolls and let him complete a bunch of tasks. Xiaonan thought he was frightened by the number of detonating charms, reached out to help him put the seal scroll into the ninja bag, and whispered, "I can make detonating charms by myself. 100 million is not a particularly large number. Everything is for your safety. Is important. Is teacher." Uehara Naruto nodded, but in his heart he remembered the multiplication detonation talisman that the system rewarded him. Unfortunately, this is a system skill that cannot be taught to Xionin. But this skill comes from the ninja world. Uehara couldn't help but Xiaojuju appeared. If you have the opportunity, you must go to the Konoha Forbidden Operation Room to help Xionin get the practice method of the mutual multiplication detonation talisman. If the woman with the most detonating amulet in the ninja world, and getting the technique of multiplying detonating amulet, I don't know if the mysterious masked man wants to disadvantage Xiaonan, he can hold it. Chapter 18, Find him a friend. The first richest woman in the ninja world, she is so rich that it makes no sense. Uehara Neriku was carrying 100 million detonating charms and a chakra sensor that summoned Pen, and left Akatsuki's base while Xionin waved goodbye. In addition to him, the other ninjas also have to perform their own tasks. A woman with light blue hair stood at the gate of the base, watching Uehara's figure gradually disappear, and the worry on her face had not faded. The corners next to it and Uchiha Ataka's expressions are a bit subtle. Is the oldest person in Akatsuki's organization. He has the broadest knowledge. Seeing Xiaonan's appearance, he couldn't help but said, "Hey, can the ninja not be in danger for a lifetime?" After Xiaonan glanced at him, he frowned and said, "Nero is different from us. He is only 12 years old this year and he is still a child. When I was 12 years old, I started to perform tasks alone." Tsutomu's face was even more dissatisfied, and he glanced at Uchiha Itachi again. "Hey, kid of the Uchiha clan, you Konoha ninja are also 12 years old for graduation, right?" "Okay." Uchiha Itachi nodded. He graduated from the ninja school at the age of 7. At the age of 11 he had become the captain of the dark section. At the age of 13 he became Konoha's S-rank rebel because of the genocide. Seeing Xiaonan's appearance, Uchiha Itachi decided to say a few words next to him. "Xiaonan, he is only 1 year younger than me, but his strength is very strong. If the first time we met, it was not because of his carelessness. Maybe I will also lose." "Well." Xiaonan's eyebrows calmed down, nodded and said, "Okay, then let's go to Tangren village now." Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes and sighed. Sure enough, no matter what age or personality, as long as you follow their wishes, you can achieve what you want. Xiaonan took Kakuto and Itachi Uchiha and left the base, and went to Yunnan village to find the traces of the flying section. A spatial vortex appeared where they were standing. The figure of the mysterious masked man emerged from the space vortex and said to the empty air, "Hey Ju, I will go to see the intern in the organization. How on earth do you want to attract the ghost to join the organization?" His voice is no longer the ridiculous laughter of Akatsuki's organization meeting, but a bit heavy, and there is a gloomy and majestic voice in his voice. A pitcher plant was drilled on the ground, and a half-length white, half-length black monster appeared on the ground, and said with a hoarse voice, "Take the soil, don't pay attention to a kid so much. His presence will not hinder us. The plan is to become a thug collecting tail beasts in the future. That kid named Uehara has no dark past." The mysterious masked man sneered, looked down at Ju on the ground, and continued, "Will he agree with our ideas in the future? Since Pain and Xiaonan have found him, they have been protecting him. This time I don't do anything. There may not be this opportunity." "Hey? What do you want to do to him? If you kill him, Xiaonan and Pain will definitely suspect us, bring dirt, which is not in line with our plan." Shook his head, everything is now proceeding according to their plan. It doesn't want the mysterious mask in front of him to grow out of it. "Don't worry, I won't kill him." The masked man reached out his hand to grasp the patterned mask on his face, and whispered, "I will manipulate Uehara Itachi like I used to manipulate Uehara Naruto into the darkness. You saw it before. He was only 12 years old and easily defeated a Shangnan mixed team. Now he has at least the strength of Shangnan, and may be stronger in the future. He must not be loyal to Nagato. Dedicated." When Xiaonan and Uehara Naruto attacked the Uehara stronghold, Kurozutsu and the masked man also secretly observed Uehara's situation. When they saw that Naraku Uehara used Thunder Dunjutsu to easily defeat the team of more than 20 people, Kurozu was in a good mood. It saw a lot of big scenes. Heiju's hoarse voice was a little puzzled. It looked up at the masked man in surprise. At the age of 12, he has the chakra and power of the supreme ninja level. It seems that there is nothing worth paying attention to, such as Kakashi Heiji from Konoha village. He is different from Kakashi's trash. The masked man interrupted Kurojo with a cold voice, and cursed Konoha's genius ninja who was promoted to shinobu at the age of 12. If nothing else, Uehara Naraku will surely be able to reach the strength of the movie class in the future. Unlike the Akatsuki Kakuto, Uchiha Itachi, and Scorpio, he belongs to the neutral faction of Akatsuki, but with the help of Nagato and Xiaonan. Uehara Naraku's existence may cause the masked man to directly control Akatsuki's organization on the bright side in the future, which is a small hidden danger. But the masked man suddenly realized that if he instigated Uehara Naraku, he would let the kid play a wider range of uses. The masked man can even use Uehara Naraku in reverse, making him a spy between Zionin and Nagato, stealing information about Zionin and Nagato. He can also use Uehara Naraku to influence the actions of Zionin and Nagato. For example, in the future, when the time is right, Nagato can be induced to directly attack the major ninja villages, causing him and the 5 major ninja villages to lose out. It's not easy to change that kid. Kurozu whispered the information he had collected. Uehara Naraku's father, Yu reading at www.yuyuganshu.com, died 12 years ago to protect Zionin. His mother also died of illness a few months ago. Apart from Men and Xiaonan, there is no on him. Breaking the fetters of a ninja and letting the ninja fall into darkness is the quickest way, and they also have some practical experience. The problem is, Uehara Naraku is an orphan. From the current point of view, Uehara Naraku and Zionin have the deepest bond, but if Zionin has an accident, Nagato may give up collecting tail beasts and directly incarnate into the Demon King. If anything goes wrong with Nagato's reincarnation, it's a bit too monotonous to describe the gain more than the loss. Not to mention Kazuki, the mysterious masked man will not allow this to happen, so he intends to guide Uehara through another method, fetters. Such useless things can be cultivated. Heiju looked at the masked man, feeling that he had heard something extraordinary. Take the dirt, do you want to arrange a friend for that kid? It is easy to destroy a bond, but it is much more difficult to cultivate. Hey, there is always a way. The mysterious masked man grasped his palm and whispered, help me prepare a baiju, I will prepare a suitable identity for it. Heiju nodded helplessly, all right, you are happy. Anyway, this is not an important thing. Success is good for them, but it doesn't matter if it fails. Uehara Naraku didn't know that someone wanted to arrange a friend for him. He got into another trouble. Since he had never left the country of rain in the past, he was not familiar with the geography of Ninja World. And his task is to go to the country of water to solicit dried persimmon ghosts. Not only to go abroad, but also to see. Chapter 19, Baiju's Disguise. In front of the bookstore. Uehara Naraku looked down at the map of ninja that he had just bought in his hand, and couldn't help but vomit. Boss, your map is very abstract. Ahahaha. The bookstore owner scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly, there is no other way. The most detailed map can only be drawn by Daguo Shinobu. This kind of map does not actually delay your trip. All the lifebloods of the ninja world are actually controlled by ninjas. Except for Ninja Village, who is willing to send ninjas to collect information about the terrain, how could anyone else be willing to pay a high price to make more sophisticated maps? Uehara Naraku glanced at him speechlessly, and tapped his finger on the location of the water country on the map. There is only a circle on the sea in the map. He finally couldn't help saying, but is the area of the water country a bit bigger? Brother is going to the land of water. The bookstore owner's expression became nervous for an instant, and he leaned down and said in Uehara's ear, don't go to that place. I heard that many merchants have gone and never come back. Whoever goes to the water country will definitely be the ninja there killed it. Okay, I see. Uehara Naraku put away the brief map with a single word. The Misty Village in the water country is still in power for the 4th generation of Tsukage Yakura. This is a puppet Tsukage manipulated behind the scenes. He still implements the blood fog policy and isolates the water country from the outside world for a long time, and theoretically refuse any outsider enters the water country. Hidden Village in the Blood Mist, not only will not prohibit ninjas from fighting in the same village, but also encourage ninjas to perform such behaviors from the side. The person behind the scenes who manipulated Yakura seemed to be afraid that the Hidden Mist village would not perish. Through the Blood Mist policy, he depleted the vitality of the Hidden Mist village little by little and tortured all the Hidden Mist ninjas. Treat yourself so harshly, let alone treat outsiders? Uehara Naraku looked at the abstract map in his hand, planning his route to the country of water, and choosing the fastest and safest route. The fastest way at present is to go east from the country of rain to the country of fire, from the country of fire to the country of Poland, and from the country of Poland to the country of water by sea. This route is also very good. Although you may encounter Konoha ninja in the middle, you don't have to worry about being in danger. Except for the 3 generations of Naruto and Metkai, everyone else seems to have nothing to fear. Except for the flag Kakashi. If you can sneak into Konoha with other identities, you can go to Konoha village to complete many messy side tasks. Among the side missions released by the system, Konoha has the most ninja missions, which is not surprising, it is the location of the protagonists of the ninja world. Uehara Naraku considered the most because this route goes straight to the country of Nami. If the country of Wave is now occupied by Cardo, the smuggler must know how to get to the country of Water, and he must have some kind of connection with Wuin village. Uehara can completely control Cardo, use him to enter the Water country, or from Cardo, see if he can get the information of the dried persimmon ghost. The mission of the Xiao Xiao organization is really troublesome, but it takes so many brain cells to recruit dried persimmons to join the organization. The system doesn't even release a fart, it just keeps sending missions. If only there is a Baiju by his side, Baiju is the best at detecting intelligence. This thought only disappeared in the mind of Uehara Naraku. If there is really a Baiju by his side, it means that the mysterious masked man and Heiju must want to disadvantage him, and Uehara must screw off that Beiju's head on the spot. At this moment, someone suddenly reached out and patted Uehara on the shoulder. When Uehara Naraku turned her head, she saw a sweet girl with an exaggerated smile. Seeing Uehara turned her head, the girl blinked her eyes curiously, then opened her mouth and asked, "Hello, do you know what it feels like to poop?" What the devil's question is this? It happened that Naraku Uehara thought of Shiraizu just now. Now that he heard the girl's strange question, he instantly remembered that Uchiha brought the soil to the sealed underground base and met those strange brain circuits Shiraizu. Uehara Naraku's expression suddenly turned cold, and he pinched the girl's neck with one hand, pressed her against the wall, and whispered, "Hey, are you Shiraizu?" The girl stiffened a bit when she heard Uehara's words, her eyes rolled around, and she said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Uehara Nana didn't believe her at all. Because of the system in his mind, there was a bang, reminding that a side mission had been completed. Side quest, see through Baiju's disguise, 1/1, the quest has been completed, and the reward skills are naturally magical. Natural magical charm, can pretend to be all creatures, until it is damaged or uses skills, it will break the disguise, consume 100 chakras, and cool down 2 seconds. Uehara's brows suddenly stretched out. After seeing through Baiju's disguise, he actually got a skill similar to Baiju's magical transformation technique, even more amazing. The natural magical skill comes from the survivor of the Fogtail tribe, the talented skill of Wanhu a psychic Nicole, which can make him look like any kind of creature in the ninja world. Such as becoming a kitten. Now Baiju, who has turned into a girl with the transformation technique, doesn't know it, it's still pretending to be frightened, trying to get through with it. "Let go of me, I don't know what you are talking about, I just want to tell you say hi." So many people, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, you just came to me. Uehara Naro squeezed her neck, broke her neck, couldn't restrain her emotions, and cursed, "Damn, what are you pretending to me here? All his system rewards have been received, okay." The residents of the small town saw Naraku Uehara killing people on the street, and their eyes widened in panic. One of them, seemingly brave enough, asked, "Hey, that kid, why are you killing her?" "Because she insulted my IQ." Uehara Nana fell his head and spoke without looking back, just watching the girl's body turn into a hideous white humanoid monster. Is exactly what Baiju looks like. Ding! The system in Uehara's brain rang. Side quest, kill a Baiju in the ninja world, 1/1, the quest has been completed, reward the mayfly art. Mayfly art, integrate oneself with the earth and vegetation, so that it can tell to move between the underground vegetation, cut off all breaths during the activation of ninjutsu, and consume 3 chakras on the ground every second. Wow! The villagers in these small towns saw such an ugly monster for the first time, and saw such a scene, screaming and scrambling to escape. Uehara Naraku ignored it, but took out a seal scroll and sealed the corpse in the scroll, whether it was given to Nan and Pain to slander Kazumo, or kept as a sacrifice for the future rebirth of the dirt. Kin. When Uehara walked out of the town, a temporal and spatial vortex appeared quietly on the roof, and the mysterious masked man pressed his mask with a headache. That group of Beiju, it's really a waste that can't be changed. If it doesn't work, let's find another guy who is suitable to be a spy. Chapter 20, Encounter. Baiju is really a dog that can't change eating siang. More than 10 years ago, when these guys came into contact with the Uchiha Belt soil, they were so curious. After more than 10 years, they still haven't improved at all. Somehow revealed a flaw in front of Uehara. Met Baiju's fake girl to start a conversation, and Uehara Naraku completely affirmed one thing. The masked man has been monitoring his trail. After leaving the town, Uehara immediately looked for a hidden corner, used the mayfly technique he just learned to sneak into the ground, and quietly ran into the distance. After the mysterious masked man lost the trace of Uehara Naraku, he was not in a hurry, because he knew the mission location of Uehara Naraku. As long as he stood by the side of the dried persimmon ghost shark, he would be able to wait for someone. It's really troublesome, that kid. The mysterious masked man held up the mask on his face, thinking about the next countermeasures. The woman in the country of Locke who always missed the trash of Kakashi, I heard that she was a spy cultivated in the country of Locke since she was a child. Let's use it, hey. That woman called Hwaling. The reason why I know the information of that woman is because of Heiji Kakashi. When he was a teenager, Kakashi was a little late to return to Konoha once on a mission. He also mentioned that he saved a little the road. Occasionally, when the mysterious masked man was digging for secrets in the ninja world, he found that the spy woman Hwaling trained in the kingdom of Locke had good talents, because she was never allowed to return to her hometown. As long as she was taught a little, he could send useful. However, after observing Hwaling for a few days, the mysterious masked man discovered that Hwaling was the little girl Kakashi had saved when he was a teenager, and instantly lost his interest. Without him, this woman has a bad vision and doesn't look at people. In his opinion, Hanaling's favorite Hakaka Kakashi is an out-and-out waste, so he gave up soliciting Hanaling. Now the masked man needs a qualified spy candidate. His first thought was Pharmacist Pouch, but Pharmacist Pouch was a man, and he was still lurking next to Dashimaru, and was somewhat related to the Red Sand Scorpion, which was not suitable. The woman named Hwaling is barely enough to be eye-catching, and there are some women's methods that should make Uehara Naraku accept her, right? The masked man quickly worked out a perfect plan. He was a little excited even when he decided on his plan. He, I am the genius. The heavy voice of the man with the mysterious mask faded, and his words changed into a funny clown again. Let the ghost educate the little devil, and when he is alive and dead, let the woman called Hwaling save her life to save he. He admires himself a little bit. If this strategy is not made by himself, he can't even tell the truth. A space-time vortex appeared behind him, absorbing him as a whole, leaving only his neurotic voice. Go and find the woman named Hwaling first, and use the kingdom of Locke as a bargaining chip to threaten her. The country of fire, in a dense forest. Uehara Naraku's head came out of the tree, and he looked at the surrounding environment, and he quietly appeared when he noticed that there was no one. The speed of walking through the underground vegetation is very fast, which is a bit of a waste of chakra. In order to be able to travel to the country of fire, Uehara Naraku upgraded his equipment. Equipment: Embrace of the Seraph. Chakra energy increased by 1,400 points, skill cooldown reduction increased by 20%, and chakra consumption decreased by 25%. Originally completed a series of side quests through advanced quests and the detonation talisman given by Xionin, and accumulated more than 3,000 gold coins, but now there are only more than 1,000 left. Naru Uehara was a little bit distressed. After spending so much money, he only added 400 chakras, but it will make his chakras exceed 2,000 points. If his chakras remain at full value, he can channel the Deep Sea Titan once. However, Uehara doesn't care about using equipment to accumulate chakra values, because advanced missions will reward a lot of life energy and chakra energy. Now he is more concerned about the chakra recovery and life energy recovery brought by the equipment, and the reduction of skill cooling. And many more. Life energy, 1201/1201. Chakra energy, 133/2250. Life recovery, 2/SEC. Chakra recovery, 1.5/SEC. Remaining gold coins, 1070. Because of the long underground journey, the chakras on his body are almost exhausted, and he needs to rest here for more than 20 minutes to recover his chakras. 20 minutes is not short. Uehara Naraku thought he had found a secluded place. He forgot that it was the fastest way from the west of the country of fire to Konoha, so many people were destined to pass by. For example, 2 Konoha Anbi who rushed back from Kawa no Kuni after completing their missions, a white-haired ninja wearing a mask walking on the road, holding an orange little man book in his hand, and watching as he walks, he is a little addicted. Walking next to him was a purple-haired ninja wearing a mask. Her NB uniform was worn on her body, making her tall and graceful. Let's take a break around here. The voice of the purple-haired female ninja resembles an oriole bird, spreading in the silent forest. Senior, after returning to the village this time, are you going to quit Anbu? Hey? That's right. The white-haired ninja lowered his head and whispered softly, Sandame wants me to be the instructor of Shangnan, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com to guide the graduating class in the village. It's a pity. The female ninja lowered her head, her purple hair draped randomly on her chest. She sighed and continued, I hope I will have the opportunity to perform tasks with Senior in the future. Well, you don't need to be so frustrated. If I'm not mistaken, your next partner is actually a very gentle guy. The white-haired Anbu ninja's voice suddenly stopped, his footsteps also stopped, he slowly turned his head and looked into the depths of the forest, and saw a man with a patterned mask sitting under a big tree resting. The purple-haired female ninja couldn't help but stopped. After following his gaze and seeing the masked man under the tree, the woman subconsciously pulled out her ninja sword. This is an instinctive reaction of the Anbi ninja. The population in this area is somewhat evacuated. This is because it is close to Cheyenne village and Yuyan village. The pain caused by several ninja wars is too great. Most of the civilians who settle nearby have moved to the area near Konoha. What's more, this mask has a strange menswear, and appears inexplicably in some dangerous forest. It must be a dangerous person. At this moment, Uehara Naraku, who has turned into a mysterious masked man with natural magic and charm, is also calming his mind. This is his first grand performance in Fire Country. When I heard them talking just now, Uehara Naraku secretly observed them for a while, but through the mask, he recognized the white-haired ninja and the purple-haired female ninja. Flag Mu Kakashi, Duzuzian. Because of this, after her chakra recovered, Na Uehara, instead of using the mayfly technique to evade, instead thought of a wonderful idea. This time, he will give the masked man a big trouble. Chapter 21, That's right, I am Uchiha. Fetters are the most complicated relationship in the ninja world. Uehara Naraku and the mysterious masked man don't know each other now. The gifts they plan to prepare for each other are actually the same in nature, and both use human emotions to achieve their desired goals. The mysterious masked man wants to use Hannibal as a spy to reach a bond with Uehara Naruto, so that he can break the bond and let Uehara fall into darkness. Uehara Naraku believes that instead of allowing the mysterious masked man to follow him secretly and lay out a conspiracy, it is better to cause him a big trouble. People, sooner or later they have to face their past. Moreover, Uehara Naraku and the mysterious masked man have full self-awareness and believe in their IQ very much. Both think that their plans are impeccable. Now that the entire ninja world knows the identity of the mysterious masked man, it is impossible to count more than one palm. The mysterious masked man would never have thought that Uehara could cross the border through the art of Mayfly and quickly rush to the country of fire. Secondly, as long as Uehara did not reveal his true face, the mysterious masked man would not be able to find out that he did it. Heiki Kakashi stepped forward, looked at the mysterious masked man under the tree, and asked, "Who are you? What is the purpose of sneaking into the country of fire?" "This is my homeland." The masked man in the incarnation of Uehara Naraku spread his palms and whispered, "Konoha Zanbi-sama, can't I go back to my hometown?" Uehara feels that his acting skills are a bit perfect, and he interprets the thoughts of a wanderer who has been away from home for many years. It's a pity that there are only 2 spectators around him who don't know the truth. Konoha Zanbu ninja doesn't eat this set at all. Uzuki Yuin brandished a shinobi sword at him, and said solemnly, "Hey, take off your mask first. This is probably not fair." Uehara Naraku touched the patterned mask on her face, raised her head to look at the white-haired ninja, and whispered, "If it is an old friend meeting, we should take off each other's masks. What do you think, Kakashi Heiji?" The white-haired ninja drew out his ninja sharply, arched his waist, and assumed a fighting posture, but he still said casually, "Well, I know that I work in Anbu and can recognize me." "Come, it seems to be a familiar person indeed." Heiki Kakashi's brain is thinking fast. The masked man in front of him hides his identity, indicating that his identity is not visible, most likely Konoha's rebellious ninja or Danzo's root ninja. However, after Konoha's Uchiha clan was destroyed not long ago, Shimura Danzo was somehow imprisoned by 3 generations of Hokage, and the entire roots were completely broken up. Then, it can only be Konoha's betrayal. It just so happened that Kakashi knew a suitable candidate. The man who destroyed his own family and became Konoha's S-class rebellious man is Kakashi's former teammate in Anbi, Itaki Uchiha. But in Kakashi's cognition, Uchiha Itachi's tutor has always been very good, and he has always been very polite whether he is facing the enemy or his companions in the village. The mysterious masked man in front of him did this. Itaki Uchiha should not be able to do such a thing, but the Uchiha clan are all neurotic. Who knows what he will become? Except for Uchiha Itaki, he couldn't think of anyone else. Heiki Kakashi squeezed his ninja sword tightly, and his scarlet riding wheel stared at the masked man. After taking a deep breath, he asked in a deep voice, "Are you Uchiha Itaki?" After a moment of silence in the air, the masked man stretched out a finger and shook his head, "You guessed wrong. Kakashi." After hearing his words, Heiji Kakashi was silent for a while, and suddenly rushed up with the shinobi in his hand, saying indifferently, "Since you are still pretending to be a fool, then let me take off the mask for you now." The mysterious masked man seemed to be frightened, and after dodged in a hurry to avoid Kakashi's attack, he jumped onto the tree, and his voice gradually became gloomy, "As expected of you, Kakashi, killed his teammates. I was still so merciless when I was there." Heiki Kakashi's figure froze suddenly. At this moment, he once again remembered Lin, who he would dream of every night, the girl who died in pain with his face full of pain. Xian glanced at Kakashi stiffly, and exclaimed, "Asshole! What are you talking nonsense, Senior is not that kind of person." "Hey, really isn't it?" The mysterious masked man looked down at the 2 people underground, and slowly took off the mask from his face, revealing a face that was half intact and half full of scars. This is the true face of Uchiha Belt Soil. Uehara Naraku's natural magical charm can imitate any person disguised as anyone, and naturally it can also imitate the appearance of Uchiha Belt Soil. Uehara Naraku held the mask in his hand, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kakashi, do you still recognize me? Heiki Kakashi's palm is full of green veins, and he holds his ninja sword forcefully, as if he wants to hold the ninja sword into pieces. He couldn't believe his eyes. Even after so many years, the appearance of Uchiha's belt soil has long changed, but Kakashi can still recognize his outline. But how could the person he buried himself many years ago be resurrected? Heiki Kakashi took off the mask on his face, and his eyes widened in disbelief. You are, with dirt. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha of the Uehara Naraku brand laughed loudly, and said loudly, I didn't expect that Sharingan Kakashi could still remember the tale of my crane. It's really rare. With soil. Heiji Kakashi's voice was a bit dry. He didn't know how to face the ridicule of his old friends, but he couldn't say many words in his throat. Uzuki Yuin stood beside Kakashi www.novel.com with a solemn expression. Senior, is he the hero who died in battle? Is he now, is he defecting? Mao Yuzian's words instantly pulled the two back to reality. Nearly 10 years have passed. Since Uchiha Dado is still alive, why didn't he return to Konoha? Was it because of Lin's death? Take the soil, why didn't you go back to the village at that time, if the teacher knew you were still alive? Heimu Kakashi paused again. Their teacher Bo Feng Shuman was in the 9 Tales of 9 years ago. He died in the chaos. Mr. Watergate and Ms. Kushina, I killed them. Uchiha, who was disguised by Naraku Uehara, lowered his head, stared at Heiji Kakashi's stiff face, smiled and said, unexpectedly. I opened the seal of Kyuubi, and I controlled it with the writing wheel. You noticed it, too, that day I gave you the gift of becoming a shinobu, which hides amazing power, right? There is chaos in Kakashi's brain. Because what Titus said was too amazing, his originally calm thinking became a mess, and even Titus's words now seemed to be auditory hallucinations. Well, Kakashi, cherish that writing wheel eyes, it has power beyond your imagination. I want to avenge Lin, goodbye. Uehara Naraku beckoned, and jumped up several ups and downs towards the distance. Before Kakashi and Uzuki Yuin could react, his figure had disappeared. Uehara Naraku hid in the dense forest, sneaked into a big tree with the help of the mayfly technique, glanced at Kakashi, who was frantically looking for traces of dirt, and quietly sank under the ground. Today, he did a good deed. Chapter 22, Goodbye Beheaded Sword. After the Uchiha belt soil disappeared, Heiki Kakashi searched for no results for a long time, so he could only rely on a tree on his own, and gradually recovered his ninja calmness. Heiki Kakashi frowned, and first confirmed that Uchiha's identity is true, because before his death, Uchiha said that writing Lunyan was a gift to congratulate him on becoming Shangnin. The name of the shinobu gift is only known to him, Nohara Lin and Uchiha Dado. Lin is dead, so the insiders are only 2 parties involved. As for other things Uchiha Dado said, such as killing Mizuman-sensei and Mrs. Kunsuna, Heiki Kakashi's first thought was not to believe it. After all, Mizuno and Uzumaki Kusina treated Uchiha Dado very much kind. However, there are indeed many doubts in the Kyuubi rebellion that year. Heiji Kakashi gritted his teeth and slammed a fist on the tree next to him. As long as you find the soil, you will be able to find out the truth of the year. If the soil wants to avenge Lin, he did not kill me, then must have gone to the water country, or have been lurking in the water country. Based on the words that Uchiha Dado left behind intentionally, Kakashi Heiji quickly interpreted the information she wanted. Heimu Kakashi clenched his fist. His IQ has been much higher than that of the soil, and quickly thought that he had judged the whereabouts of the soil. The Uchiha brought the soil just now was a little bit sorrowful and indignant. He kept poking their scars without realizing that he had leaked his information. With soil, it's still the same as usual. Kakashi puts on his mask again. He has determined the location of the soil. As long as he heads to the country of water, he will be able to find the soil. At that time, he will be able to unlock all the dusty truths. Senior, shall we go back to the village? Mao Yuzian walked up with a tangled look. She seemed to know some incredible secrets today, and the purple-haired female ninja was still in a trance. Wait. After Heiji Kakashi nodded, he looked at Uzuki Yuin and suddenly said, no matter who we face today, please keep it secret. This may cause turbulence in Konoha. Before I can find out the truth, must not be known to others. Mao Yuzian said solemnly, Senior, among the other people you mentioned, do you also include Lord Hokage? That's right, there are many hidden things in the soil. Heiji Kakashi rubbed his forehead and whispered, the turmoil of the Uchiha clan's destruction is not over yet. Keep it a secret for the time being. After I find out the truth, I will report to him the whole story. Yes. Uzuki Yuin stared at Heiji Kakashi closely, and when he saw his face a little sad, he nodded and agreed to his request. Fearing that Uchiha would encounter uncontrollable dangers when he brought soil to the Wuin village, Heiji Kakashi led Uzuki Yuin to make a simple repair, and hurried back to the Konoha village, and then hurried to Sarutobi. Going out on vacation. Uehara Naraku didn't know, he did a good deed, which directly contributed to Kakashi's withdrawal from Anbi in advance. At this moment, Uehara has rushed to the country of Nami. This little neighbor in the country of fire is really too poor, and he has never heard of Cardo's name. The rich man who wants to come to Cardo has not yet focused on this small country. Uehara Naraku suddenly lost interest in this country. He walked all the way to the dock of Nami country, looked at the rows of fishing boats, and asked aloud, how much is it for you to go to the country of water? The boatmen looked left and right, and each shook their heads. One of the leading boatmen replied, Guest, the water country is a closed country, where Lord Ninja does not allow us to approach. Uehara Naraku looked at them curiously, and whispered, Well, how much will I pay before you are willing to take me to the water country? No matter how much you give, we will not go. Money can still be earned, but life is only once. How can I lose my life for a sum of money? A group of boatmen are more disciplined than Uehara imagined. They were born in a poor country, with low consumption levels and low pressure in life. They will not kill their lives for money. Amidst the noise, a voice suddenly came out, Boy, how much are you willing to pay? If the price is right, I don't mind taking you for a ride. A group of boatmen suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes moved slowly, and saw a small boat on the edge, on which sat a stranger with a bandage on his face. This person does not seem to be from their wave country. But the man who talked looked a bit fierce and hard to provoke, and the boatman from the wave country did not dare to persuade him. After Uehara Naraku saw the talking man, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile, and a stack of detonating charms fell on his fingertips. 100 detonating charms, is this price enough? The corner of the man's eyes condensed. It seems that after seeing the detonation talisman, he was stunned for a while before nodding slowly, yes. Ninja World detonation charms vary in price. In some places, because of war and production problems, the price of a detonating charm is as high as tens of thousands of taels. In some places, because of prosperity, the price of a detonating charm can be as low as 2,000 taels. Uehara Naraku's shots are not unreasonable. 100 detonating charms can easily be sold for 1 million taels in places like Water Country. Of course, only ninjas are willing to accept the detonation talisman. Uehara Naraku jumped onto the boat and looked at the bandage man in front of him, with a smile on his mouth. It seemed that he had good luck this time. First he met Kakashi Heiji and then one of Kakashi's old enemies. Tao Di will not cut again. Now Tao Di is still wearing the uniform of Wuyin village. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com may not have chosen to defect and leave, because he does not have that beautiful tool man by his side. But this cannot be judged. But when Uehara Nara lowered her head, she saw the broad shinobi sword on the boat, and couldn't help but look at the peach ground before cutting it. The Loquat Jizo in the Xiao Xiao organization died in Wuyan village not long ago, and the decapitating knife was also recovered by the fourth generation of Water Shadow, and then it fell to die and not beheaded? Momo no longer noticed his eyes, as if not caring about his peeping, just activated the ship's motor and left the dock of Nami country. The boat soon arrived on the empty sea. Mamaji looked at Naraku Uehara without cutting, and finally asked aloud, "Boy, do you know this knife?" Uehara Nana nodded, and said softly, "One of the 7 ninja swords in Wuyan village, the beheading sword. No matter what it is broken into in battle, it can be restored by absorbing the iron in human blood. If you don't cut Dadai, the more you hear it, the more startled you are, and your eyes gradually become colder. Little devil, it seems that you know a lot. It just knows a little bit more than ordinary people." Uehara Naraku humbly waved his hand, looked at the indifferent peach field and stopped cutting, and continued with a smile, "Well, let me think about how I should call you. One of the 7 new ninja swords of Wuyan village. Wuyan, do you want to kill Mr. Gyron Dadai?" Without cutting it, Dadai suddenly grabbed the decapitating knife in his hand and slammed it across Uehara's neck. "Since I recognize my identity, dare to go to the water country with me, kid? What is your purpose? Ask for some recommendation votes, the data is terrible." Chapter 23, Toast and Not Eat Fine Wine. Don't be impulsive. Uehara Narakumo gently pinched a card. The thin card in his hand blocked the sharp edge of the decapitator. This scene is so peachy that if you don't cut your heart, you can stop the decapitate with a mere ordinary card? Uehara waved his hand and threw the card at the peach field and never cut it. Dadai no longer cut the decapitation knife and hurriedly retracted the decapitation knife defense, only to see that the card had penetrated the decapitation knife and got stuck on the surface of the knife. Uehara Naraku raised his head and continued slowly, "If you don't cut Mr. Cut, if you know too many secrets by yourself, most of you won't live long. This is actually only to coax ordinary people. Throughout the entire ninja world, the more you know, the longer you will live, such as Heiju. If you don't cut the idiot like Dadai, you will die young." "Humph!" snorted coldly again, with a haughty expression, "Who do you think you are? Little devil, now you can explain your identity and the purpose of going to the water country earlier, so you can suffer less. Are you sure you want me to explain?" Uehara Naraku sketched a mysterious smile at the corner of her mouth. He watched Peach ground sarcastically and said every word, "My purpose in going to the water country is to guide a group of ninja swords from a misty village to assassinate them." "The water shadow, is this what you want?" Dadai did not cut his mind for a while, his murderous aura overflowed, staring at Uehara Naraku, his sharp eyes seemed to cut the young man thousands of times. Because Uehara Naraku happened to be on his mind. Every aspiring ninja in the Hidden Fog village can see how much the blood fog policy implemented by the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura has done to the village, and they all want to change this situation. Tao De no More Cut is one of them. When he was in the ninja school, he had the consciousness to change the blood mist. Even in the fratricidal graduation exam, he blatantly killed all of his own at the same time, so that the senior Wuyan had to abolish this possibility. The assessment method of the Misty Ninja Fault. After Dadai did not cut into adulthood, he joined the Wuyan Anbu, and his strength became stronger and stronger. He was hailed as the ghost of the fog in the ninja world. Not long ago, he took over the returned beheading sword and became the 2nd generation of ninja swordsmen. Since getting the decapitation sword, Tao Ji no longer cut his heart again. He thinks that his strength is enough, so he has been planning to assassinate the 4 generations of Tsukage Yakura and change the entire Misty Village. If the plan is successful, everything will go smoothly. The plan fails, so prepare to escape. This time Dadai did not appear in the Nation of Waves again, just looking for a way out. After he returned, he planned to find a chance to assassinate Shui Ying. The boy in front of him seems to have seen his mind through. Obviously this plan has been hidden in his own heart, and has never been mentioned to anyone. Dai was panicked no longer, and wanted to chop off Uehara Naraku with a single knife, and wanted to dig out from his mouth which little demon wanted to lure one of the 7 ninja swords to assassinate Tsukage. If Uehara Naraku utters his name, Mamaji will cut his head without cutting his life. If Uehara Naraku utters the name of another person, Mamaji will go to test that person and see if everyone can act together. Of course, no matter whether they succeed in assassinating Tsukage in the future, they will have to chop Uehara Naruto's head in the end. As for whether they can chop it off, we will try again. He is such a happy ninja. Thinking of this, Mamaji no longer looked at Uehara, and said contemptuously, "Hey, the 7 ninja swordsmen are the strongest 7 swordsmen in our village, and the ninja who is the most loyal to Shui Ying, how could it be because you kid assassinated Shui Ying?" Turning the conversation, Tao Di's eyes are full of murderousness, or, "You kid has colluded with one of the traitors a long time ago, little devil, say his name, maybe I'm willing to spare your life." "I can't tell the name of Mr. Reunion for now." Uehara Naraku sat leaning on the cabin, shook his head lightly, and a mocking smile appeared on his face again. "Are the 7 ninja swords loyal? Don't you know the answer if you don't know the answer?" The first generation of ninja swordsmen was kicked by a Konoha shinobu to become the lucky 3 treasures, the Black Thunder Tooth and the Loquat Jozo defected, and the only Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost gave birth to other thoughts. There are only 4 people in the second generation Ninba 7. The Ghost Lantern Menu and Ringo Yuliu died due to a serious illness, and they both chose to defect without cutting them. There are only 2 of the third generation ninja swordsmen, and Gui Deng Shuiyu was born a rebellious ninja, but Changzhu Lang still stayed in Wuyan village. The 7 ninja swords in Wuyan village had an unusually high proportion of defections. It looks like something has to be done. Dai didn't cut it again and raised his finger. The second batch of 7 ninja swordsmen in Wuyan village, now there are only 3 people, namely Ghost Light Man Yu, Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark, and Tao Di. The problem is that except Tao Di, he doesn't cut himself again. He sees the remaining 2 people. They all seem to be loyal to the 4 generations of water shadows. Since the dried persimmon ghosts killed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish ghosts, they seem to have the real power in the village. The Ghost Lantern Full Moon is a 2nd generation water shadow clan, who can use all the ninja swords, and is also a genius that everyone has high expectations. Mamakai doesn't dare to bet anymore. He wants to get a name from Uehara Naraku. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com determines an alternative partner. Ninfa Mist Hidden Technique. A cloud of mist appeared on the sea, gradually covering the boat. Tao Di stepped back a few steps without cutting his feet. His tall figure disappeared into the fog, and his voice came from all sides of the fog. "Little devil, are there any parts of your body that you don't want? I can help. You chop them down." Moron! Uehara Naraku cursed secretly, and slowly closed his fingers, and whispered softly, "No more cuts. There are some people in the ninja world that you can't provoke, but you just like to provoke those people. For example, he is a hang-up. For example, Konoha Miku's team is forced to endure Lei Dunwan Lei Tien prison." A huge thundercloud storm appeared in the mist on the sea. A thunder and lightning smashed to the position where the peach ground was not cut without error. Fortunately, he escaped in time through the mist. However, within 1 second, 2 more lightning fell continuously. This kid is actually good at thunder ninjutsu. Dai gritted his teeth again, closed his palms quickly, and received a thunder and lightning, and formed a technique. Water escape, the art of water prison. The water waves on the sea surged and formed a hollow water ball, which wrapped the peach ground without cutting, and a thunder and lightning fell down, and the lightning followed the water ball onto the sea. After hiding in the dungeon, Tao Ji reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression was very ugly. The little guy only used a ninjutsu, and his position was directly exposed. Uehara Naraku stepped on the sea water, step by step towards the place where the peach field was no longer cut. The boy's voice sounded a little immature. Toast, not to eat or fine wine. Chapter 24, No More Cuts, Defeat. Asshole. Was insulted by a young man in this way, and Dadai in the water prison did not swear inwardly, but he was not fooled. Instead, he was quietly in the water prison, waiting for the thundercloud storm to dissipate. In just a few seconds, Dadai has already noticed the attack frequency of thunder and lightning without cutting it. As long as he pours chakra into the dungeon, he can guarantee himself a long time. But that kid has found it along the trail of thunder and lightning. Uehara Naruto held a stack of detonating charms in her hand and threw it on the dungeon. He whispered softly, "These are the 100 detonating charms agreed upon by the two of us in the country of Nami. I will pay you now. Do not cut the peach land again. Where is the payment method from here?" 100 detonating talisman, roughly equivalent to 100 high-level ninjutsu, exploded together, can directly evaporate the water of the condensed water prison. Uehara Naruto waved her hand, raised her finger, and sternly shouted, "Art is an explosion, drink." Moron. Dadai will not cut his forehead anymore. Boom. 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 A series of explosions resounded across the sea, and the defensive water waves were bombarded by hundreds of detonating charms in an instant. The peach ground in the water prison flashed a trace of horror in the eyes without cutting, and the whole person was hit by the explosion directly in his body. A splash of water flies. That is the water body. Dadai in the water prison turned into a watery body no matter what it was. As for his real body, the thundercloud storm in the sky gradually dissipated, and it was no longer possible to track Dadai's real body position. Uehara Naruto frowned, and when he watched the surrounding mist vigilantly, he suddenly heard Momoji no longer cut his violent drink. Water escape water dragon bullet technique. Chakra, who didn't cut it again, quickly became rich. A huge behemoth raised its head and broke through the fog, and the huge water dragon rushed toward Uehara Naruto's position. Wind escaped the barrier of wind. Uehara Naruto did not panic when he saw this. After symbolically closing the seals, he released a wind wall. He only watched the waves splashed by the water dragon hitting the wind wall, and said softly, 44 seals, isn't it hard work to form the technique?" A red light was reflected at the feet of Uehara Naruto. Dadai didn't cut his body and almost turned bloody, it was the chakra airflow from his body, and his whole body fell from the sky, and the decapitating knife in his hand also smashed down with a decisive aura. Is the trick of the water dragon bomb just used for a fake attack? The current silent killing technique is the real ultimate move to face Naruto Uehara. Momoji didn't cut the decapitation knife in his hand and fell on Uehara Naruto's arm just a second. This was his goal. As long as Uehara Naruto lost his arm, he would no longer be able to seal the seal smoothly, and he could only kill him. Click! The golden mask floats on Uehara Naruto's body, and the huge impact force will decapitate the head and crack it every inch. There are several golden chakra lightsabers floating around the mask, which quickly pierced Dadai's body. Is the moment when the angel's ultimate skill is sacred. Dadai was stabbed with blood dripping from the chakra sword. He looked at the unharmed young man in astonishment, with a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. "Asshole, it turns out to be a trap, you kid hides so deep. You attacked me first." Uehara Naruto twisted the wrist that was not cut with one hand, took the decapitation knife that fell from his hand, kicked him on the chest that was not cut, and kicked him onto the boat. Side mission: defeat the 7/9 Thos, 1/7, the reward is unknown. Side quest: defeat Dadai without cutting it again, 1/1, the quest has been completed, and the reward skill I will flow. I flow uprising Zyajin, release a smoke area, become invisible in the smoke and restore 40% of the chakras. The invisible state will not be hit by the enemy's attack for 5 seconds. It will appear when attacking or using skills. Consume, the cooling time is 20 seconds. This skill made Uehara Naruto a question mark. That's it? That's it? what he defeated, but Dai won't cut it. Throughout the timeline of the entire Naruto ninja world, only 3 people have ever put the complete 7th class protagonist group into danger. The first is not to cut the peach ground, the second is the 6 ways Uchiha Madara, and the third is Otsuki. Hui Yat. However, the reward for this Xia formation skill is not bad, it is a life-saving skill, not to mention this skill comes with its own recovery chakra. Uehara Naruto returned to the boat, sat down calmly, looking at the man who was holding the wound, and then whispering softly, I advise you, people who shouldn't be offended, don't offend. Humph. Dai could not help but gritted his teeth when he heard it again, this kid said again, still boasting his own identity and strength. Uehara Naruto heard his cold snort and smiled on his face, no longer Mr. Cut, I am a kind person by nature. Even if you wanted to attack me just now, I would still let you survive. After all, you are a reluctant person. A little useful person. Dai no longer cuts the anger with his words. He suppresses his anger forcibly, and sneers, it sounds like I am really lucky. Yes. Uehara nodded seriously, and looked at him, after all, if I want to see another Ninja 7, I have to rely on Mr. Not Slash. Dai no longer cut his body and slowly relaxed, and glanced at the opposite youth, since I need my help, then I have to tell you who you want to meet. Dried persimmon ghosts. Uehara Naruto said the name without hesitation. In the entire history of the ninja world www.novel.com there are very few people who can be called a real ninja, and Keikigaki is undoubtedly a qualified ninja. If possible, Uehara Naruto even wants to try to counter the dry persimmon. The man with the shark face is a rare helper, only for his obsession with the higher level tasks. It would be a bit violent to let him go. How to instigate rebellion is a big problem. If nothing else, the dried persimmon ghost shark must now become the of the mysterious masked man, and even he may have been overwhelmed by the Moon Eye plan promised by the mysterious masked man, and he remained sufficiently loyal until he died in a vigorous battle. Except for him, no matter what ninjutsu he releases, he will have to seal the seal, and he really can't pick out any shortcomings of the dried persimmon. What? When Mamaji heard the name of the dried persimmon ghost shark, he couldn't help but sneered and looked at Naruto Uehara contemptuously, if you say the name of another person, I might still have some doubts, but the dried persimmon ghost shark. That guy, it is absolutely impossible to betray the 4th generation of Ice Shui Ying. The dried persimmon ghost shark is a confidant of the 4th generation Mizukage Yakura. When Yakura wanted to seize the power of the Anbi, he instructed the dried persimmon to kill the previous Anbu leader, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, and promoted the ghost to become the Noonan to 7, and gave him the shark muscle. The entire Wuyin village knows the loyalty of the dried persimmon ghost shark to the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura. Except for Yakura's order to move the ghost shark, he will not pay attention to anything else, even if someone privately invites him to propose abolition. The blood fog system. If the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura were overthrown in the Wuyin village, the last person standing in front of him to protect him is definitely the dried persimmon ghost shark. How can such a person betray? Chapter 25, People in the Water Country have poor eyesight. The ship arrived in the country of water. On the way, Mamaji did not try to test Uehara Naruto many times, and he was not sure whether the name of the dried persimmon ghost in his mouth was true or false. If it is not a dried persimmon and a ghost, is it a ghost lamp full moon? But the guy from Ghost Lantern Menu is an out-and-out genius and the most hopeful person in the village to succeed the 5th generation of Shui Ying. Would he be willing to take the risk to assassinate the 4th generation of Shui Ying? The current 3 ninja swordsmen in Wuyin village, Tao Ji no longer cuts still believes that only he wants to assassinate the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura. The Ghost Lantern Full Moon and the dried persimmon ghost shark seem to be very loyal. In case he missed his mouth, it hindered his plan. After they set foot on the land of water, Mamaji no longer took the initiative to ask Uehara Naruto, I can only help you provide you with a route of action for the dried persimmon ghost shark. I will not take you to see him, and if I bring you go see him, you won't believe me, will you? Well, Mr. Jean's reputation is really worrying. Uehara Nariko frowned and nodded, regardless of Dadai's sudden ugly expression, and continued softly, then we'll make an appointment for the next meeting. The time is 3 days later, and the location is still fixed. Come here. Yes. No longer agreed to his proposal. Mamakai Nazai was willing to agree to help, not because of his death, because he also saw Uehara's strength and wanted to take advantage of Uehara Nariku. Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark is the ninja who is most loyal to the 4 generations of Shui Ying in the entire Wuyan village. He is stronger than him in serious fighting. If Uehara can delay the dried persimmon ghost shark, Mamaji can immediately start assassination of Shui Ying. In the entire Wuyan village, only the dried persimmon ghost shark is willing to protect the idiot water shadow of Yakura. Who else dares to approach him? A rare opportunity. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Uehara Nariku watched Mamaji no longer cut, and stretched out his palm. Dadai glared at him again, did not shake hands to make peace, but said in a cold voice, "We are not cooperating, I just provide you with a piece of news." That's really a pity. Uehara Nariku sighed, and said with a faint expression, "Before parting, I want to remind you that although I like to lie, I don't like others to lie to me." I know. Dadai didn't cut his mouth to answer, and then secretly cursed in his heart, this kid is not very young, but he is not small. Uehara Nariku really doesn't worry that Mamaji will not lie to him again. Even if this guy brought a group of Wuran to encircle him, Uehara is confident enough to escape. As long as he is invincible at the moment of the sacred judge, he will use the mayfly. Zishu sneaked into the ground and escaped. There are still 3 days before Dadai will not exchange information. Since I have come to the water country, there is naturally no reason to enter Basehan without returning. In the map of water country, the 2 most popular characters are Terumi Mei and Shiro. Uehara Nariku did not expect to meet the 5 generations of water shadows in the future. He wanted to try to find Shiro who has ice escape and blood. The current Bai should be wandering and begging in the streets and alleys of the water country, carefully hiding his identity as a descendant of Bing Dun blood. His range of activities is a bit large. Uehara Nariku looked at the simple tasks related to Shiro on the system panel, and insisted on looking for the dirtiest, messiest, and worst places in the water country for 3 days. In the end, he still found no trace of Shiro. Uehara Nariku left the junkyard in a daze, and decided to temporarily give up searching for White and wait for Dadai to stop cutting the information. A ray of brown came out of his sight. The teenager slowly raised her head along the strands of brown hair, and saw a gentle face of a young female ninja with long brown hair. She looked at Uehara with a smile, and suddenly spread out her palms like magic. A pack of biscuits. The woman bent down, spread the biscuits in her hand and stretched out her hand. "Little guy, hurry up and eat, this is for you." "Okay." Uehara Nariku was full of question marks. This young woman with long brown hair is the next 5 generations of Shui Ying Zhaomiming, and Uehara did not expect to meet her at this time and such a place. The question is, what does Terumi Ming send him cookies? Uehara Nariku tilted his head and looked at the 2 ninjas behind Terumi Mei. One of the ninjas was flushed and looked at the female ninja in admiration. "Ah, it's really Terumi-sama, it's so gentle to be gentle people are moving." The other ninja's face was a little hard to say, if it weren't for Terumi-sama's art that is always too scary, there should be many people in the village admiring her. The air suddenly fell silent. "Shut up, it's so noisy." The originally gentle Terumi Ming heard the slander of one of her subordinates in her ears. Her face was furious, and she turned around and kicked the person away with a knee bump. Terumi Mei coldly glanced at another ninja who had become sweaty again, snorted coldly, fiddled with her long hair, turned her head and looked at Uehara Nariku again, her face recovered again. The gentle and pleasant appearance. The speed of her face change is really shameful. The brown-haired female ninja seemed to feel that her behavior was a little outrageous. She walked towards Naru Uehara with her tall figure, took Uehara's arm, put the cookie in his palm, and rubbed him affectionately. Head. Little brother, don't be afraid, sister is a good person. Terumi Ming showed a motherly warm smile, squatting down and softly said, hungry for a long time? These are all for you, hurry up and eat. Uehara Nariku listened to her urging, and stuffed a biscuit in her mouth stubbornly. His brain was blank. Could it be that he was so handsome as a teenager that attracted Terumi's attention? Seeing the teenager biting the biscuits, Terumi nodded with satisfaction, and continued softly, little guy, do you now have a home? Uehara Nariku shook his head in silence, and then he nodded again. It seems that Akatsuki is also his home, right? Whether it's Zionin or Pain, they are very good to him. I know. Terumi Ming patted his forehead. He didn't know what his brain was filling. He sighed and said, if you have trouble in the future, you can go to Wuyin village to find me. Don't pick up food in the garbage dump. It's common in Terumaru from Wuyin village, remember. Remember. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Uehara Nariku took a bite of the biscuit, and his face gradually became unsightly. How did this woman figure out that he was picking up food in the garbage dump? He is a rich man with 100 million detonating charms on him. That's good. Terumi Ming nodded in satisfaction, turned around and took her men and left here. Okay, let's go. One of the ninjas praised, I have never seen Master Terumi Ming so gentle. If Master Terumi Ming can be half as gentle to that little guy just now, no, 1/10, there will be in the village. Many people are willing to woo Sama Terumi Mei. Hey, there is no good man in the village. Terumi Mei raised her head disdainfully, her voice gradually faded away, and could still reach Uehara Nariku's ears vaguely, don't you think that little guy is interesting? Obviously a stray kid looking for food in a garbage dump. The clothes on the body are so rough but kept very clean, even if they are so down, there is still aspiring to be motivated. Click. Uehara Nariko squeezed her palms abruptly, and suddenly used force to crush the biscuits in her palms into pieces. The woman's eyesight was so bad, how did she discover that the 4 generations of water shadows were involved in illusions, and how she would become water in the future shadow? When Uehara Nariku's depression was still in his heart, a figure suddenly rushed in front of him, grabbed the broken biscuit in the palm of his hand, and ran away quickly. Uehara Nariku was stunned, then glanced at the gobbled stray not far from him, and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eyes. Are the people in the water country so insightless? Someone dared to his things. Chapter 26, White. Terumi Ming gave Uehara a bag of biscuits. Uehara was so angry that he was depressed and he couldn't say much, but the bag of biscuits in his hand was robbed, and Uehara's mood worsened. Uehara Nariku walked to the stray kid who had snatched the cookies, perhaps because he was too hungry, and hurriedly swallowed after 2 bites. Hey! Uehara Nariku frowned, wanted to say something, but didn't know how to say it. After all, he didn't lack biscuits, so he was a rich man with a net worth of 100 million detonating talisman. I have finished eating. The stray child hurriedly stuffed the crumbs of the biscuit into his mouth, curled up into a ball, carefully raised his head and looked at Uehara. Sorry, I have been hungry for 3 days, and there are no cookies. Now, if you want to fight or kill me, do it with you. You. Uehara Nariku saw the unconcealable beauty of the dirty face, and the 4 words beauty embryo came to Uehara's mind subconsciously. Is ninja's face so high? Even a street wanderer looks so cute? Uehara Nariku saw the tramp lowered his head again, and decided to forgive her in his heart. He stood beside her and asked in a low voice, Hey, what is your name, are you still hungry now? My name is Bai. The stray kid shrank and shook his head, and hugged his knees tightly. Maybe this little guy is really afraid of being beaten? Uehara Naraku looked up at the sky. What kind of luck is today? He worked so hard for 3 days in the water country, but he did not find any traces of Bai. It happened that Terumi gave him a bag of biscuits, which brought out the hungry Bai. In fact, Shiro has been hiding here, but he was afraid that the ninjas would find him. He didn't dare to come forward until he saw Terumi and the 2 ninjas leave. Uehara Naraku looked at the stray child squatting in front of him, still wanting to confirm again, well, do you have a succession? It can become ice or something. Bai's body trembled, and the whole person got up and staggered a few steps, and quickly rushed into the alleys of the town. Because he knows that in this country, people with blood inheritance are evil, and Uehara Naraku may be the one who advocates the elimination of blood inheritance. Hey, don't run! Uehara Naraku has determined Bai's identity in his heart, and hurriedly chased him, grabbing Bai's collar, frowning and whispering, do you just want to escape? Bai lowered his head and hesitated for a while, then whispered, then, if I can pick up the food tomorrow, can I return it to you? It may take the day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to pick up the food. I will only be possible in about 3 days. I found something to eat. I didn't want to eat. Uehara Naraku's face is a bit unsightly. Bai glanced at him cautiously, and whispered, but I secretly saw that you were also looking for food near the garbage dump for a day. I didn't come to the garbage dump to find food. Uehara Naraku looked helpless, looked at the dirty white in front of him, and said solemnly, I'm here to find you, I need your ice escape ninjutsu, that's your ability to condense ice and snow. Bai raised his head curiously, frowned his brow, and asked softly, but I don't know, what can I do? Let me think about it. Uehara Naraku touched her chin and thought for a while, then made her own suggestion, well, you can help me make iced juice in summer. Hey! White eyes flashed a light, and he grabbed the corner of Uehara's clothes, and whispered, then shall we look for food in the garbage dump together in the future? Uehara Naraku. Damn, is this having trouble with the food in the junkyard? Uehara Naraku suppressed the helplessness in her heart, patted her shoulders, and sighed, we won't go to the garbage dump to find food. No, we don't need to go to the garbage dump to find food. You will follow me in the future. Spicy and spicy. Okay. Bai nodded seriously, and pulled Uehara's clothes again, and whispered, then, where are we going to find food now? Uehara Naraku rubbed her cheeks, and put on a gentle face, anyway, just follow me, and less nonsense. What? Bai subconsciously covered his lips. Although the 2 people are the same age, Uehara Naraku still thinks that the communication between him and Shira is a little bit. It may be that Shira has always thought that Uehara and himself are the same kind because he received the cookies that Terumi Ming gave to him. When Bai saw Uehara Naraku sitting on a rock by the sea, holding a new self-made fishing rod, and fishing leisurely, a hint of surprise flashed in Bai's eyes, and he praised, are you actually good at fishing? That's amazing. Basic skills, no need to boast. Uehara Naraku's expression was muted, and his heart was slightly strange. It felt a little strange that he brought the current white to sea to die and never cut it. The fishing line trembles violently. Bai looked at Uehara, who was still, and gently pushed Uehara's shoulders, urging him repeatedly, Uehara, the fish got a bait. Slow down, wait a while. Uehara Nairobi smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to talk about the poor fishing knowledge he had learned from Zionenko, he saw a cold light greeted him. Dang! A shuriken suddenly shot through the fishing line, and even the remaining power was undiminished, deeply embedded in the rock next to it. The appearance of that shuriken made Bai's mind very confused. www.novel.com nervously trying to step back, but still out of fear of his little partner, he tightly grasped Uehara's sleeve and whispered, Uehara, it's a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, let's go. No, he is looking for me. Uehara Nairobi patted his white arm and motioned for him to calm down. He looked at the broken fishing line with regret and whispered in his mouth, "Don't cut any more, let go of the fish I want to catch, but you have to pay a price." Humph! Behind a rock, someone grunted dully, and threw a scroll toward Uehara Nariku's location. Uehara Nariku took it in his hand, opened it, and glanced at it. The map of the country of water was drawn on it. A red line was scribbled. That was a route. At the end of the route, a red circle was drawn. It should be the final route. Destination of arrival. Momokai appeared from behind a rock, looked at Nariku Uehara and said coldly, "This is the information you want. Tomorrow morning, the person you are looking for will lead a group of chasing troops to Mizuno Sentinel in the north of China." Uehara Naruto nodded and asked her own question, "Is this their route? Can you be sure?" Dai explained with no disdain, "This is the territory of our water country, and the pursuit troops will definitely choose the fastest route. This is the basic common sense of ninja world. A ninja in his own country has to choose the safest route in his own country. Isn't this ninja village too useless?" After seeing Uehara Nariku put away the scroll, Momoji no longer looked at Shiro next to him, and coldly accused Uehara, "Boy, we two agreed on a place and a secret deal. You brought this little girl here, no worried about her leaking secrets." Chapter 27, The Dead. "Don't worry, Bai will not leak secrets." Uehara Nariku waved his hand, glanced at Shiro who was trembling with fright, and chuckled at Nostalgia, "Nostalgia, your observation skills are also very poor. Bai looks so cute, he must be a boy." "What? Even if he said that he broke the sky, Bai is still a man." Dai did not cut a glance at the thin white, and said in a deep voice, "Hey, you can rest assured, this little guy is a successor, he will definitely not be an ordinary person in the future, sooner or later he will become a ninja. Do you know Bai? Although the blood mist cannot tolerate the existence of the blood successor ninja, for us ninjas, the blood successor is an extremely precious tool. Even if this little devil only has the blood succession in the body, it is no exception." Tao Din no longer cursed a few words of her own shui ying in her heart, and continued with a deep voice, "At the beginning, this kid's ice escape killed many people. After being found out in the village, I was responsible for dealing with him. Naturally have all his information. The water shadow is still there, and the misty village can't shelter him. The upper-level ninjas in the village can only turn one eye to him and let him wander in the water country." Ha ha ha! Uehara Nariku laughed a few times, and looked at the handsome young man beside him and said, "Well, if it looks like this, I'm lucky. Humph, I hope your luck will continue. Dai will leave here without turning around." I don't know what he thought of, and added, "Finally remind you, don't underestimate the guy you're looking for. The previous master of Shijima faced him. But there was no way to fight back. You don't need to worry about that." Uehara Nariku looked at the figure who would not be cut off again, and said loudly at him, "Hey, don't be cut again, if what you want to do is not successful, you can go to me in the future, at least you can save your life." "Hey, idiot!" Momoji no longer cursed Uehara in a low voice. According to Momoji's knowledge of Uehara Nariku, he believes that this young man must not have any intersection with the dried persimmon ghost shark, and maybe Uehara may be killed. This time, the mission led by the dried persimmon ghost shark was to capture the invading Konoha ninja Heiji Kakashi. In order to ensure that he was foolproof, the dried persimmon ghost shark took away several powerful upper ninjas from the village. From a period of time after tomorrow, the defense of Wuyin village has never been emptied. Dai has the courage to implement his plan to assassinate the 4 generations of Shui Ying without cutting it. North of the country of water. In order to find the trail of Uchiha's belt soil, Heiji Kakashi set foot on the land of water alone. He judged that belt soil must be lurking in this closed country for revenge. Unexpectedly, Kakashi hadn't found the soil, but he was found by the ninjas in the village of Mist hidden in the country of water. Faced with Kakashi, who is known as the Copy Ninja, the Misty Ninjas had nothing dare to be careless, and quickly ask for support from superiors. This is really a disadvantage. Heiki Kakashi was still having a headache. What should he do next? The mysterious masked man also got news from Kakashi, and his brain hurts even more. The mysterious masked man wanted to target Naruto Uehara, and used Kakashi as a bait to lure out the spy Hualing cultivated in the Kingdom of Locke. Unexpectedly, his goal has not been achieved yet, but the bait jumped out by himself. Fortunately, the mysterious masked man is imprisoned by Hannibal. This female spy ninja does not yet know the news of Kakashi. If it is done properly, there should be no trouble. Is just a perfect closed loop formed by the quartet forces. Uehara Naruto wants to find the dried persimmon ghost shark and bring him back to Akatsuki. The dried persimmon ghost shark wants to find Heiji Kakashi and bring him back to the village of Misty Shadow to interrogate Konoha's information. Heiji Kakashi wants to find Uchiha Deiju and brought him back to the village of Konoha to uncover the truth. Uchiha wanted to find Naruto Uehara and let him fall into darkness. Among these people, most of them are just chess pieces. Uchiha Deiju believes that everyone is a he manipulates, including Uehara Naruto. Uehara also believes that everyone is led by him, even Uchiha Deiju. The fight between the two of them depends on who stands on the higher floor. The next day, after Uehara Naruto followed the route of the dried persimmon ghost shark, he wanted to rush to the northern outpost of Mizuhide in an ambush. Uehara didn't take by to act with him, but instead let him stay in the Diaming Mansion of the Water Country. Instead, he waited until Dai stopped killing Shui Ying and was wanted by Wuyan village, so Bai didn't cut Dai again. Take away. The northern outpost in Wuyan village is destined to be a bit lively. There are 4 ninja squads led by Shangnan, with a total of 16 people stationed in the Sentinel all year round, according to the combination of 1 captain plus 3 middle ninja and 1 captain plus 3 ninja. If there is only 1 Shangnan, if you want to catch Heiji Kakashi, you will have more than enough energy, because this Wuyan Shangnan captain has seen Heiji Kakashi's greatness and will not go. Take the initiative to give heads. However, if Kakashi is allowed to escape, it is not in line with the temperament of Kakashi. This Kakashi is very serious in implementing wartime strategies, leading his subordinates to entangle Kakashi and wait for the reinforcements sent from the village. This is Kakashi Sharingan. Hakaki Kakashi is Konoha's most popular ninja in recent years. If he is caught, he will be able to collect a huge amount of Konoha information, which will be of great help to their dream of defeating Konoha in the Misty Village. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Class 13, take care of the left side. Understand. Class 15, take care of the right side. Understand. 20 classes, responsible for the rear inspection and filling of vacancies. Understand. 11th class, all attack with me, encounter Kakashi entangled with shurikens. Remember, you must not look directly at his riding wheel. Yes, Captain. The 4 teams in the Wuyan village are still pestering Kakashi Heiji in this area. Their actions have delayed Kakashi's thoughts of escape, and Kakashi has to find a way to fight back and solve this group. Mist Shinobi. When Heiji Kakashi concealed the plan, Uehara Naruto had already rushed to this area, and quickly discovered their traces using the dance technique. The young ninja landed in front of the many Mizunas, and Uehara put a pure smile on the surprised and vigilant gazes of the Mizunas, and asked, "A few, are you interested in playing a game with me?" After hesitating for a second on Wuyan's face on Shinobu, he squeezed the shinobi sword in his hand and said loudly to the men present, "According to the original plan, don't let this kid interfere with our affairs, kill him." Killing decisively is the true color of Kiri Shinobu. Following the command of the Captain Uehara, the Mist Shinobi did not hesitate and threw a dozen shurikens at Uehara Naruto. Wind escaped the barrier of wind. A wind wall blocked all the shurikens that hit. Uehara Nairobi's smile on her face was undiminished. She slowly closed her palms, and continued in a low voice, although you were unreasonable to me at first, I still choose to forgive you, because the dead are bigger. Chapter 28, People Following. The dead are the greatest. After Uehara Naraku said these words, the faces of the mist ninjas were very wonderful. The little guy in front of him blocked the shuriken's wind ninjutsu is indeed weird, but he is only one person, and he is confident that he can kill the 4 teams? What an arrogant kid! Whether it is Heiji Kakashi hiding in the dark or the mist ninjas, their first thought is that Uehara Naraku's attitude is too arrogant. Even Kakashi, a long-established ninja, dare not enter the formed mist ninja unit head-on, but the talking kid is provoking face-to-face. Is he looking for death? Heiki Kakashi poked out his head slightly, and quietly watched Uehara Naraku, who was closing his hands to seal the seal. His mind was instantly attracted. Uehara Naraku is slowly closing the seal, and he can see his movements clearly without using the writing wheel, but the sequence of the seal is not even seen by Kakashi. Is it that the kid wants to use something he has never heard of, the ninjutsu? Heiki Kakashi immediately concentrated, and carefully used the writing wheel to write down the order of Uehara Naraku's not printing, and wanted to secretly copy Uehara Naraku's ninjutsu. Uehara Naraku didn't know all of this, but he didn't care. After making a mess of handprints casually, his palm suddenly stretched out to the sky, looking at a group of mists and shining smiles. Goodbye, if you survive. Lei Dunwan Lei Tianzu. A group of thundercloud storms floated around Uehara, and a series of lightning flashed out of the thundercloud storm, scattered on the heads of this group of Wurin. Several fog ninjas were instantly smashed into coke by lightning. After the other fog ninjas avoided the first lightning, the second lightning, the third lightning. Lightning fell one after another. One of the mists had no time to dodge and defend. He was struck by a bolt of lightning and fell to the ground. Then he had no chance to stand up again. Lightning's attack frequency and speed are not easy for them to cope with. The mist shinobi finally realized the predicament under the thundercloud storm. It is difficult for them to escape, and even the time for the defense of India is not enough. Under the crisis, humanity suddenly appeared. Captain Shangnan jumped to the side of a subordinate, grabbed his body, threw him into the air, and stopped 2 lightning bolts. As a result, his subordinates turned into a coke. Other captains saw him. After this scene, they grabbed the bodies of their subordinates and companions one after another as a shield for their escape. If it were not for the high frequency of lightning attacks, the ninjas of the Mist Ninja might even start a cannibalistic civil war. Uehara Naraku stared at the ninja in the thundercloud storm, and the smile at the corner of her mouth was slightly reduced. In the face of the threat of life, the performance of the ninja was really bad enough, far worse than the ninjas in Yuyan village. Wuyan village's blood fog policy of not prohibiting cannibalism and even encouragement for many years is finally showing its evil results. No one dares to trust their companions easily. Uehara Naraku fought one of the most comfortable battles. He didn't want to use the second powerful skill, but just dropped cards at random to complete a unilateral massacre. Heiji Kakashi, who was watching all this, was sweating. The boy only used one move of ninjutsu and killed 4 Wujin squads, including an elite team led by Shan Gren. However, Heiki Kakashi was a little bit happy in his heart. Not only did he escape the entanglement of Mist Ninja, he also copied a powerful Thunder Dunjutsu. It just so happened that Heiki Kakashi himself was best at Thunder Dunjutsu. Advanced Task 3, Kill 10 Official Zongnan, 10/10ths. Reward 1000 life energy, reward 1000 chakra energy, reward 1000 gold coins, reward life energy recovery increased by 100%, reward chakra energy recovery increased 100%. Advanced Mission 4, Kill 10 Official Shangnan, 1/10, the reward is unknown. Uehara Naraku observed in surprise that he had completed the Advanced Task 3 rewards. In addition to the regular life energy, chakra energy rewards and gold coin rewards, there were additional life energy recovery and chakra energy recovery. Life energy, 2201, Standard Ninja 1000 3000. Chakra Energy, 3250, Standard Film Level 3000 10000. Life Recovery, 4 points/SEC. Chakra Recovery, 3 points/SEC. Remaining Gold Coins, 2070. Equipment, Seraph's Embrace, increase Chakra Energy by 1400 points, increase Skill Cooling Reduction by 20%, and reduce Chakra Consumption by 20%. After observing her own attributes, Na Uehara breathed a sigh of relief. In addition to her body's strength and physical stamina increased a lot, the Chakra Energy exceeded 3000 points, and she finally had a place to survive in this ninja world. In addition to these regular rewards, there are also Life Energy Recovery and Chakra Energy Recovery, especially the increase in Chakra Energy Recovery, which allows Uehara to use the dance and the mayfly art without any restrictions, at least safe and worry-free. All that is left is to wait for the arrival of the dried persimmons. Uehara Naraku thought about several ways to solicit dried persimmon ghosts, but he was worried about the loyalty of dried persimmons to the mysterious masked man. Uehara didn't want to expose it easily. In the end, Uehara Naraku decided to severely wound the dried persimmon ghost shark first, and then forcibly bring the ghost shark back to the country of rain. Is this the task completed? Outside the forest, a shark-faced youth led a group of more than 20 people in the misty ninja chasing troop appeared at the foot of the mountain. In addition to these people, a brown-haired woman also led 3 ninja squads, including a powerful investigative ninja. Is the only white-eyed blood successor who is not of the Hyuga clan. Because of a coincidence during the war, he obtained a white-eyed ninja, and thus became the ninja with the strongest detection ability in the Hidden Fog Village. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. The high-end combat power of the misty upper-level Terumi Ming and the dried persimmon ghost shark appear together here. We can know that they attach importance to Heiji Kakashi and the Misty Village's desire for Konoha's intelligence. The dried persimmon ghosts glanced at the mountain and whispered, "Senior Ao, let's start. Our group of guys can only speak with ninja swords, and it will trouble seniors to search for enemies. Understand?" Eyes open. Slammed his fingers together and opened his eyes, carefully searching for the traces in the mountains and forests, looking for the figures in them. After a while, Ching has searched for it, his face suddenly turned ugly, and he said in a deep voice, "All the ninjas at the Northern Sentinel have been killed. There are still 2 living people on this mountain, one of them is a little devil. The other one is Heimu Kakashi, he is in the Eastern Forest. Ha, it seems we are lucky." The dried persimmon ghost shark took off the shark muscle knife on his back and looked at Terumi Mei and said, "Then we will capture Heiki Kakashi, and Terumi Mei will assist us in the containment. Is this arrangement possible?" "Whatever." Terumi waved his hand indifferently, covering his lips and chuckling, "Our purpose is to catch the copy ninja. It doesn't matter who is responsible for the offense and who is responsible for the containment." "Then please." The dried persimmon ghost shark did not pretend, dragged the shark muscle sword in his hand and jumped into the forest, and the chasing troops rushed in afterwards. Terumi Mei led his subordinates to set up a blockade along the location of Kakashi in the forest, forcing Kakashi to move in the direction of the dried persimmon. As for Naraku Uehara in the forest, they didn't care. There is only one person who really cares about Uehara's strength. Chapter 29, Psychic. A time-space vortex appeared at the foot of the mountain, and the figure of the mysterious masked man appeared. After a while, a very cute girl jumped out of the time vortex and appeared beside him. The mysterious masked man glanced at the misty ninjas jumping in the forest, then turned to look at the girl next to him. "After a while, that kid will be severely injured. You must save him if you fight for your life. Do you understand?" "Yes." The girl lowered her head and continued softly, "As long as I let him fall in love with me, you promise to let my hometown go and let me see Kakashi." "Of course." The mysterious masked man tapped his arm and said in a gloomy voice, "I never ruin my promise, but it is really incomprehensible. There are even women who like Kakashi's kind of waste ninja. Mr. Kakashi is not a waste. The girl bit her lip with her teeth. She was obviously afraid of the masked man next to her, but she still mustered her courage to refute his words. The mysterious masked man snorted and ignored her. Of course, the mysterious masked man will not tell Hwaling. Heiki Kakashi is also in this mountain forest, and is also chased by a group of Wurin, and this time the crisis is not like the past, someone will come to rescue him in time up. In the forest, the fog-hidden chasing troops led by the dry persimmon ghost shark have just entered the forest, and they are still tracking his location in the direction of Heiji Kakashi. Click! A card is nailed to the tree. Just as many ninjas were vigilant and evaded, looking at the source of the card, another card flew in. The target of this card was the leader of the chasing troop, the Kakigiri. Even if the ghost dodges the attack of the card in time, it will inevitably be rubbed on the face by the card, a long and narrow wound is drawn, and a few drops of blood are slowly dripping out. The card's lingering prestige was unexpectedly cut off a wild tree with the thickness of a bowl. The dry persimmon ghost shark's face was still very calm, and he waved his hand at his subordinates and said, "Hey? Has anyone's goal been placed on me? Tell Your Excellency Terumi that there is something trivial to deal with here. Go and help." Terumi Ming captured the target. "Yes, Captain." Foggy hidden pursuing and forbearing troops accepted the order in a deep voice, and each jumped into the distance, not worrying that their captain would encounter the enemy. Since the dried persimmon ghost took over the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost, they have become the subordinates of the ghost, and they have also seen the terrible ghosts of the misty people with their own eyes. So far, the dried persimmon ghost has never failed when leading them on missions. What they didn't know was that the dried persimmon ghost shark had long been a subordinate of the mysterious masked man standing behind the water shadow. On the bright side, the dried persimmon ghost shark received a mission to capture Kakashi. In fact, what the dried persimmon ghost shark really wants to do is to severely wound Uehara Naruto. The harder he beats, the better, and then let a little girl save him. Although Gan Persimmon Gaiken doesn't understand why the mysterious masked man gave him such a weird task, as long as it is a task, he will perform it firmly. "Come out, kid." The dried persimmon ghost shark showed a mouth full of shark teeth and put on a horrible smile. "Little devil, I haven't been fighting with all my strength for a long time. If I can enjoy myself today, I can choose a comfortable way to die for you." Dried persimmon ghosts. A figure of a young man appeared in front of the ghost shark, his body floating in the air, his fingertips dexterously turning a few cards. Uehara Naruto looked down at the dried persimmon ghost shark and whispered, "Well, although we all know the result, the process still has to go. I'm here to invite you to join a justice organization that maintains peace in the ninja world. Are you interested?" "Of course not." The dried persimmon ghost shark smiled contemptuously, put down the shark muscle knife in his hand, and said coldly, "Little devil, I am a ninja who likes to kill. That's really unfortunate, I am a peace-loving person." Uehara's eyes narrowed slightly, and the cards in his hand suddenly shot at the dried persimmon ghosts on the ground. The speed of each card was so fast that it even swept through the air to draw waves of air. Because of the reward blessing of Advanced Task 3, Uehara's body has been greatly strengthened, and the card throwing power and speed are much faster than before. The speed of dried persimmon ghost shark is faster. When he saw the card being shot, he dodged the attack of the card, but one of the cards exploded like a detonation talisman. The dried persimmon ghost shark was too late to guard, the whole person was blown out, not only the clothes were destroyed by the explosion, but also a few more wounds on his body, but the function of the shark muscle gave him super self-healing power, and the ghost shark soon the injury recovered as before. "Hey, how do you feel?" Uehara Naruto flew around in the air, whispering softly, "If you die, our organization will have to find a new way to find the right person again. If you want to kill me, these are far from enough." Dry persimmon ghost shark responded in a cold voice, inserting a shark muscle knife in his hand into the ground, and he also thoroughly recognized the enemy's troublesomeness. If Uehara has been flying in the air, it will undoubtedly make his attack much more difficult. At least his physical advantage and the characteristics of shark muscles to absorb chakra are difficult to play. Then change the terrain. Water escape, big water burst. The dried persimmon ghost shark quickly closed his hands to make a seal, and a torrent of sea gushing out of his mouth. The waves on his feet were almost at the same height as Uehara fell in the air. Immediately after the ghost shark's movements, he kept closing his hands and forming seals, and bit his finger. Water escape water shark bullet technique. A water shark appeared next to the dried persimmon ghost shark, wrapped his body and jumped out of the water, and actually rushed into the air flexibly by Naruto Uehara. This guy actually came up with this method www.novel.com to make himself attack the enemy in the air. As long as he can shoot down Uehara Naruto from the air, he can immediately take advantage of his strong physical skills. When the dried persimmon ghost shark approached Uehara Naruto, he still saw Uehara's face panicked with fingerprints. Even one of the fingerprints was not quite standard. "Hey, kid, your psychic madra is wrong." The dried persimmon ghost snorted, his wrist suddenly exerted force, and he was about to grab Uehara's neck and lead him to the ground. Forbearance psychic art. However, with a low drink from the young ninja, a tall monster appeared among them. The monster suddenly threw out the iron anchor in his hand, and accurately hit the body of the dried persimmon ghost shark, dragging him back down. "Go down." The dried persimmon ghost only felt an irresistible force. He fell from the sky and returned to the lake he made with the monster. After Guisha reacted, he finally saw what the monster that little ghost psyched up looked like. A monster almost 3 times his height. His whole body was tightly sealed by iron armor. Only 2 eyes were glowing with yellow light. It held a huge anchor in its hand, and the chain at the bottom of the anchor was tight. Earth is connected to it. What surprised the dried persimmon ghost is that this monster can also be like him, not only can breathe freely in the water, but even move without hindrance. Uehara Naruto folded her hands, landed around the lake, and said with a chuckle, "Mr. Ghostfish, let me introduce you to this. This is the opponent I prepared for you in the water, the deep sea Titanatl. S. New week, ask for recommendation tickets, ask for rewards. Chapter 30, starting today, you are the dried persimmon ghost shark of Akatsuki." Dry persimmon ghost shark had never seen the weird psychic beast like the deep sea titan. He could only stare at the huge anchor carefully and vigilantly, lest he be hit by the anchor again. After experiencing an anchor attack just now, the dried persimmon ghost shark has personally felt what terrible power is attached to it. As a member of the dry persimmon tribe, the physique of the ghost shark is far superior to ordinary people, but it is also far from the deep sea titan. The speed looks cumbersome. The dried persimmon ghost shark grabbed the shark muscle knife and glanced at the deep sea titan brandishing the anchor. A light flashed in the shark's eyes. "Good opportunity." I saw the dried persimmon ghost shark in the water rushing towards the psychic beast of Uehara like an arrow from the string. The shark muscle sword in his hand protruded vigorously, and the handle of the knife suddenly extended into a chain and wrapped around the neck of the deep sea titan. "The sea is boundless." A dull voice came from underwater. Just as the dried persimmon ghost shark was still a little surprised, his eyes saw the deep sea titan lift his foot. The iron nails on it were clearly visible, and then the huge foot slammed on the bottom of the water. The dried persimmon ghost felt a tremor in the water instantly, as if it were an earthquake. Under the force of this shaking, the water waves surged outwards and shook him out with a knife. After seeing the frustration of the dried persimmon ghost shark, Naruto Uehara smiled and looked at him. "Hey, Mr. Ghost Shark, are you having fun? If you want to understand, you can tell me the answer directly, so you can survive." "Hey, naive kid." Dry persimmon Gaiken stubbornly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but his face became extremely solemn. The blow of the deep-sea titan just now was uncomfortable, and his internal organs were also damaged. Originally, he thought that this mission was just teaching a kid, but he didn't expect that after the battle, he had been seriously injured before he could fight the real enemy. The dried persimmon ghost shark never dared to hesitate anymore, and quickly closed his hands to form seals, and his palms suddenly slapped on the surface of the water. Shui dun 5 food sharks. 5 water escape sharks quickly spawned in the water, swimming in the direction of the deep-sea titan, opening their mouths to bite the iron armor on its body. It's just that their teeth are not sharp enough, but they were all smashed into spray by the anchor in a moment. Every time a water shark is smashed, a new shark will appear next to the dried persimmon ghost shark, swarming around the deep-sea titans. Repeatedly every week. One after another regenerated water sharks were killed one after another. Dry persimmon Gaiken's face is getting more and more unsightly, and ninjutsu, which has always been disadvantageous, seems to have encountered a nemesis. This ninjutsu technique was originally intended to save chakra from torturing the enemy, but now it seems to be wasting his chakra. Majima, it's going to be on. The dried persimmon ghost shark grabbed the shark muscle knife with one hand, leaned over and rushed towards the deep-sea titan. The barbs on the shark muscle came out in an instant, revealing its full picture. This is a shinobi with a mouth. In the lake water, the steel monster was not afraid at all. The anchor in his hand suddenly pointed at the dried persimmon ghost shark, and a shock wave was driven into the ground by it. The underground lake water was like a volcanic eruption, and thick waves of water spewed out. There is no way to avoid this deep-sea impact. Whether it is the surrounding water shark or the dried persimmon ghost shark, they are all hit by the water waves brought by the shock wave. The dried persimmon ghost was shot out of the lake before he could even react, and he lay down on the ground in embarrassment. The shark-faced young man opened his mouth and spouted a stream of blood, and there was uncontrollable pain all over his body, but he just gritted his teeth and endured it. The dried persimmon ghost shark did not rest, just looked at an anchor flying towards him. If he resisted this blow again, he might lose his life. You can only try that trick. The dried persimmon ghost quickly closed his hands to form another seal. He glanced coldly at Naru Uehara on the tree, and said solemnly, "Boy, I pray you can find a stronger psychic beast in the future." Shui done the art of shark bullets. A huge shark spawned next to him. After rotating around the ghost shark for a week, the whole shark gradually became extremely large, larger than the size of the deep-sea titan. This huge shark opened its mouth full of blood and opened its mouth. Swim in the direction of the deep-sea titan. In order to allow the sharks to swallow the deep-sea titan, the dried persimmon ghost shark used its own chakra to feed it, allowing it to grow to a large enough body. I saw that water shark bit the deep-sea titan in one bite and swallowed it into its abdomen, but the whole water shark exploded in an instant, stirring up waves. A burst of smoke dispersed in the water. Uehara Nariku's psychic came out of the tall deep-sea titan, disappeared without a trace, and its psychic time has reached its limit. Although it is very restrained in regular battles, it will be the strongest by the ghost. Ninjutsu restraint. Water escape. The art of big shark ball is a kind of ninjutsu that continuously becomes stronger and bigger by devouring the enemy's chakra, which can restrain almost any chakra's abundant enemy. Even though the dried persimmon ghost shark defeated Uehara Nariku's psychic beast, his own image is not very good. In order to destroy a psychic beast, the chakra of the ghost shark was almost exhausted, and his body was severely injured, and he had no idea how many bones he had broken. "Come on, come here." The dried persimmon ghost shark pulled the handle of the shark muscle, greedily feeling the only chakra left in the shark muscle, trying to recover from his injury, but this chakra is far from enough. Forbearance psychic art. The dried persimmon ghost shark quickly closed his hands and sealed the seal, and the sharks were channeled out, and they ordered the shark muscles to swallow the sharks to replenish the chakra and heal the wound. Originally, at the beginning of the battle, the ghost shark still wanted to kill the psychic beast of Uehara Nariku, and taught the kid a deep lesson. He didn't expect that now he would rely on the shark he raised to recover his body and chakra. Uehara Naraku did not stop him, just watched the action of the dried persimmon ghost shark with interest, and even said kindly, "Mr. Ghost Shark, do you need help? I can help you bake the shark fin, but I got it from my teacher. I learned the best barbecue skills." The dried persimmon ghost shark ignored his humiliation, just squeezed the shark muscle knife and slowly stood up. As the sharks were swallowed up by the shark muscle, the wound on his body was gradually healed. Can at least support him to fight for a while. The battle is not over yet. Shui Dun Thousand Food Shark. The palm of the dried persimmon ghost shark quickly became imprinted, and a palm slapped on the water. Thousands of water sharks jumped out of the water and rushed in the direction of Uehara Naraku. It's a pity, I'm not good at fire ninjutsu. The corners of the young ninja's mouth still smiled. He just threw out a few detonating charms with his hand, slowly raised his fingers, and whispered, "Ninfa multiplication detonating charm." A string of explosions sounded in the air. Each detonating talisman is equivalent to the upper-level fire ninjutsu. Thousands of detonating talisman are detonated one after another, and the scorching fire wave instantly evaporates the thousand-eater ninja into water vapor. The dried persimmon ghosts swallowed involuntarily. This guy, is it because of more money? Tens of thousands of detonating charms, in a scarce place like Wuyan Village, can sell for hundreds of millions of dollars. The smoke and water vapor hadn't dissipated, and the dried persimmon ghost felt a pain in his shoulder. A card penetrated the smoke and inserted it into his body. "Boy, do you think you can avoid my sight?" The dried persimmon ghost shark waved the shark muscle knife in his hand and slashed at the strange place in the smoke. He could tell at a glance that there was someone there. Boom! The sword is like a hammer on a steel plate. The mouth of the dried persimmon ghost shark was shocked, and the shark muscle screamed in pain. A childish voice came from the smoke, "Mr. Ghost, it's better not to be too arrogant in front of me, right? Continue to ask for recommendation tickets, collections, and rewards." Chapter 31, Senior Alf, your name. Uehara Naraku's body appeared from the smoke. A golden mask was wrapped around his body to block the attack of the shark muscle. It was the moment of the ultimate skill. A golden chakra lightsaber hovered beside him, faintly reflecting the invincible posture of a young ninja. Uehara suddenly stretched out his palm, grabbed the barbs on the shark's muscles and turned his body with force, kicked the ghost shark's neck with a kick, and kicked him to the ground. The golden chakra lightsaber followed closely. "Nail the dried persimmon to the ground." "How can this be?" The dried persimmon ghost shark fell on the ground, unable to move, looking up at the young man who had no wounds after being hit by the shark muscle. The surprise on his face could no longer conceal. "Nothing is impossible." Naro Uehara kicked the shark muscle that was blocking the road, looked down at the shark's face on the ground, and pinched a card on his misty forehead. "From now on, you are Akatsuki's dried persimmon." Ghost Shark, any comments? Just at this time, the system has determined that the dried persimmon ghosts are no longer able to resist and issued skill rewards. Side quest, defeat the 7 Ninethosaurus, 2/7, the reward is unknown. Side quest, defeat the dried persimmon ghost shark, 1/1, the quest has been completed. Reward skill, Giant Shark Assault. Giant Shark Assault, remotely summon a void giant shark to attack the target area from the ground. After 2 seconds, the shark will jump out of the ground and devour the souls of all enemies in the area. Chakra consumes 100 points and has a cooling time of 80 seconds. Uehara Naraku accepted the system reward, still forcing the dried persimmon to surrender. The mysterious masked man who has been observing the battle can't sit still. How did that guy lose to Uehara Naraku inexplicably? Hannah Ling stood beside the mysterious masked man, and watched the battle between dried persimmon ghost shark and Uehara Naraku in amazement. She had never thought that a ninja could be so powerful. Hualing opened her mouth slightly, and asked in a low voice, "That boy seems to have won, what shall we do now?" The mysterious masked man fell into silence. Since Uehara Naraku won, his plan was naturally bankrupt. Now the most important thing is to rescue the dried persimmon ghost from Uehara's hands. If the dried persimmon ghosts refuse to surrender, Uehara Naraku will definitely not evade killing a misty ninja. Then he lost one of his carefully selected subordinates. The mysterious masked man didn't hesitate to think about this. The whole person turned into a space vortex and appeared beside Naraku Uehara and the dried persimmon ghost shark. Suddenly he appeared and grabbed Uehara's arm. He laughed and said, "Ah," as if between you the battle is over. The mysterious masked man who appeared suddenly made Uehara Naraku shocked. Is this guy stalking him secretly? Senior Afei. Uehara Naraku hurriedly shook off his arm, and said in a deep voice, "If I remember correctly, your mission should be to find a partner for Senior Scorpion, shouldn't you be here?" Well. The mysterious masked man scratched his head embarrassedly, and said shamelessly, "I am actually worried about your safety, so I plan to help you persuade you to drop the dried persimmons in advance." "I didn't expect that I came too late." Fortunately you didn't. What happened?" Uehara Naraku's expression suddenly became a little subtle. "I met an opponent. This guy has a thick face when he is behind the mask. If the dry persimmon ghost shark and his fight to the death just now did not come from the order of the mysterious masked man, Uehara Naraku made this shark muscle sashimi on the spot and fed it to the dry persimmon ghost shark." The mysterious masked man didn't know what Uehara Naraku was thinking. After hurriedly explaining Uehara Naraku, he squatted down to investigate the injury of the dried persimmon ghost. After confirming that the body of the dried persimmon ghost is not serious, the mysterious masked man laughed and said, "He, Mr. Ghost, Uehara and I are both members of the Akatsuki organization. You must be willing to join our organization now." "Hey, do I have another choice?" After hearing the name of Akatsuki, the dried persimmon ghost was surprised for a second. After a sudden sneer, he nodded slightly following the words of the masked man, and formally agreed to join Akatsuki. "No, you can still choose to die." Uehara Naraku lowered his head with a smile, and shook his head at the dried persimmon ghost shark, choked with a word that made the shark's face speechless, and even the masked man next to him was a little confused. Mysterious masked man said a few words that are more effective than his fight? This is too bad for him. Uehara turned his head to look at the mysterious masked man, and continued, "Senior, this is my task. I think I should kill the persimmon ghost shark here, invite another person to join the organization, and then go back to the teacher Zionin to deal with it, which is also me. Own business." Hey, this can't be done, kid." The mysterious masked man naturally objected. "Inviting the dried persimmon ghost to join the organization is a decision we made after secretly observing him for a long time. There is no more suitable candidate for the entire Wuyan village than the ghost. There is no suitable person in Wuyan village. It does not mean that there is no water country." Uehara Naraku dissatisfiedly looked at the mysterious masked man, pointed to the depths of the mountain forest, and said loudly, "Konoha's copy of Ninja Kakashi, has sneaked into the land of water. He is now surrounded by a group of misty ninjas. We can save Kakashi and recruit him to join the organization." Such remarks are purely joking. Judging from the facts, Kakashi Heiji's reputation is much larger than that of Kakashi. If Naro Uehara really invites Kakashi to join the organization by way of rescue, then Akatsuki will definitely only harvest one more from the wood. Ye's spy. The mysterious masked man didn't take Uehara's words as a joke. He was very determined and objected loudly, "The fellow Kakashi Heiji is not as good as waste www.novel.com. Our organization cannot tolerate that kind of killing companions." The guy. Tolerant. Uehara Nairobi spread his hands innocently and said, "Senior Alf, you forgot the senior horns in our organization. Every time you leave the base, you will be a duo. When he comes back, he will carry a box of money. I think Kakashi and Horn are different." The mysterious masked man feels that Naru Uehara is so annoying, he regrets the plan he rashly implemented. If this goes on, maybe this kid will really give up on the persimmon ghost shark and pull that Kakashi into the Akatsuki organization. Nothing is different, is it? Uehara Naruto tilted his head and explained softly, I heard that Heiji Kakashi still has a writing wheel, so he can partner with Itaki. It's reasonable to say this. Naruto Uehara couldn't help but think of this devil himself. At this moment, he actually had the idea of recruiting Kakashi and letting him and Itaki work together. It's a pity that if you really recruit Kakashi Heiji, who now knows the identity of the mysterious masked male, Akatsuki may explode on the spot and separate. Bring soil. Just at this moment, an unbelievable voice entered the ears of everyone, and it was Kakashi Hakeke that they had been discussing. Konoha's copy of the ninja is full of scars, but he doesn't care about his injuries, but rushes towards Uehara Naruto and the masked man excitedly. Heiji Kakashi staggered a few steps, fell to the side of the mysterious masked man, and murmured in a low voice, "Take soil. I finally found you. Even though it is Tuesday, I continue to ask for recommendations." Chapter 32, Who is Akatsuki's actor? Heiji Kakashi passed out. There is still a burn mark on the man's arm, and his clothes are corroded. It should have been attacked by boiling escape and melting ninja. In the entire water country, there happens to be a woman who owns these two blood heirs. When Kakashi was evading the pursuit, he was found by Ao, and he was ambushed by Terumi Ming head-on. Even though he was at a huge disadvantage, Kakashi still managed to win back a city and even drew a tie. It is a pity that besides Terumi Mei he encountered, there are many Mishinen. In desperation, Heiji Kakashi thought of the Lei Dunwan Lei Tianzu he had just secretly copied, and wanted to use this trick to directly defeat all the Wujin. However, when Kakashi Ki's hands were imprinted, he felt that something was not quite right. Fortunately, he had an idea and chose his own Richi, which made a way out. Just after escaping from his birth, Kakashi met his target character who had come to the land of water. When he encountered a group of mists, he would definitely die. When he met his old teammate Uchiha, there might be hope of survival. Kakashi's tense mood finally relaxed. Mysterious masked man's mood is not very good, he looked at Heiji Kakashi at his feet in shock. Who will tell him? How did Kakashi know his identity? And since he even called out his name, it must not have been guessed by Kakashi. Which has revealed his identity? Uchiha is going crazy with soil. Next to Uehara Naruto showed a hint of surprise in a timely manner, with some doubts in his eyes. Senior Alf? This name Kakashi just said. The mysterious masked man regained his sobriety in an instant, turning his head to look at Uehara Naruto's eyes suddenly revealed a fierce light, but he still restrained himself. I don't know what he is talking about. He was talking about taking soil. Uehara Naruto spoke innocently and repeated it, even he added, Senior Alf, are you old acquaintances with Konoha's Kakashi? After finished speaking, Uehara Naruto's eyes brightened, that's right. You and Itaka have a very good relationship. It turns out that Senior Afii is also a ninja from Konoha. The mysterious masked man's mood is a little broken, the kid Uehara has analyzed his identity so seriously. Doesn't he know that if a person knows too many secrets, and even pokes at others' privacy, his life will become very short? Now the mysterious masked man knows that his identity cannot be revealed to others, especially Nagato and Zionin. They will recognize Uchiha Madara, not necessarily an ordinary Uchiha ninja. Since Uehara Naruto seems to have noticed the secret, the mysterious masked man's first thought was to block the news. A gloved palm suddenly protruded and grabbed Uehara Naruto's neck. The mysterious masked man said in a gloomy voice, Boy, I still liked you very much, but in order not to affect the judgment of Nagato and Konan, I can only kill you here. Senior. Uehara Naruto tried his best to gasp, clutching the mysterious masked man's wrist tightly, trying to break his shackles, and begged in a low voice, Senior, I won't reveal this secret. Is it? Mysterious masked man's eyes gradually turned scarlet, and a trace of bloodthirsty madness flashed inside, but I want to kill you now. No, do not want. Uehara Naraku panicked and grabbed the detonation charms and put them on the mysterious masked man with all his strength. His expression was very firm and said, "Senior, if you don't agree, then you will die with me." At this moment, Uehara Naraku intends to give 100 points to his acting skills. The mysterious masked man didn't notice any difference. Perhaps he was confident and powerful, and let Uehara Naraku stick the detonating talisman on his body. Is this guy not enough brains? Still a little too bloated? The mysterious masked man didn't notice the slightest difference, and sneered at Uehara Naraku. "Hey, are you worthy to die with me? Senior." The pain on Uehara Naraku's face suddenly disappeared, and a weird smile appeared. "Why do you feel that you are not worthy to die with me? You are just an intern in the organization." After speaking, Uehara Naraku broke free from the soil and flew into the air. The young man coldly looked at the mysterious masked man on the ground, and said contemptuously, "If you don't want to die together, then go to death." What a naive kid! The mysterious masked man laughed instead of anger. Just as he wanted to continue to say something cruel, the sound of the explosion of the detonating talisman interrupted his words. Boom! The detonating symbols exploded suddenly. The unconscious Higaki Kakashi and the dried persimmon ghosts were all blown out by the aftermath of the detonating symbol on the masked man. The face of the mysterious masked man was still calm, allowing the detonation talisman bombardment to penetrate his body, but he could not hurt him at all, but his right eye turned into a windmill-shaped kaleidoscope writing wheel, where there is a weird supernatural space. Through the kaleidoscope's ability to write round eyes, the mysterious masked man's body can be virtualized at any time and hide in the space, thereby avoiding damage from outside attacks. This is also the reason why he can proudly face most ninjas in the ninja world. Within Shinwei space, the body of the mysterious masked man has already hid in this space, intending to avoid the bombardment of the detonating talisman, and let Uehara Naraku recognize the gap in reality. Unexpectedly, when his body had just entered the divine power space, the detonating talisman followed his body one after another. Boom! The entire divine power space seems to be a Chinese New Year, and the bombing sound of detonating talisman is endless. And whether the mysterious masked man hides in the outside world or hides in the mighty space, there will always be a detonating talisman following him somehow, causing him to be scorched. What the hell? What is going on? What kind of ninjutsu is this? The mysterious masked man looked up at Uehara Naraku in the sky. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com showed a touch of anger in his eyes. He was actually played by a kid between applause. Uehara Naruto raised a finger and whispered, "Hush, senior, don't worry, I only use 100 million detonating charms, and this firework feast will soon end." Asshole kid! Mysterious masked man squirted blood out, his clothes have been destroyed, the mask on his face has become tattered, and his body has also become dilapidated, but the bombardment of the detonation talisman continues. His divine power space, there is no way to get rid of those detonating charms. Uehara Naraku looked at the firelight of the explosion of detonating talisman in a leisurely manner. The technique of multiplying detonating talisman is actually a kind of temporal and spatial technique, and its invention principle is the simplest psychic technique. As long as there is a detonating talisman attached to the target's body, a single detonating talisman can channel up to trillions of detonating talisman to bombard the target continuously until the target's body is blown into pieces. Even if the mysterious masked man can hide in the divine power space, the detonating talisman will follow him into the divine power space and continue to channel a large amount of detonating talisman, which makes him uncomfortable. If he can use the magic pupil technique to evade, 100 million detonating charms are just a firework feast. Now even if he can use the magic pupil technique, he cannot escape the explosion of the detonating charm. Then you can only use that trick. Uehara Naraku looked at the tragic situation of the mysterious masked man being bombarded by the detonating talisman, and whispered, "Well, if Senior dies here, please blame Senior for bad luck. If the seniors are lucky enough to survive my ninjutsu, then return to the organization as soon as possible and confess your identity to Teacher Zionin and Master Yahiko." Chapter 33, Believe it or not, I chopped the shark muscle to feed the dog. Asshole. The mysterious masked man ignored the pain caused by the explosion, looked at Uehara Naraku in the air, and slowly closed his fingers. Izanagi must be used. Must kill everyone present. The mysterious masked man felt a little fortunate that he and Uchiha Itachi participated in the extermination operation. He collected enough 3 Go-Jade chakras from the Uchiha clan, so that he had enough consumables to use Izanagi. As long as Izanagi is used, he can transform all the damage he has received into dreams, and he is a member of the Uchiha clan. Izanagi's duration gain will be maximized. When all of your 100 million detonating symbols are blown up, it is your death date, kid. The flames and sounds of the explosion of the detonating talisman caught the attention of other people in the mountains, such as the girl Hualing, such as the mist ninjas who hunted down Kakashi. After seeing Hakaka Kakashi, Hualing rushed out of the dense forest, carrying the seriously injured Hakaka Kakashi and quickly fled the scene. Uehara Naro glanced at the strange girl who was going away in surprise, picked up the dried persimmon and ghost shark's neck and flew into the air, and left here with the shark face. The detonation talisman roared constantly. The mask on the mysterious masked man's face was completely peeled off, revealing his true appearance. He didn't care about the damage of the detonation charms, but stared at the distant shadows in the air, and said hoarsely, "Little devil, you can't escape." After the chasing troops from Wuyan village rushed out, they looked at the man who stopped in place and was still bombarded by the detonation talisman. This man is a ruthless character. But now I can neither catch the traces of Heiji Kakashi nor save the captain of the dry persimmon ghost shark. The chasing forces decided to stay and plan to wait until the bombing of the detonation talisman ends, and take Uchiha and bring the soil back to the village for torture. After the repeated explosions of the mutual multiplication detonation talisman ended, the transplanted Sangu Jade riding wheel eye that Uchiha took to the left eye of the soil turned completely grey. Even if it is a guiding psychic with a multiplicity of detonating charms, the bombing time of hundreds of millions of detonating charms is too short. Izanagi is enough to easily convert all the damage Uchiha brought to the soil during this time into dreams. It is with this in mind that Uehara Naraku disappeared in front of Uchiha's belt soil. He is not absolutely sure that he can defeat this guy. Uchiha took the soil to glance at the Kiri shinobi present, and his body gradually dissipated in place in the surprised gazes of these ninjas. Just as the Kiri ninjas were puzzled, a hoarse shout awakened them. Wouldn't escape the technique of cutting. Uchiha's figure with soil suddenly appeared behind a Kiri shinobi, holding a wooden thorn in his hand and inserted it into Kiri Shino's heart. Wooden thorns grew from Vunin's body and pierced his body. Uchiha took the soil and pushed away the corpse of Mizuna in front of him, looked at the other Mizuna, and another wooden thorn came out of his palm. These guys, just let him temporarily vent his sullen anger. Uchiha took the soil and felt as if he had gone back to the past, back to the night when Rinlin died in battle. That night he was as angry as he is now, and he was bloody. The screams are endless. After Kiri Shinobu, the last chasing unit, was unscrewed, Uchiha Dato gradually recovered his calm and rethinked his next plan. First of all, the crisis of identity exposure is all because of Heiji Kakashi. If Kakashi had not confided his identity before he fell into a coma, Uehara Naraku would not have known that he was Uchiha. So where did Heiji Kakashi know that he is carrying soil? This problem must be found out. Dato did not believe that Heiji would confide his information to Heiji Kakashi, because it would not benefit their plan at all. This is even scarier. If someone had already understood his identity, wouldn't they have been secretly understanding all his plans? This is the biggest trouble. Second, the crisis of identity exposure must be resolved as soon as possible. All the people present who knew his identity just now, Hannibal and Uehara Naraku, are on the kill list, but before killing Uehara Naraku, you must know from him why those detonating talisman will constantly psychic from his side. Come out, did Xiaonan research out the ultimate move against him? As for how to crack the initiation talisman of those infinite psychics, Uchiha already has a plan. As long as the detonation talisman is not attached to his body to lock his body, there should be no more death situation like the one just now. In addition to Uehara and Hannibal, there are dried persimmon ghost sharks. However, Gui Shao always thinks he is Uchiha Madara. You can try it a little later. If the Keiki Gui Shao is still loyal to him, he can stay. As for the bad thing, Kakashi Heiji can't be killed, because he still needs to ask who told him the news. The last question, if his identity is completely exposed, after Konan and Nagato learn that he is not Uchiha Madara, what should they do to regain their trust? A successor to Uchiha Madara? No, just a strong Uchiha is enough. Anyway, I brought the soil and didn't want to be Uchiha Madara's puppet and live in his place. That old man was already dead. Uchiha took the soil and squeezed his fist. After all, this ninja is still a powerful ninja to have the right to speak. If Nagato can't crack his supernatural power, he can only continue to execute according to his plan. As long as he still has the magic kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, he can still control everything in the dark. Now go find Heiji Kakashi, take advantage of this opportunity to extract the most important information from him, and ask who is behind me. Uchiha took the soil and grabbed the headscarf of Akiri Shinobi, wiped the blood from his hands casually, and threw the headband on the corpse of Kiribu. Then he stepped over the corpse step by step, stepping on the blood plasma on the ground and walking forward. A time-space vortex appeared beside him, and he was included in the divine mighty space, leaving only the terrifying mist ninjas all over the ground. When Uchiha brought the soil to slaughter Mizuna, Uehara Naraku flew to a secluded barren mountain with the dried persimmon, and threw the shark's face on the ground with his hand. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. The dried persimmon ghosts didn't mind at all, staring at the young man standing in front of him. He even smiled and said, "Ha, I thought you would kill me. That would be a waste of resources." Uehara Naraku glanced at the shark muscle sword that crawled on the ghost shark, and continued softly, "I advise you to give up the idea of resisting and tell me about the mysterious masked man. You want to ask for information from my mouth." The dried persimmon ghost shark threw away the hilt of the shark muscle and asked Uehara Naraku with a smile, "Obviously you are a member of an organization, but you want to ask me, an insignificant person. Don't you think it's a bit unwise?" Uehara Naraku lowered his head in silence, looking at the small eyes of the dried persimmon on the ground, suddenly smiled on his face and said, "Mr. Ghost, when do you like to talk nonsense?" In the next second, Uehara's smile instantly diminished, and he said indifferently, "Okay, don't waste our time with each other. Do you think what you see is the truth of ninja world?" Gan Persimmon Gaiken looked calm and seemed to be accustomed to life and death. He asked softly, "What do you think is the truth? You are just an ignorant person. You want to get some inexplicable information from me." When was talking, he actually took advantage of Uehara's unpreparedness and unknowingly put his fingers together, trying to secretly seal the seal. Narrow Uehara kicked his palm away and stared straight into the eyes of the ghost shark, and said solemnly, "Dry persimmon ghost shark, don't make these little moves in front of me, let me find out again, and I will take the shark muscle is chopped up and feed the dog." The dried persimmon ghost shark subconsciously released the handle of the knife after hearing the words, and the shark muscle moved his body with a shrunk, hiding to the other side. Chapter 34, Rewards from Soliciting Dried Persimmons. "Well, I don't want to waste time." Narrow Uehara picked up the dried persimmon and sat up, looked at him directly, and said, "It is time to assassinate the fourth generation of Shui Ying if Dadai is no longer cut," but he would never expect that the fourth generation of Shui Ying from Wuyan village has already been killed. Controlled with illusion, right? Uehara Naraku refused to continue the nonsense, and directly pierced the biggest secret in the heart of the dried persimmon ghost. By the way, he also sold the peach land and will not cut it. Anyway, there are others around here, and no one knows what Tao land is going to do again. The whole misty village goes up and down, only the dried persimmon ghost shark himself knows the truth about the 4 generations of Yakura being controlled by illusions, and he even serves the person who controls the water shadow. Uehara Naraku looked at the dried persimmon ghost shark word by word, and continued in a low voice, "That guy claims to be Uchiha Madara, right?" The dried persimmon ghost shark had raised eyes and looked at Uehara Naraku almost incredulously. He could not imagine that Uehara Naraku knew so much. The person who controlled the 4 generations of water shadows indeed claimed to be Uchiha Madara to the dried persimmon ghost shark. Since Uehara said Madara's name, he was basically certain that he actually knew everything in Wien village. The dried persimmon ghost shrouded his expression and calmly said, "Since you already know so much, what do you want from me? It sounds like you know the identity of that person." "That's right." Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows, and said in a low voice, "He has been lying to you. You heard it just now. His real name is Uchiha Dato. He was just one of Konoha's Nakanin. After awakening the kaleidoscope writing round eyes, he relied on the pupil technique to call himself Uchiha Madara, deceived everywhere in the ninja world, and promoted his evil thoughts, such as the Moon Eye Project." The heart of the dried persimmon ghost shark beat, and then fell a little bit. Since the true identity of the mysterious masked man has been exposed, the so-called Moon Eye Project cannot be hidden from others. Ghost's heart was a little frightened. The first time he saw Uchiha Madara show up, it showed that he had been secretly controlling the water shadow for 4 generations, and Gyu knew that he was the biggest black hand in Wien village. However, Uehara Naraku in front of him knows all this well. This boy who seems to be only 12 years old seems more like the real man behind the scenes than the fake Mr. Madara. The dried persimmon ghosts feel that the world is not worth it. The world is always deceiving him. Every time he thinks he has learned part of the truth, another layer of fog will be lifted, allowing him to clearly realize his ignorance and weakness. But now, there is another chance to uncover the truth. Although Uehara's so-called truth is behind, there must be countless things to hide. The dried persimmon ghost shark pondered for a while, raised his head and looked firmly at Naraku Uehara, and opened his mouth full of teeth. "Then you can tell me, what is the truth about the Moon Eye Project? Do you really want to know?" After Uehara Naraku glanced at him with a faint smile, he bought a dark spear from the system store of his brain and threw it on the ground. "If you really want to know, pick up this dark spear, sign a soul contract with me." Dark spear, use the dark spear to propose to others to sign a cooperation agreement. If they accept the agreement, the dark spear will enter their bodies and bind their souls. If they betray the contract, the soul of the betrayer will be included in the spear of darkness to strengthen its power. Only one person can be bound, and it can be released automatically. If I can see the true face of this world, death will be only a negligible price for me. The dried persimmon ghost shrew a low laugh, without hesitation. When he leaned over and held the dark spear on the ground, a gloomy green energy wrapped around his body, and the other end of the gloomy green energy was connected to Uehara Naraku's body. After the two of them were wrapped in the green energy, a proud female voice came into their ears, like a sigh, "The vow has been signed." After the soul contract was completed, Uehara Naraku found that a status and a skill automatically appeared on his system panel. Dark Spear, contracted. Both sides life energy plus 10%, activated. Both sides chakra energy plus 10%, activated. Call of Destiny, if the contract is near you, you can pull the contractor to your side. The contractor is invincible and cannot be selected for 4 seconds. The duration is related to the chakra consumption. After the skill ends, the contractor can be thrown towards in any direction. The skill consumes a minimum of 100 chakras and has a cooldown of 120 seconds. Whether it is the increase of life energy and chakra energy or the skill of summoning destiny, Uehara Nero realizes that this wave has made a lot of money. Uehara Naraku feels that the call of fate is more like protecting the dried persimmon ghost shark. Now he somewhat wants to cancel the soul contract with the dried persimmon ghost shark, and wait for Xionin to bind the dark spear on the coming day. The dried persimmon ghost shark naturally doesn't know all of this. If he knows what Uehara Naraku thinks, he's afraid that he will tear the contract on the spot. In addition to this, there are several side missions. Side mission: have your first subordinate, 1/1, the mission has been completed, reward 100 gold coins. Side quest: a subordinate with a shadow level chakra power, 1/1, the quest has been completed, and 1000 gold coins will be awarded. After seeing the rewards of the mission, Naraku Uehara wanted to complement the system. Not only did he let him get fat, but also let him know one thing. Ganshi Gyu should firmly choose to be his subordinate before he is judged by the system as his subordinate. In this way, he can judge who is his true self only by relying on the system task panel www.novel.com people. After all, Bai Uehara, who thought he was closing up before, must have not regarded him as a boss in his heart. Perhaps Bai is still using him as a little friend to beg together. This feeling is kind of strange. Uehara Naraku glanced at his gold coin balance, suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, and quickly purchased a piece of equipment that he had liked for a long time, the Fanatic Armor worth 2,850 gold coins. Fanatic Armor. Life Energy plus 800. Basic Health Regeneration plus 200%. Skill Cooldown Reduction plus 10%. Passive Skills: when the life energy reaches 3000 points, the effect of the Heart of the Fanatic is automatically activated. If no damage is received within 6 seconds, 5% of the maximum life energy is restored every second. Activated. After getting this piece of equipment, Uehara Naraku breathed a sigh of relief. Although he has the invincible skill of the Sacred Decree, this skill has a cooling time, and the existence of the Fanatic Armor still makes him feel more secure. Uehara Naraku glanced at his attributes, feeling inexplicably that he had reached the pinnacle of life. Life Energy, 3301, Standard Shadow Level 3000-10,000. Chakra Energy, 3575, Standard Film Level 3000-10,000. Life Energy Recovery, 6 points/SEC. Chakra Energy Recovery, 3 points/SEC. Remaining gold coins, 320. After reading his attributes, Uehara Naraku was in a good mood, and his attitude towards the dried persimmon ghost shark became friendly. He looked at his first recruited subordinate with a gentle face. "Okay, what do you want to know? I can answer you. Ask for a recommendation ticket." Chapter 35, Shall we assassinate Shui Ying? At this moment, the face of the dried persimmon ghost was also shocked. He obviously just signed a contract, and he actually obtained a lot of chakra and body energy increase from that faint green energy. Therefore, the first question that Gan Shigi Shao asked was about his newly acquired power. "I want to know what kind of technique this is, it can increase my power and chakra." The first question raised by the dried persimmon ghost stalked Naro Uehara. A touch of embarrassment appeared on the young ninja's face, and he quickly waved his hand and explained casually, "This is a gift from the Spear of Darkness. Let's talk about the Moon Eye project proposed by the liar Uchiha brought the soil." Dry Persimmon Gaiken nodded, and said seriously, "This is what I want to know the most. Can the Moon Eye project achieve peace in the ninja world?" "No." Uehara Naraku shook his head and explained in a deep voice, "The Moon Eye project is a huge conspiracy. Behind it are many conspirators who use this plan to deceive people. Kazutsu used this plan to trick Uchiha Madara into using it. Uchiha Madara used this plan to deceive Uchiha Dato. Uchiha Dato is using this plan to deceive my teacher. After hearing about it, I felt that my scalp was numb. Isn't the Eye of the Month project just a nesting doll?" Sounds a bit like MLM. The Uchiha who deceived him was also a deceived object. Dry Persimmon Gaiken widened his eyes and whispered, "Then what will happen to the Moon Eye project?" "Well..." Uehara Nana spread out her hands and said helplessly, "Maybe an old woman who lived more than 1,000 years and gave birth to 2 sons but still looks a little cute." Gaiki was completely incomprehensible. He finally realized a question. In fact, he shouldn't ask so much, because there are too many things he can't understand. The so-called truth of the ninja world is too complicated, and it is not possible for Naruto Uehara and him to figure it out in a moment. Kyu thought for a while, and asked aloud, "Then what can I do?" "Kill the Uchiha belt soil and stop this plan." "Do not." Uehara Naruto shook his head and said softly, "What you have to do is join the Akatsuki organization, stay lurking, and pretend to be a spy sent by Uchiha to spy on Uchiha Itachi. When I need it, I will ask you about Uchiha. Information from Tsuto and Uchiha Itachi." After a while, the dried persimmon ghost shark wanted to understand what Uehara Naruto meant. He laughed and said, "Actually, I am a spy sent by you, but I have to pretend to be the spy of the liar that Uchiha brought to monitor the extinct Itachi." "Right. You are very wise." Uehara Naruto praised the dried persimmon ghost shark, and added, "After we return to the Akatsuki organization, don't be too polite to me. For some reason, I am still just an intern in the organization." "How many interns does Akatsuki still have?" The dried persimmon ghost watched Uehara Naruto a little speechlessly. "When the guy named Motive found me and ordered me to severely wound you, he told me that he is only an intern of Akatsuki now. I am different from him." Uehara Naruto waved his hand and explained softly, "Uchiha takes the soil to hide himself under the guise of an intern, and secretly monitor Akatsuki's every move, and I am the real intern of Akatsuki, the kind of Masayoshi." The dried persimmon ghost shark shook his head and said nothing. Of course he can't tell his new boss bluntly, that this boss is much more hidden than Uchiha. "I don't know why this Akatsuki organization has so many spies or conspirators with different minds, and it has not been disbanded until now. Is really an organization whose vitality is tenacious like a miracle." Uehara Naruto thought secretly over there, except for the fact that Momoji will not cut and white, there is nothing else in the country of water. Thinking of this, Uehara asked the ghost shark aloud, "You still have what do you want to deal with?" "No, shall we leave the country of water now?" Dry Persimmon Gaiken shook his head, he had no worries. After a while, the dried persimmon ghost shark seemed to have thought of something, and said with a smile, "I heard that Taoji is going to assassinate the 4 generations of Sukage without cutting it. It is better to give Uchiha a gift with the soil before we leave. Kill how about the master Shui Ying under his control?" Uehara Naruto was silent for a while, remembering the bloodthirsty nature of the dried persimmon, and couldn't help saying, "Misty Village is your hometown. That's why I helped them end the blood mist before defecting." The dried persimmon ghost shark put a sharp muscle knife on his back and whispered softly, "As a ninja who has killed many companions in the village, I know the pain of killing a companion. The 4th generation of Mizukage has issued so many orders to kill his companions. He's already in pain, right? Who can bear the pain of killing a companion?" Even the numbness of the dried persimmon ghosts once felt this kind of pain. When he was the loneliest, he met a female ninja who was kind to him, but because of the order of his boss, he personally killed the female ninja. If the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura are disarmed from the illusion, knowing that the Misty Village has been killing each other because of his order, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, Shui Ying-sama, must be grief-stricken, right? Uehara Naruto looked at the dried persimmon ghost shark with excitement, feeling that he could not beat the enthusiasm of his subordinates. "Okay, do what you want." After killing the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura, Uchiha, who secretly controlled Yakura, was going to vomit blood, which is actually quite good. However, the dried persimmon ghost shark shook his head, revealing his mouth full of shark teeth, and chuckled, "No, I can't do this thing, because I still have to lurk to Uchiha's camp with soil. If I kill the drop of Lord Shuiying will arouse his suspicion." Uehara Naraku suddenly understood the meaning of the dried persimmon ghost shark. This is an opportunity to borrow his hand and borrow the peach land to stop killing Shuiying and make some contribution to their hometown. If it weren't for what the Keikigaki said is a bit reasonable, Uehara Naraku feels it's not easy to tell who is the boss of him and the Keikigaki. Uehara Naraku frowned and said, "It is not that simple to assassinate the fourth generation of Water Shadow, especially since there is a head and tail beast in his body. Let's find out his information first." "Don't worry, I know the whereabouts of Lord Shuiying." The dried persimmon ghost shook his head with a light smile, and provided information to his new boss. Since Yakura was seriously injured by Uchiha Itaki in Loquat Juzo, he has been living in his original residence, which is the forbidden area of Wuyin village. Only his confidant ninja can get close. "Understood." Uehara Naraku sighed. Anyway, he went to assassinate the 4 generations of Sukage. In addition to adding a block to the guy Uchiha who brought the soil, he could also complete several side tasks. The reward for assassinating Shuiying might be a bit richer, right? Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 36, Don't Hang Up in Front of Me. Is this the place where the 4th generation Sukage lives? Uehara Naraku and dried persimmon ghost shark rushed to the lakeside residence of the 4th generation of Water Shadows, only to see a bunch of Vunan's corpses lying on the shore. The clear lake was also scarlet. The dried persimmon ghost nodded, looked at the surrounding environment, and exclaimed, "If you don't kill that guy and kill so many Shuiying Guardian Shinobu, it seems that he has not been preparing for a short time. Judging from the battle traces and blood temperature at the scene, it hasn't been long before Momoji will assassinate the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura. Maybe he is still hiding nearby." As for the result of the battle between them, whether it is Naraku Uehara or the dried persimmon ghost shark, they are not very optimistic that Momoji can kill Yakura without cutting it. Sanwei Ren's Huli can't be solved by those assassination methods. There was a wave of spray on the water. An ugly behemoth rushed out. The thorns on its back were dripping with water droplets. 3 steel-like tails swayed behind it, and a pair of weird eyes stared at the 2 people on the shore. "Ah!" Instead of seeing the fear of the giant beast on the face of the dried persimmon ghost, a smile appeared on his face. It was able to force Lord Shuiying to become a beast. "If you don't cut that guy's strength, you really can't underestimate it. This behemoth is Sanwei Isosuk of Wuyin village." In the next moment, this behemoth like a tortoise glanced at the dried persimmon ghost shark. Its figure turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated in the sight of the 2. A ninja who looked like a teenager suddenly walked out of the smoke, with a stitch-like scar on his face, but it did not look scary, but rather cute. Is the 4th generation of Shuiying Kodaki Tachibana Yakura. His eyes are a little cold. "Hey, if you don't cut that guy is just a coward. You don't need me to use the power of the stroke, I just let the rock stroke out to breathe." The dried persimmon ghost shark spread out his palms, looked at Naraku Uehara, and said with a light smile, "If you are going to face Uehara-sama next, please don't use Mizuo Isosuk's power, otherwise, it's very difficult. It's hard to let Uehara-sama have fun." "Is that so?" Kodaki Tachibana Yakura took a look at Uehara Naraku, nodded seriously, and said, "I know, I won't keep my hands." Hey, don't listen to ghosts." Uehara Naraku glared at his new subordinates, then turned to look at Kodaki Tachibana Yakura and said, "After all, if you use Ma Isosuk, you will die very painfully. It's better to just use this form and let me kill you. It's more convenient for everyone." Uehara Naraku made Kodaki Tachibana Yakura's face difficult to look at with a single sentence. Why is this kid so arrogant? The 4th generation Sukage did not look at him, but instead looked at the shark-faced ninja. "Dry persimmon ghost shark, do you also want to assassinate me? This kid is your helper." "No, Master Shuiying, don't get me wrong. Dry persimmon ghost shark shook his head and denied Yakura's accusation. He chuckled and continued, I will not intervene in this battle, because now I am just an innocent person who is threatened to assassinate Lord Tsukage. According to his plan with Naruto Uehara, he will not participate in this battle. Because he also wanted to see Uehara's power. Defeating or killing 5 shadow-level characters is also a measure of strength. Then wait for me to kill him, and then deal with you. Yakura looked at Uehara Naruto, his palm suddenly turned over, and the green flower iron rod weapon on his back fell into his hand, unexpectedly attacking Uehara Naruto first. Uehara Naruto grabbed his weapon in one hand. Since his life energy increased to more than 3,000 points, both his power and speed have been greatly enhanced. It is easy to block Yakura's attack. Is it powerful? Not bad. Uehara Naruto sighed, not knowing whether he was boasting himself or boasting Yakura, but what he said undoubtedly angered the 4 generations of Mizukage in front of him. Yakura's palm suddenly became blood red, and he slapped Uehara's chest with a palm, and a clump of coral quickly solidified Uehara's body. This is the ability from Seino Isosuke, Coral Palm. Only the human pillar power that can borrow the power of the 3 tails can use the Coral Palm. Once hit, the body will quickly grow coral. Yakura, who is a perfect man, can enter half-tailed beasts at any time in all parts of his body. Borrowing the power of Sanwei Isosuke, this technique is almost caught off guard, and many ninjas are inexplicably planted in this style of ninjutsu. On. The 4th generation of Tsukage did not break his promise. He promised not to keep his hands, and immediately used the power of Sanwei directly on Uehara Naruto. It's quite troublesome. Uehara Naruto looked at the growing coral, covering his whole body almost instantaneously, and whispered, I just had a face-to-face encounter, do you use this power? The moment of the saint. The golden mask radiated from Uehara's body, instantly dispelling the coral palms from his body, and a chakra lightsaber waved with Uehara's palm, stabbing it all at Yakura. Yakura's iron rod flipped, and a stream of water fell from his green flowers, turning into a mirror and suddenly sighting in front of them. Water escaped the technique of water mirror. A ninja who was exactly the same as Uehara Naruto appeared in the mirror, and the chakra lightsaber pierced the other water incarnation Uehara almost instantly. Yakura turned over to avoid Uehara's attack, frowned, and said with a frustrated expression, is the copy of the water mirror technique unsuccessful? A ninja who looks exactly like the enemy will appear in the technique of water mirror. www.novel.com can even use the enemy's ninjutsu. The copy just now obviously failed. Uehara Naruto hit Yakura's jaw with a fist and smashed his whole body out. Then he twisted his wrist and said, well, the reason why I can't copy is probably because this world can only accommodate me. Boy, it's so arrogant. Yakura was smashed to the ground by Naruto Uehara. He suddenly stood up, and quickly began to close his hands and seal the seal, water escape water dragon. Uehara Nara stomped on the ground, and the gravel splashed. Uehara's speed was too fast, forcing Yakura to give up Jian. Who expected this 4th generation Tsukage to not be surprised, but a thick tail leaped out of his back. That is the tail of Mio. Yakura shook the tail behind his back suddenly, slammed Uehara's body fiercely, and knocked him out. This guy was using Yuki to lure Uehara to attack. Uehara Naruto, who was flying upside down in the distance, patted the mud on her body and stood up again. He saw that his life energy had dropped by more than 1,000 points, which means that Yakura's previous blow was so powerful that it was enough. Easily kill an ordinary shinobu. The onlookers watching the battle shook his head and looked at Naruto Uehara and sighed, obviously there are more ways to break the knot, but I chose the most dangerous way, but it is so confident to be able to harden the power of the 3 tails. I wanted to fight you as an ordinary ninja, but you used the power of the tail beast. Uehara Naruto squeezed her fingers, and calmly began to close her hands and knotted her handprints. He looked at Yakura and said softly, 4 generations of Mizukage, forgot to tell you that I hate others opening up in front of me. Chapter 37, Another 7 ninja swords appeared. The 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura couldn't understand Uehara's meaning, but he could see Uehara's palm in Yuien, and Yakura couldn't tell whether the boy in front of him was serious Yuien or wanted to lure him to attack. After all, the order of Uehara Nariku's knots is messy, and some of the handprints are even out of place. But his expression at the time of knot printing was very serious. The dried persimmon ghost shark who stood watching the battle was a ninja who was extremely persistent with Yuien. He couldn't bear Uehara's Yuien a little, and he corrected himself. Uehara-sama, your handprint is wrong again, so Yuien is like this. Is invalid. Shut up. Uehara Nariku's face flushed, and she retorted, what is the effective and invalid seal of the sea, what is the use of the seal? It is enough to release ninjutsu. After finished speaking, in order to verify his own words, Uehara Nariku raised his palm to the sky and sternly shouted, Lei Dunwan Lei Tien prison. Thundercloud storm covered the sky instantly. A series of lightnings wandered in the thundercloud storm, one of which suddenly burst out, and fell towards the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura's body. The thick tail behind Yakura blocked the lightning attack. He glanced at the somewhat scorched tail, slightly confused in his eyes. This, how do you release thunder ninjutsu? Yakura hasn't figured out yet, why Uehara Naro in front of him inexplicably released thunder dancing ninjutsu, and another bolt of lightning fell down and struck him on his tail. Okay. Yakura slowed down, watching another lightning flash out of the thundercloud storm. His face finally became serious. Does this technique attack twice in 1 second? This time interval is too short. Not to mention letting Yakura release a ninjutsu, even if he rushed to Hara Nariku to interrupt his ninjutsu time with physique. Boy, no wonder you dare to assassinate me. Citrus Tachibana Yakura squeezed his palms, and a group of scarlet chakras emerged from him. The chakras were filled with evil and rage, covering his body almost instantly. It's Sanwei's chakra. But this power is far from enough. In Yakura's roar, the red chakra completely covered his face. At this moment, Yakura's body formed a coat of tail beast, with a frightening aura. While watching the battle, the dried persimmon ghost shark also showed a slight dignity on his face, and his hand was already holding the shark muscle knife that wanted to jump out of his palm. This is the power of the tail beast. For thousands of years, the power of the 9-tailed beasts has symbolized destruction and rage, and the human pillar power that can use the power of the tailed beasts can easily become a strong shadow level. The next moment, the ground under Yakura's feet shattered instantly. The half-tailed Yakura almost ignored the lightning attack, and turned into a red monster, rushing in the direction of Uehara Nariku. His speed was so fast that Uehara could hardly see his movements. In the next second, Yakura rushed in front of Uehara, and the fist wrapped in the tail beast chakra was about to hit Uehara's chest. Command Shockwave. A magic puppet appeared in Uehara's hands, and the magic puppet suddenly opened, and the surrounding space was quickly pulled and distorted visible to the naked eye. Yakura was pulled by the distortion of the space and shrunk into a ball. Uehara Nariku's eyes fell indifferently on Yakura's body, a purple energy ray shot out of his eyes, and the chakra coat on Yakura's body was instantly burned out. Ah 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 ah! The intense pain and the pain of disappearing from the surface of the body made Yakura scream uncontrollably. His body slowly emerged with scales, using the power of the 3 tails to try to resist the attack of the energy rays. Finally, a huge monster suddenly appeared. The complete Sanwei Isosuke appeared in front of Uehara Nariku again, but his body was very miserable right now, with pitted wounds everywhere. Roar! The life-form disintegration ray continues. Even if Mitsuo appeared, he was still enduring the pain that eroded the soul with great difficulty. There was an boundless wave of water under it, surging toward Uehara Nariku. The energy rays in Uehara's eyes kept on, just casually stretched out his palms, summoning a huge wind wall, wind escape, wind barrier. Chakra appeared on the wall of wind, and overturned Sanwei's water escape ninjutsu, and the waves of water rolled and slapped on Sanwei. What? The dry persimmon ghost shark, who had always been calm, looked at this scene. The expression on his face completely collapsed. It's okay to release ninjutsu without Kian. Uehara-sama can actually release two different kinds at the same time. Is it a tribute ninjutsu? The shark's face is scratched and his head is broken, but I can't figure out what this is. The only thing that can be determined for the dried persimmon ghost is that if Sanwei is still under the attack of the purple energy ray, its death is only a matter of time. The purple energy released in Uehara's eyes is really overbearing. However, a splash of water at Sanwei's feet suddenly turned into a huge water man, and he flew it with a punch, saving it from the attack of energy rays. Then the huge water man turned his head and stretched out a finger in the direction of Uehara, and a clear voice resounded in everyone's ears: "Water escape, water iron cannon art." A spouting torrent hits Uehara Nariku. Uehara Nariku was hit by a water iron cannon from the front, and his body flew upside down. Purple energy rays swept through everything around him uncontrollably. The weak creatures such as trees and weeds turned into nothingness. When did this guy come? The complexion of dried persimmon ghost shark changed. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com picked up the shark muscle knife in his hand and stood up, slowly looking at the huge water man. The huge water people slowly gathered together and turned into a young ninja with sharp teeth and appeared in front of them. "Senior Ghost, what's going on?" The young ninja glanced at the dried persimmon ghost shark who was standing by with folded arms, then looked at the other side of Uehara Nariku who was standing up again, frowned and said, "That guy is here to assassinate Mizukage." "Yes." The dried persimmon ghost shark grasped the ninja in his hand, and looked at the young ninja in front of him with a chuckle. "Are you here to assassinate Lord Shuiying? As the future hope of Wuyin village, defected. It's not so good. The ghost lantern full moon is now able to perform the hydration technique and the family ninjutsu of the ghost lamp clan. With such a strong strength, it can only be another ninja sword 7 people ghost lamp full moon hidden in the mist. He is also one of the youngest in Wuyin village and known as the most powerful ninja 7 in history. Ninja swords 7 people have always selected members based on their strength and the match to the nin swords, but the Ghost Lantern clan has always been able to easily get the favor of the 7 nin swords. In addition, Ghost Lantern Menu also possesses both extraordinary ninjutsu talents and a wealthy family of the Ghost Lantern family. It has always been considered by ordinary Misty ninjas to be a man who can guide the revival of Misty in the future. Guidang Menu did not answer the words of the dried persimmon ghost shark, but frowned at the wound on the dried persimmon ghost shark, and asked aloud, "Senior Ghost Shark, please answer me first, why are you here? Otherwise, I will you list them together as enemies to be eliminated. Ask for a recommendation ticket." Chapter 38, There are 7 ninja swords, who doesn't want to kill Sukage? Then which side are you on? Dry persimmon ghost shark laughed and looked at the ghost lantern full moon, and put the shark muscle big knife on his shoulder. "Little guy of the Ghost Lantern clan, I remember you were never allowed to approach here, right? You came to Master Shuiying's residence. Do you want to rescue Lord Shuiying, or kill both Shuiying and the assassin?" Ghost Lantern Full Moon fell into silence. The dry persimmon ghost shattered the illusion of peace of the Ghost Lantern Full Moon. The Ghost Lanterns of Wuyin village are the rich family in the village. The most prosperous period is undoubtedly when the Ghost Lantern Moon became the second generation of water shadows. Since then, the Ghost Lanterns have established their status as the richest in Wuyin village. However, since then, the Ghost Lantern clan has hardly matched the water shadows of the past, and their status is too detached. These Ghost Lantern ninjas who can use the technique of hydration are very talented. They have been in charge of the 7 ninja swords, as the leader of the 7 ninja swords, and are responsible for managing this powerful ninja team that is not very obedient to the water shadow. Ninja Swords 7 Ninja Squad, who are not very convinced by Shuiying, are very friendly to the Ghost Lantern clan, because the Ghost Lantern clan can freely psychically produce 7 ninja swords. Isn't this a crazy test on the verge of death? The status of the Ghost Lantern clan is very similar to that of Konoha's Uchiha clan. No, the status of the Ghost Lantern clan is much stronger than that of Konoha's Uchiha clan. At least their clan members have had a water shadow, but the patriarch of the Uchiha clan can't even get a high-level Konoha position. In any case, the relationship between the Ghost Lantern clan and the Ninja Seven doomed them to be unable to get along with the high-level ninjas headed by Tsukage. After many years of war, the people of the Ghost Lantern clan suffered heavy losses on the battlefield, and their talents gradually withered. Coincidentally, Konoha's Uchiha clan now only has Uchiha Itachi and his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke, and the Ghost Lantern clan in Wien village now only has Ghost Lantern Manjiu and his brother Gui Lansu Izuki. Looking at the silent ghost lamp full moon, the dried persimmon ghost shrew lightly smiled and continued, "If you kill Lord Shuiying here, even if you are only 13 years old this year, you are still very likely to be elected by many people to succeed the village." The 5 generations of Water Shadow. Ghost Lantern Moon shook his head, reached out his hand to hold the shinobi sword behind him, raised his head and looked at the dried persimmon ghost shark and said in a deep voice, "Then I will only disappoint Senior Ghost Shark. I will not betray the village, let alone plan. Kill Master Shuiying in reverse." "Then what are you talking about here?" Uehara Nariku's voice came out, and his body turned into a black shadow and appeared in front of the ghost lamp full moon, and hit the ghost lamp full moon's head with a punch, splashing a lot of water. The splashing water came together again, and turned into the head of the full moon of the ghost lamp. From the hydration technique of the ghost lamp family, this level of physical attack can be completely immune. Uehara Nariku received a heavy blow on the head looking at the ghost lantern full moon, but she seemed to see nothing. She couldn't help but exclaimed, "Hey, is the technique of hydration? It's really amazing. Your Excellency is even more daunting." Ghost Lantern Menu's face gradually became solemn, stretched out his hand to hold the shinobi behind her, and whispered softly, "A person who suffered a blow from the front and who was unharmed by the art of a water iron cannon, even I have never seen it. Here, you see it now." Uehara Nariku was a little grateful that he had purchased the fanatic's armor early, and his life energy was restored much faster than before. It was just that during the time when the Ghost Lantern Full Moon and the dried persimmon Ghost Shark were talking, his life energy had been restored 7 or 8. Just when they are facing each other, the 3 tails in the lake suddenly turned into smoke and dissipated. The 4th generation Mizukage Yakura climbed up, clutching his arm tightly, and blood dripped out of his fingers. As a 3-tailed man, Yakura's recovery ability is also very strong, but the wound left by the purple energy released by Uehara Naruto is surprisingly strange, and the tail beast Chakra can't repair his wound at all. Everyone's eyes wandered, slowly looking at the seriously injured 4th generation Water Shadow. Yakura looked at the people present with cold eyes, and opened his mouth and said, "Ghost Lantern Full Moon, I order you to kill this little devil and dried persimmon." Ghost Lantern Moon lifted his eyes and glanced at the people present, suddenly pulled out the double sword flounder behind him, and replied in a deep voice, "I see. Master Shuiying." Uehara Nariko quickly put his finger up, just when he was about to face the full moon of the ghost lamp, the dried persimmon ghost suddenly waved his muscle to stop him. While Uehara was shocked, the dried persimmon ghost shark chuckles and said, "Master Uehara, don't worry, the situation in Wien village is much more complicated than what you have seen. In this village, the so-called companions are just dead souls under the butcher knife." The dried persimmon ghost staring at the ghost lamp full moon slowly moving the ninja in his hand, the smile on his face grew stronger and stronger. A seriously injured Water Shadow is a ninja for every ninja who wants to kill Water Shadow. What a huge temptation! As the words of the dried persimmon ghost shark fell, the ghost lantern full moon really clenched the flounder in his hand, turned and slashed towards the Yakura behind. Uehara Nariko frowned, and looked at another Ninja 7 who betrayed Yakura, and couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter?" If it is a full-fledged Shui Ying-sama, naturally no one dares to do it, and only Dai will attack that crazy guy if he doesn't kill. The dried persimmon ghost shark grinned, looked at the fiercely fighting ghost lantern man Mitsuo and Yakura, and continued with a smile, but if it is a seriously injured water shadow, then it is a different matter. After all, every misty ninja there is a heroic dream to change the blood mist. Our 4 generations of Shui Ying have never paid attention to his subordinates. He can barely control the ninjas in the village by relying on the power of the 3-tailed man. What's more, the 4 generations of Shui Ying adults who stood in front of us are really indispensable for the decline of the ghost lamp family of the fog-hidden giants. Since Wuyin village became a place of mist, the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura have long lost their hearts in the high level of Wuyin. What's more, the rules set by him personally made the misty ninjas have lost their respect for him. And the gradual disappearance of the Ghost Lamp clan in the Wuyin village is really inseparable from the 4 generations of water shadows who implemented the blood fog policy. Uehara Nariku looked at the ghost lantern full moon, with some doubts in his expression. If his purpose is to kill the 4th generation of Tsukage, why did he stop me from killing Yakura? Because he wants revenge too. The dried persimmon ghost said with a light smile. The relationship between the Ghost Lamp clan and the 4 generations of water shadows is like water and fire. Since I joined Anbi, I have seen many missions to clear the Ghost Lamp clan ninja. That's all Uchiha soil. Uehara Nariku wanted to speak. Shouldn't all the black pots that happened in the village of Wuyin be placed on Uchiha's head? But when you think about it, Ghost Lantern Menu really doesn't know anything about it. The dried persimmon ghost shook his head and whispered, Master Uehara. It has long been a custom for the water shadow to suppress the ninja in Wuyin village. It is just that the person behind the scenes who manipulated the 4 generations of water shadow has completely intensified the contradiction. Uehara nodded, thoughtfully. Does every ninja village have such bad things? There are so many deep hatreds. It seems not surprising that the ghost lamp full moon wants to kill the water shadow. The patriarch Uchiha Tomitake who died not long ago, if one day he meets the seriously injured Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hisaki in private, I am afraid that he will help them lift their ashes, right? Chapter 39, Both sides want to hide the secret. But, this guy wants more. The expression on the dry persimmon ghost shark's face gradually became a little dignified, and then suddenly stretched out, unless the ghost lantern full moon wants to defect, otherwise, he must want to kill the 2 of us insiders. One person can't do 2 things at the same time. Hey, there are helpers. Uehara Naruto nodded, a card was active at his fingertips, and his body flew into the air with the help of dancing, floating in the air to observe the surrounding situation. It seems you guessed it. The ghost lantern smashed the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura with a stab at the full moon, showing his sharp teeth, smiling and saying, no matter who it is, you can't escape. The nature of the ghost lantern clan has always been bloodthirsty. If the ghost lantern is a gentle ninja, how can he be worthy of his sharp teeth? Now that Nariku Uehara and the dried persimmon ghost shark had guessed it, the ghost lantern full moon didn't even think about hiding it, but just said loudly, come out, don't kill seniors again. There was a moment of silence in the air. Uehara Nariku's expression was a little weird, and he even wanted to laugh. If he heard it right a moment ago, the name that Ghost Lantern Menu called out sounds a bit familiar. Uehara Nariku twisted his neck stiffly, and looked at the dried persimmon ghost shark. Are you ninjas in Wuyin village doing things so sloppily? Why would he think that Dai can stop the 2 of us without cutting it? Dry persimmon Gaiken shook his head, saying that he didn't know it, but he wouldn't underestimate Tao and stop cutting it. Gui Hao said in a low voice, if you don't master the technique of mist hiding, it does have the ability to stop me, but I don't think he can beat Uehara-sama. Unable to understand. Uehara Nariku stared at the ghost lamp full moon that was still suppressing the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura, frowning and asked, are you not going to find out about the helper's fighting power before looking for a helper? Mamaji will not kill that guy again. Hey, Kid, don't look down on people. A figure suddenly rushed out, and after a curse, he jumped into the air with strength, waved the big knife in his hand and slashed at Uehara Nariku. It was the one who was despised not to cut. Uehara didn't panic either. He was much more flexible in the air than if he didn't cut it anymore, but he lowered his head slightly to avoid the decapitation knife, and suddenly exerted force with his wrist on his chest without cutting it. Boom! Dai will no longer fall to the ground in an embarrassing manner. Uehara Nariku looked at not cutting again, shook his head and sighed, "No more cutting, you won't see you in 3 days, your strength is getting weaker and weaker." Bah! I didn't cut it again and spit out blood foam. Although there was also a reason for the serious injury in the previous assassination of Yakura, but I didn't cut it but clearly felt that Uehara Nariku's power had become stronger again. How long has it been since they met again? Uehara Nariku's strength seems to have doubled. What is going on? Ghost Lantern Manu couldn't help turning his head to look at Tao Di and then "Don't cut it," and whispered, "Don't cut senior again, do you know?" Dai didn't cut silence anymore. It was not a glorious thing that he was defeated by Nariku Uehara before. Uehara Nariku slowly fell to the side of "No more cuts," seeming to understand the mind of "No more cuts," and smiled lightly, "No more cuts, don't taboo our relationship. After all, many people have lost to me, but let me let it go." Very few people. Gui Deng Menu heard these words, his expression could not help showing a touch of amazement. The current situation seemed a bit out of his control. 6 hours ago. Mamakai no longer thinks that the time to assassinate Yakura has come, and quietly came to Yakura's residence and wanted to assassinate this 4th generation of Water Shadow. Unexpectedly, his strength was far from enough to match, and Yakura was beaten up and fled, and the news also leaked out. Ghost Lantern Menu, who is in charge of defense in the village, was the first to get the news that Shui Ying had been assassinated again. He did not choose to send support directly. Instead, he killed the ninja Shui Ying who had returned to the village for help and blocked the news for the first time. Ghost Lantern Manmon found Mamaji and didn't cut it. After receiving information from Yakura, he planned to come here to find opportunities. If Yakura is still intact, Ghost Lantern Menu is still the 7 ninja swords who are loyal to Mizukage. If Yakura is seriously injured, Gui Lan Menu will not mind sending him a ride, they have never been pacifist. Thoughts. However, when the Ghost Lantern arrived here at the full moon, he didn't know that he could kill Yakura directly by giving Naru Uehara a little time. Anato Manmitsu only noticed the seriously injured Yakura. Therefore, the current young patriarch of the Ghost Lantern clan immediately decided to take action, planning to kill all Yakura and Uehara Nariku. Is just the current situation, obviously out of control. Okay, let's sort out the current situation. Uehara Nariku clapped her hands, pointed to the seriously injured Yakura in the distance, and whispered softly, "It seems that our goals are overlapping. Everyone wants to kill the 4th generation Mizukage directly. You should have no objection to this." The 3 ninja swordsmen glanced at each other, Dai snorted coldly, the ghost lamp full moon nodded, and a smile appeared on the face of the dried persimmon ghost. Is the sadness of the times. The strongest ninja squad in Wuyan village, the 2nd generation of ninja swordsmen now has only 3 people, and they all want to kill their immediate boss. The 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura's eyes changed, and he looked at everyone present and smiled sadly, "I didn't expect you guys. Sorry, I almost forgot, Shui Ying is still alive." Uehara Nariku didn't turn his head at all, but still looked at the 2 of Mamaji Nozawa and Ghostlight Manmitsu. www.ltnovel.com. He just snapped his fingers in the direction of Yakura. When everyone was still a little surprised, a strange shark suddenly sprang out of the ground at the foot of Yakura and swallowed him with his mouth open. After a while, the shark plunged into the ground again, leaving only the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura's body lying alone on the ground. Giant shark assaults. This weird skill, if it can successfully sneak attack, the effect is unexpectedly powerful. Uehara Naraku just snapped his fingers and summoned a weird shark to kill the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura. In this scene, there was a flash of horror on the faces of both Taoji and Guilan Manyu. The dried persimmon ghost chuckled slightly. Sure enough, Uehara-sama is best at Muji ninjutsu, right? Whenever the dried persimmon ghost shark sees Uehara Narakayuran, he always feels something strange, because he will make some small mistakes from time to time. Now when I think about it, those are just the disguise of Uehara Naruto's weakness. As an excellent Kijin ninja and a loyal subordinate, the Keikigami Keikiguru was very empathetic and suggested, if Uehara-sama is willing, I can help you assemble some beautiful Kijin gestures. Dry persimmon ghosts are good at things like Jian. Uehara Naraku nodded slightly, and shook his head again. Forget it, I'll talk about it later. Let's deal with the immediate matter first. I don't want anyone to kill the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura. Know that the ghost shark is involved. Then our idea is a coincidence. Ghost Lantern Menu slowly grabbed the scroll on his body and whispered softly, apart from not killing seniors, I don't want more people to know that I want to kill Yakura. Chapter 40, I want the detonation symbol in the blasting knife drop. The scene is deadlocked again. The death of Yakura cannot change their opposition. In addition to Taoji not beheading this outsider, Uehara Naraku and Guilan Manyu both want to keep their respective secrets. Uehara Naraku doesn't want Uchiha to have any channels to learn about the betrayal of the dried persimmon ghost, he needs to let the dried persimmon ghost be a spy. Guilan Manyu doesn't want anyone to know that he is trying to kill Yakura, because he comes from the ghost light family and wants to inherit the position of Tsukage. The dried persimmon ghost shoved the scorpion sword behind his back, chuckled and said, Master Uehara, if I need to kill them, I should be able to do it, right? Not in a hurry. Uehara Naraku waved his hand, he wanted to see the reward for killing Yakura first. Hidden mission, undo Uchiha's conspiracy control over the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura, 1/1, the mission has been completed, reward skill purification. Purification, remove all negative effects of oneself, cooling time 210 seconds, no consumption. Uehara was puzzled. He never noticed that there was a hidden mission. He felt that the completion was a bit inexplicable. Does killing Yakura also release control? But the skill reward of purification is really rich. From now on, he doesn't have to worry about the illusion control of Shaoyuan, and he won't be killed in a flash like Ashimaru and Kakashi. In addition to this, there are 2 common side missions. Side quest, defeat Sanwei Isosuke, 1/1, the quest has been completed, the reward skill Spike Defense. Spiked Defense, when you enter a defensive posture, your life energy is doubled. During this time, if you are attacked by the enemy's physical skills, half of the damage will be bounced back to the enemy. The defensive posture lasts for a minimum of 6 seconds. Related to chakra consumption, cool down for 4 seconds. Because I defeated a tortoise, so I gave a tortoise the skill? Why don't you give him a psychic contract directly? However, the existence of Spike Defense greatly strengthened his physical combat strength. The skills given in the last task are the most wasteful skills, because the dried persimmon ghosts around Uehara Naraku also have similar ninjutsu skills. Side quest, defeat the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura, 1/1, the quest has been completed, and the reward skill Raging Wave Howl. Howl of Raging Waves, summon a wave from under your feet, sweeping all enemies in front of you. The skill range is related to the chakra consumption. The minimum cost is 100 chakras and the cooling time is 100 seconds. Isn't this just a water escape ninjutsu? Uehara Naraku sighed, the dried persimmon ghost shark standing next to him could spit out the water ninjutsu that destroys the dam in one breath. This skill can only be said to be better than nothing. Hey, Ghost Lantern Full Moon, what do you want to do? Dai no longer cut the beheading knife into the ground, whispered, only the dead can keep a secret, but these 2 guys in front of you are not easy to deal with. We must keep them. Gui Deng Menu held a scroll in his hand and said, Shuiyu is still in the village. I don't want my brother to be a betrayal. Shuiyu, that kid. When Tao Di did not mention Gui Deng Shuiyu, his face was a bit unsightly, because that kid was always clamoring to take the decapitation knife. Isn't this directly picking out that he will kill him when he grows up? Had it not been for the guardian of the ghost lamp full moon, the unobstructed ghost lamp Shuiyu would have long been killed. How many times? The dried persimmon ghost shark recognized the scroll in the hand of the ghost lantern full moon, and exclaimed, Is it really the prodigy who is beloved by the 7 ninja swords? Even the shark muscle in my hand recognizes you, the ghost lantern full moon. Is that a scroll capable of channeling 7 ninja swords? Uehara Naraku curiously looked at the scroll in ghost lantern Manmitsu's hand, and curiously asked, How many shinobi swords can he use now? At present, it should be 4. Dry persimmon ghost shark knows all about the 7 ninja swords, and replied, The shark muscle is in my hand, the decapitator is in the hand that will not cut it, and the thunder sword is in the hands of the black Raya who defected from the previous generation. The remaining 4 are in his hands. All can be used. What? Uehara Naraku suddenly became interested. I heard that one of the ninja swords is called Bakuto Fiimo, which can channel countless detonation symbols. Is this sword also in it? Although Uehara didn't know the mechanism of this shinobi sword, there may be engraving or psychic detonation spells in it, but its ability alone is enough to attract people. This ninja sword can be used with the mutual multiply detonation talisman. Uehara Naraku has the ability to multiply the detonating talisman. No matter how many detonating talisman there are, it is actually not enough for him. If it doesn't work, can you give it to Xiaonan as an ornament? Dry persimmon Gaiken didn't know the thoughts of Uehara Naraku, nodded and said, Yes, the explosive power of the blasting knife and droplets is also very troublesome. Uehara Naraku's face immediately became serious, holding her arm, watching the ghost lamp full moon that was unwinding the scroll, and said coldly, Then let him hand over the blasting knife and droplets. That shinobu, I like very much. The dry persimmon ghost shark's face was a bit weird. It seemed to think of the fear of being dominated by Uehara Naruto's detonating talisman formation, but now he is in Uehara's camp, but he chuckled and nodded, that ninja sword, indeed suitable for Uehara-sama. Unfortunately, he doesn't seem to want to hand it over to me directly. Uehara Naraku squeezed his wrist. Yu reading www.yuugonshu.com walked to the position of the ghost lantern full moon step by step, and whispered to the ghost shark, I'll take the ghost lantern full moon, and Mr. Gui Shark won't kill the guy again. There is no problem, right? Of course. The dried persimmon ghost shark smiled confidently, suddenly tore the bandage on the shark muscle knife, and continued with a smile, Master Uehara is willing to deal with the ghost lantern full moon. After all, I am not sure that I can take down the village. A genius ninja. Among the current 3 ninja swordsmen in Wuyan village, although they have never discussed their true strength, they know more or less in their hearts that if it is in a frontal fight, the strength not to be cut should be the worst. As for the dried persimmon ghost shark and the ghost lamp full moon, there is little contact between the two of them, and the ghost lamp full moon, who is only 13 years old this year, has never had any failures so far. Because Ghost Lantern Menu never really took the enemy seriously in every mission, but no matter how powerful the enemy was, he could easily win it. Therefore, the Ghost Lantern Full Moon is also known as the most mysterious genius in Wuyan village, a child prodigy who can never know his strength. As for the opponent that Ghost Lantern Manmon has to face, it is also very interesting. The dried persimmon ghost has never seen exactly how much power Uehara hides, because whether Uehara Nariko faces the Uchiha belt soil or the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura, he is always so confident and calm. The dried persimmon ghost turned his head and looked at the opponent he was assigned. There is a duel between 2 ninjas who have never been tested for true power. Who are you supporting? Don't cut it. Hey, the person I support has always been me. Dai no longer cut the beheading knife and rushed towards the dried persimmon ghost shark. A civil war between the 7 ninja swords began. Chapter 41, A Teenager Who Is So Strong. No longer chopping and fighting with the sword skills of the dried persimmon ghost shark, it is far less fierce than the battle between Uehara Naraku and the ghost light full moon, and it is not like a 12 or 3-year-old boy. The flounder in the hands of Ghost Lantern Menu slashed, killing a deep trench on the ground, but the blade was hitting a yellow circular defensive net. Is Uehara's defensive posture, it tightly wraps Uehara's body, and even a spike is raised at the intersection of the grid. Is there only this degree? Uehara's mouth twitched with a smile, and the defensive posture of the spiked defense, a bonus skill he had just defeated Mitsuo, was enough to make him resist the enemy's swordsmanship in this battle. As long as it wasn't for Metkai from Konoha village, his physical skills could be as good as most ninjas now. Guichio Umanmitsu looked at the smile on Uehara Naraku's face and twisted his wrist. A gas from the eyes of the flounder ninja sword enveloped the entire ninja sword. Hirame Flounder Liberation! The ghost lamp shouted coldly at the full moon, and the flounder shot at Uehara. As his voice fell, a chakra ball suddenly condensed from the flounder knife, hit the body of Uehara Naraku, and instantly knocked Uehara out. This type of swordsmanship alone is not enough. Guilan quickly retracted his palm during the full moon, pulled open the psychic scroll beside him, and raised his own fingers, psychic art, blunt knife, and cut. The blunt knife pouch has a very peculiar appearance. One end is a shinobi that looks quite like an axe, and the other is a hammer. Guideng Menyu grabbed the shinobi with one hand and smashed Uehara Naruto's body, with the other hand, he picked up the hammer and slammed it on the back of the knife. Blunt knife pouch is enough to break all defenses, precisely because it will have 2 powers superimposed when it falls on the enemy. Blunt knife pouch cut once again to the yellow circular defensive grid. Only this time Uehara Naraku's body flew upside down with the help of force, and the superposition of the double power made him a little unable to stand it. Guideng Menyu's body was also injured by the spike defensive back shock, and a mouthful of fresh blood pressure fell on the corner of his mouth, slowly flowing out from the gap in the corner of his mouth. This shinobi is too noisy, right? Uehara Naraku stood up, patted the dirt on his body, ignored his life energy consumption, and pointed his finger at the hand of the ghost lantern full moon. Hammer and axe don't match, it should be equipped with a sickle. What? Guideng looked at Uehara suspiciously at the full moon, ignoring his crazy words, and was still shocked by the defense technique Uehara had just used. What the is that yellow round grid? Can't blunt knives and pockets destroy his defenses? Ghost Lantern Menyu's pockets turned into smoke and dissipated, his palm quickly turned over the scroll, and the psychic produced another shinobi. Long knife and stitch. I don't want this one. Uehara Naraku's voice came into the ears of Ghost Lantern Manmitsu, and he suddenly rushed to the enemy's side, kicking the shinobi in his hand with one kick. The long knife in the hand of Ghost Light Menu suddenly raised, and after Uehara's attack was flashed, the steel wire behind the long knife and the needle suddenly entangled Uehara's ankle. Humph, this time, you can't escape. Ghost Lantern Menu waved and threw the long knife and needle in his hand. The sharp and slender shinobi pierced a large tree deeply. The steel wire on the handle of the knife was wrapped around Uehara's body, tightening him tightly. Tied to the tree is indeed a genius ninja who is proficient in 7 ninja swords. Almost every kind of strangely shaped shinobi, Ghost Lantern Full Moon can be played with flowers, and use the most suitable time. Ghost Lantern Full Moon looked at the fettered Naraku Uehara, stretched out his left hand, and shouted in a low voice, "Water escape the art of water wrist." Seeing the Ghost Lantern, Moon's arms became visibly thicker. This is the secret technique of the Ghost Lamp family, which can concentrate the body's moisture on the arm, thereby enhancing the strength of the wrist. Guideng Menu glanced at the battlefield on the other side. Tao De no longer lurked in the fog and entangled the dried persimmon ghost shark. Now it seems that there is no need to use the shinobi. Don't kill Senior again, let me use the beheaded sword. After Ghost Lantern quickly closed his hands and sealed the seal, he spread out his palms, psychic art, broken sword, decapitated sword. Asshole kid, take it first. Mamakai, hidden in the fog, did not curse again, but after all, he did not speak out. He also secretly observed the battlefield between Uehara and Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Although these two 12 or 13-year-old little ghosts did not use powerful ninjutsu, the physical battle between them was extremely tragic. Every time Mamakai didn't cut it, I thought that Uehara Naraku was going to die, but every time Uehara used a defensive technique to resist, he patted his lightly and stood up again. On the contrary, is the active offensive Ghost Lantern Manmon, who has suffered a lot of internal injuries. The kid named Naraku Uehara has an outrageous defensive technique. How afraid of death is this kid? The offensive ninjutsu can't pick out a few powerful ones, but the defensive ninjutsu is very skillful. Now that the Ghost Lantern Full Moon has once again caught the opportunity to win, Dadai must support him if he doesn't cut it, let alone borrow him with a decapitation knife. Only by beheading the big sword, can you cut everything. But Mamakai no longer thought of the weird art of Uehara Naraku, and said loudly, "Be careful, this guy seems to be able to use a completely unharmed defensive ninjutsu, stronger than the yellow defensive art just now. However, it is too late to remind you not to cut." After Ghost Lantern Menu borrowed the beheading sword by using the psychic technique, he didn't want to miss the rare opportunity, holding the beheading sword tightly and smashed it towards Uehara Naraku's head. A dazzling golden mask emerged from Uehara's body. www.novel.com. The golden light was reflected in the sight of the ghost lamp Full Moon, and was reflected by the sharp and smooth beheading knife to the sight of the ghost shark and no more within. As a ninja who fought with Naraku Uehara, the two of them know how strong the defense of this golden mask is. A thought came to mind involuntarily in the brains of the two of them. The ghost of the ghost lamp Full Moon is going to be bad, and the ninja swordsman will lose to Uehara? Uehara Naraku was bathed in golden light, and calmly greeted the beheading sword. Uehara placed a layer of yellow spiked defense outside the invincible mask of the moment of the sacred cut, and just like this, he directly faced the blade of the decapitating sword. Boom! Countless blades fly randomly. Ghost Lantern Manmon held the decapitating sword at the moment when it touched the first layer of defense of Uehara Naraku. It encountered a huge rebound force, and the entire decapitating sword was completely destroyed. The sharp beheading knife is even so, the body of the ghost lamp Full Moon is even more unhelpful, the whole person is injured by the force of the counter shock. The genius ninja in the foggy village suddenly sprayed out blood, and the bones on his body do not know how many broken. Uehara Naruto opened his eyes and looked down at the ghost lamp Manmon, who was lying on the ground and was seriously injured. He tilted his head and said, "Ha, I haven't taken any action yet, why did you fall?" Gui Deng Menu turned his head and looked down. The decapitator in his hand only had the hilt left, which made him wonder if he had fallen into an illusion. It's just that the situation doesn't allow him to hesitate. Water escape hydration cure. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 42, So You Are Also a Brother. After the ghost lamp is full of the moon and the fingers are printed, his body suddenly turned into a ball of spray, and he quickly blended into the lake next to him using the secret technique of family hydration. Only a short time, he walked out of the lake again. Within a few seconds before and after, the ghost lamp Full Moon had already restored its original appearance, and the wounds and blood stains on his body disappeared. Except that chakra consumes a lot of money, at this moment, the body of the ghost lamp Full Moon has completely healed, and the secret technique of hydration healing is amazing. This secret technique turned out to be a ninjutsu similar to the Orakai flow substitute technique. By consuming a large amount of chakras, it can directly recover all the injuries of his body. Uehara Naraku looked at the ghost lantern Full Moon and couldn't help but exclaimed, "If you have the top bloodline of the ninja in your body, maybe you can become a genius ninja who can compete with Uchiha Itachi." This sentence is Uehara's true thoughts. Guideng Manyu is only 13 years old this year. He has already practiced the secret technique of hydration passed down by the Ghost Lantern family very well. He can use the hydration secretary to be immune to physical attacks, heal himself, and he is extremely good at sword art. Moreover, every ninja sword with special abilities in Wuyan village is like an arm, and in terms of combat power alone, the Ghost Lantern Full Moon has surpassed the ordinary ninja in the ninja world. It should be said, is it really the eldest son of a wealthy ninja? In some respects, the Ghost Lantern Full Moon and Uchiha Itachi are very similar. They are both 13 years old this year, and they are both heirs of the powerful ninja village of a big country. In the future history of the ninja world, the Ghost Lantern Full Moon is the same as Uchiha Itachi. She died early due to a serious illness. Konoha's S-class rebel and genocide Itachi. Ghost Lantern Full Moon gave Uehara a surprised look, and he didn't quite understand why this guy suddenly mentioned the name of Uchiha Itachi. That Konoha S-class rebel was indeed powerful. Some time ago, when Uchiha Itachi and Loquat Jozo dived into the land of water, it is said that the 4 generations of water shadows that have severely damaged the half-tailed beasts caused an uproar in the village. It is for this reason that Yakura left the Wuyan village to hide here to heal his wounds. It is because of this that Mamakai will not kill Yakura anymore. Wuyan village is also quietly collecting his information. Guideng Menu remembered Konoha's description of the wanted order circulating in the shinobi world and some rumors he had heard, and shook his head and said, I will not kill my own clan and torture my brother like him. Uehara Naraku chuckled lightly, and didn't answer too much, just thought it was a bit funny. Are all ninjas with younger brothers in the ninja world that are heavily controlled by younger brothers? When Uehara Naraku thought of this, a smile appeared on his face, and he tentatively said, if you are willing to surrender now, I will consider spare your brother's life. After finishing speaking, Uehara Naro pressed her temple decently, and continued with a chuckle, well, let me think about it. His name is Guideng Shuiyu, he should be 8 years old this year, right? A flash of anger suddenly appeared on the face of the full moon of the ghost lamp. This misty genius who rarely moved, now makes his fists creak. Guilan Manu looked at Uehara Naraku with a serious face, and issued his own warning, if anyone dares to mention hurting Suijutsu, I will do my best. I guess I was right. Uehara Nairobi's smile is even thicker. He seems to have found a way to store the ghost lantern full moon. This guy is really a younger brother-controlled ninja. Such a genius ninja refused to let him join the Love and Peace Akatsuki organization, and let him stay in Wuyan village and die sooner or later. Isn't it a violent thing? It's fun to think about it. During the meeting at Akatsuki's organization base, Uehara Na made a vow that he could also recruit Ganshigi to join the organization. Zionin also persuaded him not to care about the task. It is important to protect his own safety. Now if he pulls the 3 remaining 7 ninja swords back in Wuyan village, this is almost the largest amount of the task completed, right? At the very least, you have to have a fight, right? How did Pain and Zionin recruit people when they restarted their businesses? It wasn't just a fight and intimidation first, only then slowly established a ninja world group. The smile on Uehara's face was even stronger, and it was full of provocative meaning, but even if you work hard, it will not help. I will kill you first, and then kill your brother. In order to increase his persuasive power, Uehara Nariko continued to analyze it for himself. If the news of the death of the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura goes out, the Misty Village should be very chaotic, right? In this case, I want to kill you. It doesn't seem to be too difficult for my brother. Asshole. Guideng Menu knew that the young ninja in front of him wanted to provoke him, but when it came to the ghost Deng Shuiyu, he still showed his anger. Give up your unrealistic ideas. I will kill you here. After Guideng Menu said angrily, his body turned into a huge water man, and he slammed it down at the location of Uehara Naraku. Boom! The waves splash. Shuren's fist slammed into Uehara Nariku's body, and the huge force almost instantly collapsed the earth, and the monstrous water suddenly turned into a flood and flooded the ground. Can hydration alone be able to achieve this level? Uehara Nariku floated up from the water, floated in the air and looked directly at the huge water man, and slowly opened his arms. Unfortunately, there is no unbreakable ninjutsu in the world, and every technique has its shortcomings, such as your Ghost Lantern clan's hydration secret technique is very afraid of thunder ninjutsu. Hearing Uehara's words, the incarnation of the Ghost Lantern full moon, the water man paused, his huge palms began to close his hands, and the water wave on the ground surged along the water man's body, falling between his fingers, like a waterfall. The sound of the Ghost Lantern full moon came out of the water man, and he shouted coldly, "You have no chance to release the water escape ninjutsu, the water escape, the water burst." A stream of water spouted from the water man's mouth and hit Uehara in the direction of Nariku. The waves rushed and splashed, forming a huge water ball-shaped lake, trapping Uehara. Uehara Nariku glanced at his drenched clothes. When he was about to emerge from the water polo, he suddenly felt that the density of the surrounding water suddenly became smaller, and he was squeezing his body. The guy with the full moon of the ghost lamp completely melted into the water. In ninja world, every water escape ninja uses big water blasting waves, which can change the terrain, but extremely consumes chakras ninjutsu, because they have coordinated attack methods. For example, after using a large burst of water to rush the waves, the dried persimmon ghost shark will use the large burst of water to rush the waves, and it will enter the fusion shark muscle form and hit the opponent in the water. Ghost Lantern uses a large explosion of water to rush the waves, and also wants to cooperate with the hydration technique. In the huge round water ball they are in, every drop of water is a part of his body. Every drop of water will be manipulated by him. Ghost Lantern Full Moon can fully develop his family's hydration mystery, no wonder he dares to appear here. Just in his current state, is it more than enough to defeat Renzu power? Unfortunately, you found the wrong opponent. Uehara Nariku's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he lifted his palm, then let you see my Thunder Run ninjutsu. Lei Dunwan Lei Tianjiao. Chapter 43, he actually aims not to be cut again, he is not promising. A thundercloud storm emerged. Uehara Naruto smiled lightly, the chakra in his body quickly flowed into the thundercloud storm in his hand, and the volume of the thundercloud storm expanded almost instantly. Let me see where you are. As soon as Uehara Nariku's voice fell, the area of the thundercloud storm covered a huge water ball, and lightning bolts drifted in it. A flash of lightning quickly broke away from the clouds and struck a certain position in the water, where the face of the Ghost Lantern full moon was looming. Gui Deng Man Yu can only bear the blow bluntly, his head slowly exposed, and his face is still a little weird. I didn't see any Jian gesture. But time cannot tolerate ghosts, lights, and full moon. Outside the thundercloud storm caused by the 10,000 thunder sky, a layer of arc lightning is swimming outside, converging into an isolated cage. Within this cage, lightning continues to fall. One after another lightning strikes the body of the Ghost Lantern full moon. The power of ninjutsu is not very powerful. Ghost Lantern passively bears the lightning attack, lowered his head and continued to analyze, but is this technique continuous? And the frequency of attacks is very high. In just a few seconds, the Ghost Lantern full moon was forced to exit the state of hydration. This is the defect of the hydration technique of the Ghost Lamp family. Once the body is unable to fully hydrate after encountering lightning, it will be forced to manifest itself. The huge round water ball completely lost the chakra of the Ghost Lamp full moon, and turned into waves of water into the lake, revealing the two figures of Uehara Nariku and Ghost Lamp full moon. Water escape, the technique of water prison. When the huge water ball was about to dissipate, the Ghost Lantern full moon began to quickly seal, releasing his own defensive ninjutsu. The stagnant water on the ground surged up quickly, forming a hollow water prison just enough to envelop the full moon of the ghost lamp, and resisting the lightning falling in the thundercloud storm. A series of lightning bolts smashed into the water prison one after another. Uehara Nara walked towards the ghost lantern full moon step by step, watching his expression through the water prison, and finally decided to tentatively persuade him to surrender. Do you want to save your brother's life? As long as you surrender to me now and join our organization, I will let you and your brother make a living. Gui Dengmoon raised his head, looking at the broad thundercloud storm in the sky. His mood gradually became immersed, and he fell into a long silence. If he died here, his brother Gui Deng Shuiyu, who is now only 8 years old, would definitely not be able to live in this cannibalistic Wuyan village. But he still bears the last wish of revitalizing the family. After a while, the ghost lantern full moon slowly raised her head and looked at Naraku Uehara. The ghost lantern clan is the ninja clan who participated in the establishment of Wuyan village. Our ancestor, the ghost lantern Huan Yu, has become the second generation water shadow of Wuyan village. Oh, I know him. Uehara Nana said, I heard that the second generation Sukage led the fog hidden force to attack the land of fire and failed, and turned around to attack the land of the land, and ended up with the second generation land. Not only that, their bodies were buried together before they died. Later they were all dug up by a tomb thief named Yao Shidu. Uehara Naraku smiled suddenly and said softly, does your family background have anything to do with your surrender? There are ninjas from the Uchiha clan in our organization. The Ghost Lantern clan doesn't seem to be particularly noble, right? Not noble. Gui Deng Menu frowned, his face hesitantly said, Ghost Lamp clan only left me and Shuiyu. I also bear the responsibility of revitalizing the family. I cannot become a traitor. Not only cannot, but also dare not. Once his elder brother becomes rebellious, how can his younger brother Gui Deng Shuiyu live in Wuyan village? Will definitely be killed. When the Ghost Lantern was talking, he proposed another solution. If I can, I am willing to reach a cooperative relationship with your superiors, and even send you some information about the village. Gui Deng Menu is really worried about his brother, so he even violated his ninja rules and became the spy of Uehara Nalu in the Misty Village. Once the Ghost Lantern becomes a water shadow on the full moon, Uehara may replace the Uchiha Belt Soil as the new back controller of Wuyan village, but the Ghost Lantern will not survive the fate of 17 years old. Will he stay in Wuyan village and wait for death? Moreover, Uehara Naraku doesn't know how to illusion. What can he use to restrain the Ghost Lantern full moon? This guy only has his brother and the Fuxing family in his heart. Other things, the full moon in the ghost lamp must be a little careless. Wait, brother? Uehara Naraku suddenly remembered another pair of strangely related brothers in ninja, and looked at the ghost lantern full moon and smiled lightly. Do you believe that your brother will become stronger than you? I have a way, do you want to hear it? Any solution? Gui Dengmoon raised his head subconsciously. As an older brother, he certainly believed that his younger brother would surpass him. You feel like making your brother a ninja who will revenge against you? Uehara Naraku showed a malicious smile on his face. Will he become stronger at an unimaginable speed and become a person who revives the Ghost Lamp clan? Maybe he will have a chance to become a water shadow of the 5 generations in the future. Ghost Lantern was confused for a moment after the full moon, and shook his head and said, Shuiyu is the only one left to live in the fog. It is impossible for him to survive. There are many people in the village who are hostile to the Ghost Lantern clan. Then entrust him to someone worthy of trust. Uehara Naraku thought of the brown-haired female ninja who gave him cookies, and softly suggested, now I kill Yakura, and the blood mist will end soon. Think of a way to entrust your brother to the village of Wuyan. That ninja named Terumi Mei, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, do you think she will take care of your brother? Terumi Mei, a woman with a bad look, seems to like to take care of the younger generation of Wuyan village very much. The 3rd generation successor of the ninja flounder, Kojuro, is well taken care of by her. Senior Terumi Mei. Gui Deng Menu's eyes suddenly lit up, but he hesitated. Senior Terumi Ming does take care of the back in the village, but she is already 23 years old this year. She should be married soon. Oh, are you only 23? Uehara Nariku remembered that when Terumi gave him cookies, she looked a little youthful and beautiful, but this did not delay Uehara's words. Don't worry about this. Don't say she is only 23 years old, even if she is at 32, she can't get married. Uehara Nariku, in order to increase his persuasive power, continued, Terumi Ming's double blood succession boundary is very vicious. No one in Wuyan village should dare to marry her, right? Your Excellency makes sense. Ghost Lantern Menu nodded unconsciously. Many ninjas who admired Terumime gave up on her pursuit after seeing Terumime's fighting style. Now Terumi has no suitors. Some men with broken mouths in the village said that instead of expecting Terumime to marry, it is better to expect her to become Sukage. Gui Deng Manu didn't think too much about Terumi Ming, he paid more attention to his brother. Gui Deng Menu solemnly looked at Uehara, and pleaded, now, please tell me how to make Shuiyu stronger. Now he is aiming not to kill seniors again, his vision is a bit short. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 44, One person whose strength does not match his ambition. Ghost Deng Menu is most dissatisfied with his brother, Gui Deng Shuiyu, is that Gui Deng Shuiyu actually aims to surpass Tao Di and never cut it again. Gui Deng Menu believes that as long as Ghost Deng Shuiyu inherits a shinobi, his strength should be able to surpass Dai and not cut. This goal is simply embarrassing. Although this is the truth, it is a bit inappropriate to say it on this occasion. Because the other party in the mouth of the ghost lamp full moon is still on the scene. Dai no longer cuts, still relying on the technique of fog hiding and the entanglement of dried persimmon ghost sharks. After hearing the words of the ghost lantern full moon, she finally couldn't help saying, "Hey, ghost lantern full moon, what do you mean? Caught you." Before the ghost lamp full moon responded, the corners of the dry persimmon ghost shark's mouth grinned, and the handle of the shark muscle sword in his hand stretched and flew to a position in the fog. Sark muscle flying chain cut. Asshole. Dai didn't cut it anymore and didn't have a decapitation knife in his hand. He could only be chopped out of the fog by a shark muscle knife, and fell to the ground embarrassedly, spouting blood foam. There was a hint of embarrassment in the air. Ghost Lantern Full Moon watched this scene, helplessly spread his hand and said, "Sorry, I don't intend to offend if I don't kill Senior again, but your strength is indeed a bit bad." Dai gave him a vicious look, then looked at the decapitation knife with only the hilt on the ground, and said coldly, "It's not that you kid borrowed my decapitation knife." Gui Deng Menu retorted, "Even if you don't kill Senior with a beheading sword, the chance of defeating Senior Ghost Shark will not exceed 30%, right? Asshole. I'm just explaining the facts. Little devil, do you think I can't kill you? Even if I don't have flounder, the chances of defeating me without cutting Seniors are very low." With a few words of effort, the fragile alliance and friendship between Ghost Lantern Manu and Tao Dino broke, and the two quarreled impatiently. "Stop fighting!" Uehara Nariku interrupted them impatiently, and looked at everyone present in a circle. His eyes stopped on the Ghost Lantern Full Moon. "And no more cuts, you two have already lost. Do you choose to join Akatsuki with me or let I buried your bodies in your hometown?" The people present all knew that Tao Di and Gui Deng Moon would no longer have the right to choose. The only thing they could choose was to surrender decently. Mamaji no longer wiped the blood on the corner of her mouth, and snorted coldly, "My purpose is to kill Yakura and end the blood mist. Anyway, now that the purpose has been achieved, then I will follow you to the organization called Akatsuki." Look. This is really euphemistic. Ghost Lantern Menu is not like Dai no longer cuts without worry, he directly put forward his own request, "If your excellency can do as you said, let Shuiyu be able to revitalize the Ghost Lamp family, no matter what you ask me to do, I will promise." "You?" "Yes." Uehara Nairobi's smile at the corners of his mouth could hardly be restrained, and he didn't have a big deal, he just opened his mouth and said, "If your brother is really the kind of waste that can't be helped, Shuiyu's talent is stronger than mine." Ghost Lantern Menu confidently promised, as long as he can guide him, Shuiyu will surpass the ancestors of the past and become the strongest ninja among the Ghost Lamp clan. It's okay not to say this. When said it, Uehara felt a little confused. Because Uehara knew that there was no strong blood heir in the Ghost Lamp clan, the ninja world was precisely a world that valued pedigree, except Konoha's liver emperor. Uehara Naraku sighed and looked at the Ghost Lamp full moon and said, "Then try my method first, and the rest depends on fate. At least you can set a more ambitious goal for your brother and let him go desperately. Catch up with your brother." "I know." Gui Deng Moon's teeth clenched, as if he had made up his mind. His younger brother Gui Deng Shuiyu is 8 years old this year. He has performed well in the ninja school in Wuyan village and can even apply for graduation early. Gui Deng Menu has always been very worried. If Shuiyu can't be guided properly, it is estimated that he will not be enterprising, and will not cut the crooked road to Tao Di. "I can't say this now, otherwise I'm afraid it will kill people." Uehara Naruto turned up and sat on a tree trunk. "Since you have sincerely surrendered to me, then I will accept it with compassion." Hearing Uehara's words, Mamaji no longer cut and Ghost Lantern Menu's face became visible to the naked eye. The guy they want to rely on is so strong that it is terrifying. IQ is also terrifyingly low. At this moment, Uehara Naraku's face is not very good. He glanced at the Ghost Lantern full moon with some helplessness, because he received the worst defeat reward ever. Side quest, defeat the Ghost Lantern full moon, 1/1, reward 100 gold coins. Ming Ming Ghost Lantern full moon is a powerful ninja. Uehara thinks that it is even more difficult for others to defeat the Ghost Lantern full moon than the 4 generations of Water Shadow. Perhaps it was because the Ghost Lantern full moon died young, and there were too few scenes in the ninja world that not many people paid attention to him. The system directly issued the minimum mission reward. Is this the real beggar? But the harvest of defeating the Ghost Lantern full moon is not only 100 gold coins, because Uehara Naraku saw the completion of his other mission. Side quest, defeat the 7 Ninethosaurus, 6/7, the reward is unknown. Uehara did not expect that the task of defeating the 7 ninja swords on the system panel, because the 4-handed ninja sword in the hands of the Ghost Lantern full moon, it was directly counted as 4 heads. The last 7 ninjas that need to be defeated in this side quest should be the Black Thunder Teeth mentioned by the Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, the first generation ninja who defected with Thunder Knife and Tooth. 7 Swordsmen. When Uehara saw another mission by the way, his eyelids trembled and his expression was a bit unsightly. Side mission, have 3 subordinates, 2/3, the reward is unknown. Now the 3 ninja swordsmen in Wuyan village are nominally Uehara's subordinates. The dried persimmon ghost is the first ninja who chooses to be loyal to him, so what about the second? No, it should be said that the peach land in front of you will not be cut and the ghost lamp full moon, who doesn't really want to take refuge in him. Uehara Naraku is not particularly concerned about who the second subordinate is who sincerely surrendered to him. What he really cares about is who is the one who refuses to sincerely surrender. This is actually easy to find. Because Uehara Naraku saw the last mission. Side mission, the subordinates with 2 shadow-level chakra powers have completed the mission and rewarded 1000 gold coins. This mission directly proved that the second person who chose to seek refuge in Uehara Naraku was a ninja with a shadow-level chakra. Do you still have to think about it? Who is the weakest here? Uehara Naraku's gaze swept across the full moon of the ghost lamp, and she couldn't help but exclaimed in her heart. As expected, he is someone who can't even see through the dried persimmon ghost. At the age of 13, he has the ghost lamp of the shadow-level chakra full moon. No wonder he died so early, because alive must be too arrogant. Uehara Naraku's gaze slowly stopped on Dadai's body, who did not cut it. This man has always had his own ambitions. He also has a strength that does not match his ambition. Uehara tilted his head and looked at Didai and didn't cut it again. Now, should he take him back to make an addition, or just dig a hole on the spot and bury him? Chapter 45, When you surrender, you will have infighting. Boy, your eyes are dangerous. Mamaji no longer saw Uehara Nariku's gaze. The alarm bell in his heart subconsciously reached out and touched the kunao on his waist. Why did Uehara Nariku somehow want to look at him with such a dangerous gaze, as if he wanted to bury him in the soil at any time? No. Uehara Nariku shook his head, retracted his gaze, looked at the corpse of Yakura on the ground, and whispered, I just want to kill the 4 generations of Tsukage on whose head the trouble should be counted. Just now, your ideal was kill Yakura, right? Are you still afraid of this? Didai looked at him contemptuously, and said coldly, if you are worried about the chasing of Wuyin village, I can tell others that I killed Yakura. As expected by Uehara Nariku, Mamaji chose to obey Uehara Nariku no longer. Naturally, he refused to convince a kid to become his new boss. As for the killing of the 4th generation of Shui Ying, it is not a problem for Tao De not to be cut, and it is even very useful. Because Yakura governed the Hidden Fog village into a place of blood fog, his reputation in Hidden Fog village has always been not very good. Many ninjas are afraid of his water shadow identity and powerful strength, and hate his blood fog policy. It's into the bone. In the eyes of these people, Tao De will be a real hero if he doesn't cut it. Uehara Nariku also thought of this, smiled and watched Mamaji nodded, this is not a pure trouble. When the story of you killing Yakura spreads, there will be many ninjas in Miston village. Secretly support you. Humph. Mamaji didn't snorted and didn't answer, he didn't expect his thoughts to be pierced by Uehara Nariku so quickly. To tell the truth, he really intends to return to the water country with the hero title of Kill Yakura, eliminate the Blood Mist Sato in the future, and may be able to secretly control the power of Wuyin village. Uehara Nariku didn't care about it. The dried persimmon ghosts didn't care. Among those present, only he and Uehara knew that Yakura was just a puppet controlled by others. Master Uehara. Ghost Lantern Menu frowned, looked at Didai with a bit of discomfort, and said in a low voice, if we don't cut too much on her body, will it affect our plan? Shuiyu is looking forward to his beheading now. Broadsword. Uehara Nariku asked with a puzzled face, what do you mean? It's better to kill Didai without cutting it. Ghost Dengmoon was full of murderous aura, and a fierce posture appeared on the sharp little teeth, and he said coldly, it just so happens that I can also use the decapitation knife. Asshole, you thought you could kill me. If you don't kill Senior again, it won't be difficult. The 2 loose former allies quarreled again. Uehara didn't know whether Gui Dengmenu was jealous of not cutting his position in Gui Deng Shuiyu's heart, or he wanted the decapitation knife in his hand. But if you are so anxious, you have to attack your companions. The average moral lower limit of the Ninja 7 is a bit low. Only dried persimmons and ghosts are worthy of trust. All right. The dried persimmon ghost shark kicked the decapitated big knife with only the hilt in front of it and said with a chuckle, don't cut it again, go and fix your shinobi, pick up the body of Lord Tsukage. Uehara-sama, our next stop where to? Fog Hidden Village. Uehara Nariku glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice, don't cut it off and declare to Wuyin village. You killed the 4 generations of Water Shadow, the Ghost Lantern Full Moon will arrange your own affairs, and I will be in the fog tonight. Waiting for you outside the hidden village. Got it. Understand. Mamaji no longer cut and Gai Dengmenu each agreed, and disappeared in front of Uehara Nariku. Only the dried persimmon ghost was still standing behind him. The dried persimmon ghost shark looked at the back of Uehara Nariku and praised it loudly, today I saw Uehara-sama show that the power seems to have become stronger. Are you okay? Uehara Nariku is embarrassed to admit that he is a plug-in party, and honest people like Kakigaki can't understand the existence of Janbo. Of course, it is also difficult for him to understand the Liver Emperor in Ninja World. The dried persimmon ghost shark smiled, only when Uehara was humble, and continued to follow his words. The age of the original adult will become stronger in the future, and may be able to surpass the ninja demigod in Yuyan village in the future. Sancho Fish Hanzo. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but laughed and said, "Hey, ghost, take him as an example, it's mocking my lack of strength." The dried persimmon ghost shook his head with a smile, and then said with a serious face, "No, the power of an adult is beyond my knowledge. I don't know what the guy named Uchiha Takes the Soil thinks, and he dares to fight Uehara. Your lord is the enemy." Him. When Uehara Naraku heard the words of Onisha, he whispered, "Onishi, don't underestimate him just because he is not a real Uchiha Madara. To some extent, the guy Uchiha Dado is more difficult to deal with than Uchiha Madara." "Too much. Is that so?" The dried persimmon ghost shark pondered for a while, then suddenly smiled, "I probably know how to regain his trust. But how should I explain Uehara-sama willing to save my life?" "Well..." Uehara Naraku thought for a while, and found a reason. "Just consider me as an intern working hard to become a full member of Akatsuki. After all, my mission in the country of water is to recruit you to join Akatsuki. Understand?" The dried persimmon ghost grinned. "Let's go, and pick someone up with me first." Uehara Naraku remembered that he had arranged to wait for the response before not cutting the white. Now since there is no need to respond to the peach ground, he will not cut the white again. www.ltnovel.com. Of course, take the white away. The trip to the country of water was fairly smooth, and everything I wanted to do was done, even a little too much. The only trouble is, where is the Uchiha belt soil? That guy won't chase Heiji Kakashi all the time, right? Uehara Naraku guessed right. Uchiha Dado had indeed been chasing Heiji Kakashi and Hanaling before. "It's getting late." Heiji Kakashi and Hwaling hid in the forest outside the Misty Village. Kakashi believed that Uchiha Dado must still be near the Misty Village and planned to avenge Lin. Hanari thought that Uchiha Dado was a conspirator and definitely wanted to kill them, and kept persuading Kakashi to flee the country of water. However, how could Heiji Kakashi, who wanted to get the truth from Uchiha soil and bring people back to Konoha, could give up? He analyzed the intelligence obtained from Hannibal and felt that his best friend's IQ had improved a lot. People, will they really grow? Hwaling pushed Kakashi's shoulder, and pointed to the Misty Village where the fire was everywhere down the mountain and said loudly, "Kakashi, there seems to be something wrong with the Misty Village." The sound of fighting in the village even reached the mountain. Heiji Kakashi's expression suddenly became tense. Regardless of his injuries, he went to Wuin village to search for information. Maybe it was made with soil. "I must go and see. He will kill you." Hwaling grabbed his arm. Heiji Kakashi was silent for a while, and a little bit freed Hwaling's arm, lowered his head and said, "Even if you bring the soil to kill me, I will get the truth from him." Even if the soil was brought because of Lin's death, he refused to return to the village. Then why did he go and kill the Bofeng Shuman couple? Chapter 46, Overnight, 3 ninja swords and 7 people defected. There is a fishy smell in the air. The fighting in Wuin village shocked many people. The 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura and the Ninja 7 were not in the village, which directly led to the fall of Wuin village. A group of ninjas holding bone spurs rushed in to kill. These ninjas come from the Hui clan in the water country. They have bones and blood, and they have a cruel and bloodthirsty nature. They have always wanted to capture Wuin village. It is not accidental that the Hui clan attacked Wuin village tonight. They had received the news that the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura was seriously injured by Uchiha attack before, and tonight they received information about the assassination of the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura. The patriarch of the Kagaya clan finally couldn't help it, and led the whole clan to initiate a confrontation. The attack on the hidden Foggy village. However, the attack of the Hui clan was quickly blocked, and Qing soon organized the ninjas in the village to strangle the Hui clan. Facing the huge number of ninjas in Huiyan village, the Hui clan with only a few hundred people could not win at all, and even managed to break through in the end. The entire Kagaya clan was quickly killed by the Misty Ninjas, except for a little guy named Kagaya-kun Maro. The bodies of all the ninjas of the Kagaya clan were piled together. The Misty Ninjas finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the Misty Ninjas were about to bury these corpses, another short corpse fell on the pile like rags. The Misty Ninjas were still a little surprised. When they looked at the short corpse carefully, their expressions changed greatly and they screamed in panic. Master Shui Ying! It's the 4th generation Sama! Someone killed Lord Shui Ying! Go and tell the elder Yuanshi that someone has killed Lord Shui Ying! Regardless of whether the Misty Ninjas support or resist the Blood Mist policy, whether they respect or dislike the 4 generations of Water Shadows, Yakura is ultimately the leader of the Misty Village. However, the corpse of the Water Shadow was thrown out and thrown in front of a group of Misty Ninjas, which undoubtedly made every Misty Ninja furious. Is this humiliating them? Shut up, don't be too noisy. An indifferent voice interrupted the clamor of the ninja in the fog. Mamaji did not cut off and jumped onto a pile, picked up the decapitation knife in his hand and picked up the body of Yakura, and said coldly, I killed Yakura, you guys any comments? Don't kill adults again. Don't kill Lord again, that's Lord Shui Ying. If you don't kill Master again, why are you killing Shui Ying? Hearing the questioning of a group of Vunan, Mamaji no longer glanced at the surrounding group, and took out her ears and said, because I hate this village full of blood mist, so I killed the waste Yakura. Don't cut it again. A blue-haired ninja broke through the crowd, looked up at the peach ground on the pile of corpses, and then gritted his teeth and said, do you want to defect? Yup. Dadai no longer sneered, looking at the ninja who was questioning him, and suddenly asked, Qing, Hui clan group of brainless monsters attacked the village, who do you think leaked the news to them? This news is really not sent out by Tao Di. Before Mamakai would not assassinate the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura, she leaked the news of Yakura's assassination to the Kagaya clan, mainly to avoid the assassination failure, so that she could escape the pursuit of Wujin smoothly. It doesn't matter anymore. The attack of these ninjas from the Kagaya clan just brought Mizuna together, so that Mamaji would no longer announce the success of assassinating Yakura. As for whether you can escape smoothly, there is also a defected ninja 7 in the village about to explode, and there are also Uehara Naraku and the dried persimmon ghosts outside the village. You leaked the news. Qing's face suddenly changed. He clenched his fist and said loudly, all ninjas, grab Dadai with me and don't cut it. Never allow this guy to escape from the mist. Hey, just rely on you. Dadai no longer looked at the people under him contemptuously, flew up to a tall building, and said loudly, Qing, do you think I am the only one who defected? As soon as he said that he would not cut again, the turbulent river water suddenly rushed in from a tall building, and instantly smashed a crowd of Wu Ren. Taking advantage of the opportunity created by someone, Tao Di quickly disappeared into the sight of many Wu Ren and fled his hometown without cutting. And the tall building that released water escaped ninjutsu. Gui Deng Menu stood by the window, retracted her finger from Jian, turned her head and whispered, Senior Terumi Ming, after I left the village, Shui was taken care of by you. Does it have to be like this? Terumi Ming looked down at the unconscious ghost Deng Shuiyu in her arms, and continued in a low voice. If you do this, he will hate you forever. Just now, Gui Deng Menu suddenly pulled her here, and gave her the ghost Deng Shuiyu that she had stunned, and put forward her plan of defection and a spy. Now that all the plans have been made, and his brother has been ravaged again, Ghost Lantern Moon's defection is actually a foregone conclusion. Things can't go back. Ghost Lantern Moon shook his head and said in a low voice, for the safety of Wuyan village, I must join that evil organization to find out that Dadai will not kill the master messenger behind Water Shadow. I will have important information about Water Country in the future. I will find a way to deliver it to you. I know. Terumi Mei sighed, and immediately said with a serious face, then tomorrow I will apply to Master Yuanshi to issue you and the S-class wanted rebel who will not be killed. In that organization, you must pay attention to protect your own safety. Yes. Ghost Lantern Menu respectfully saluted www.ltnovel.com and added, by the way, Senior Terumi and Senior S-Class Betrayal wanted by Keikigami Kai. Terumi Mei, who had a rather unsightly expression on her face, turned uglier at this moment. She raised her head in shock and said, wait, has that guy defected too? What's happening here? The second-generation ninja swordsman who was reorganized in Wuyan village now has only 3 people, but now they all defected overnight? What the hell? Terumi Mei is not so good. Can the 7 ninja swords be disbanded? The ghost lamp full moon pondered for a while before organizing his own words. I suspect that the dried persimmon ghost shark may have become a member of that evil organization long ago, and has been secretly instigating Lord Shui Ying to slaughter the ninjas from the same village. I will also do this. Find a way to find out. Terumi Mei clenched her fists abruptly, her nails almost sinking into the flesh, her body stiffened for a while, and she reluctantly said, I see, you should leave here first. The people in the village should want to start chasing you. When we have the power to destroy that evil organization, I will find a way to resolve the matter between your brothers. Yes. The ghost lantern disappeared in front of Terumi Mei instantly after the full moon. After leaving Wuyan village, Guideng Menyu couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional in his heart. The new boss he trusted really knew Terumi Mei. The brown-haired beauty heard the half-truth and half-fake plan he had compiled, and not only promised him to take care of Guideng Shuiyu, she would also find a way to mediate for him in the future. Guideng Moon's heart still has a little guilt. Ask for a recommendation ticket for a reward. Chapter 47, Kagaya-kun Maro, do you want to pick up trash at once? The sound of fighting in Wuyan village disappeared. Heiki Kakashi didn't have time to rush to search for the trail of Uchiha belt soil, because he and Hanari happened to meet another roadblocker. Haki Kakashi guarded Hanabel behind him, held his ninja sword tightly, and watched vigilantly at the ninja who was blocking their way, Ashimaru. What a coincidence, Kakashi-kun. Ashimaru's mouth couldn't help but chuckle. Since he completed his reincarnation and defected to the Akatsuki organization, he began to search for a suitable container in the ninja world. Therefore, he used Shimura Danzo to return the pharmacist to Konoha, and asked the pharmacist to find some young talented ninjas by constantly taking the ninja test. In addition to this, Ashimaru himself also rushed to the land of water, hoping to find some teenagers with blood inheritance limits here. Today, the excitement of Wuyan village, Dashimaru will naturally not be missed. It happened that Dashiwan also met a teenager who was suitable for being a reincarnation container, because that teenager's eyes were pleasing, and he also had bones and blood. If this young man with bones can be killed out of Wuyan village and come back alive, Dashimaru intends to bring him back to his base as an alternative container. As a result, when Dashimaru was waiting here eagerly, he unexpectedly saw Kakashi Hagiki near the Wuyan village. This thing is making trouble. It's rare to see a ninja from my hometown when I'm out. Oshimaru doesn't feel like saying hello, it seems impossible. Oshimaru looked at Heiji Kakashi and the Hanabel behind him, remembering that Kakashi had saved Yamato in front of him, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Oh, Kakashi-kun, this is another rescue. Are you there? Haki Kakashi ignored him, sweating on his face, and asked nervously, Ashimaru, why do you guys appear in water country now? This sentence should I ask Kakashi-kun, right? Ashimaru spread out his hands and talked about, this is the country of water, it shouldn't be the place where Konoha ninja should appear. Heiki Kakashi watched his movements closely, his heart sank, and he reached out and pushed his ninja guard. No matter which country this is, but I encountered the most dangerous rebel in the village, I can't seem to let it go anymore. I've passed you. This man is simply his demon. Since Ashimaru defected, Heiji Kakashi has been tracking his tracks, and encountered many things in the middle, which made Kakashi hate Ashimaru even more. Ha! Shouldn't the most dangerous traitor in the village be Ataka-kun? Ashimaru laughed out loud, staring at Heiji Kakashi and said, if we fight here, it will attract Mizumaru. I don't care, but the little girl behind Kakashi-kun will be very difficult. Survive. Heiji Kakashi was silent. Because Hwaling had rescued him before, he would definitely not be able to throw away Hwaling's desperate fight, so he could only passively throw a rat catcher. Now in order for Hwaling, Kakashi must find a way to escape first. Ashimaru seemed to be aware of Kakashi's thoughts, and smiled and said, don't worry, I won't do it to you here. Before the container I want comes back, it's better to chat with me here. Haki Kakashi. Yuan is really that crazy. One of them is Konoha Ninja, and the other is Konoha Rebellion. How can they chat peacefully in such a dangerous place near Fog Village? Ashimaru glanced at Kakashi, and continued to look towards the misty hidden village below, which was gradually calming down. The boy he wanted to take away seemed to have no chance of coming back. Ashimaru didn't know that the container of his thoughts was here in Uehara. Uehara Naraku and the dried persimmon ghost first received by, and then outside the Wuin village, they met Didai and then the ghost light full moon, but they also met another white-haired boy who escaped from Wuin village by the chaos. The young man held a bone spur tightly in his hand, and looked nervously at this large group of people. Uehara Naraku frowned, looked at the somewhat familiar young man in front of him, and asked in a low voice, is the Kagaya clan who attacked Wuin village just now? That's right. Didai nodded again, and looked at the white-haired boy with a sneer, is this kid a slippery fish from the Hui clan? Let me kill him. The white-haired boy heard Didai's words not to cut his face changed color suddenly, instead, holding the bone spur in his hand, he rushed up first. It would be a lot worse if he wanted to defeat Didai with his strength, not to mention that he had just been killed from the Wuin village, and his physical strength and chakra were far from enough. Didai no longer cuts off the white-haired boy's bone spurs with a decapitating knife, and he is about to stab him on the head. And many more. Uehara Naraku stopped Didai from cutting it again, walked to the white-haired boy, and asked aloud, what is your name? Kagaya, Kimuro. The white-haired boy seemed to seldom speak, and he spoke slowly. Uehara Naraku's eyes brightened, and he unexpectedly met Kagaya-kun Maro when he was about to leave the country of water. He thought that Junmaro had been taken away by Ashimaru a long time ago. Uehara Naraku looked at the white-haired boy and whispered softly, now all of your people have died in Wuin village. Where are you going? Kagaya-kun Maro lowered his head, hesitated for a while before replying in a low voice, I don't know, I now have nothing. Kagaya-kun Maro had always lived alone in his own clan and was imprisoned as a weapon by his clan members. However, Jun Maro always believed that the cage that imprisoned him was his home, and that the clan who guarded him belonged to him. Family. Now all the Kagaya clan died in the war in Wuin village. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Kagaya-kun Maro gained freedom, but lost everything, even the meaning of living. Uehara Naraku thought of Kagaya-kun Maro's short life and the hemorrhagic disease on his body, and subconsciously said, you don't have nothing, are you still sick? As soon as he said this, Uehara Naraku regretted it. When everyone heard Uehara Naraku's words, they cast doubtful glances at Uehara. What kind of devil's words are this? Kagaya-kun Maro reacted differently from them. He looked at Uehara Naraku in astonishment, how did you know? That one. Uehara Naraku's expression was slightly embarrassed. Fortunately, Shiro next to Uehara Naraku pulled his arm for fear that he would say something inappropriate. As a wanderer in the land of water, Bai understands Kagaya-kun Maro a little bit. He watched Kagaya-kun Maro and said, Kunmaro, then you can join me in Uehara, and we can go to the trash together. Picking up food in the market, you can make money and live together. The confusion in Kagaya-kun Meiro's eyes gradually faded, and his gaze looking at Bai gradually became a little enthusiastic. "Can I stay with you? Is quite cute white, and it is really friendly. At least Junmuro will have a sense of trust in him when he sees Bai's appearance." "Of course." Who was about to answer, Shiro stopped and turned to look at Uehara Nariku. "Uehara, we leave here, can we take Junmuro?" Fortunately, he still knows who is in charge of this team. Uehara Nariku was silent for a while, and sighed, "Of course, but we must not say that we live in a garbage dump. Ask for a recommendation ticket for a reward." Chapter 48, The Big Snake Pill appeared. Uehara Nariku glanced around his team. There were 3 ninjas and 7 people, 2 oil bottles carrying blood, one of which was still a seriously ill patient. Uehara Nariku looked at Kagaya-kun Maro, and asked softly, "Did you see any strange people on the way here? For example, with a pair of snake eyes?" There is an unwritten law in the ninja world. Around those talented young people who have been displaced, the number 1 trafficker in the ninja world, Ashimaru, will appear, and he will drive a big brown snake to abduct these children. Have. After Kagaya-kun Maro gave the answer, he lowered his head to recollect for a while, and began to describe the person's appearance in words that he lacked. "That person is very strong, stronger than many people I have seen, and grows well. It also looks good." Uehara Nariku was in a trance. Is this really Oshimaru? Why use a good look to describe Yuan? Has he changed from Uncle Snake to Aunt Snake? Kagaya-kun Maro continued to add, "I remember that person said before that if I can come back alive, he will take me out of here." Uehara Nariku showed a smile at the corner of his mouth, nodded and said, "Then let's go and see." I also know the meaning of life in his mouth. If you can meet the Ashimaru, then take back the Ashimaru's ring of air by the way, because that ring symbolizes the identity of the official member of Akatsuki organization, and can also use that empty ring to perform magic lantern body art. Uehara Nariku thought of returning to Akatsuki's organization base with the 3 ninja swords and the ring of the sky, and she couldn't help but rub her hands. After returning this time, she might be able to become a full member, mixed with Akatsuki's red clouds and black robe. As for the glamorous things like nail polish, don't apply it. Uehara Nariku wanted to put on the red cloud and black robe, not only because it made him look more handsome, but also because there was a corresponding side mission. According to Uehara's understanding of the same kind, there are certainly not a few two-dimensional enthusiasts who want to wear red clouds and black robes, and they must be very rewarding if they want to come. It is a pity that Zionin hopes that Uehara's future will have a bright future, and he doesn't want Uehara to mix things with the current Akatsuki organization. Every time Uehara and Xiaonan mention Xiao, Xiaonan's words mean to keep him away from Xiao's members. This is the sequelae caused by excessive performance. Uehara Nariku's identity and demonstrated talent directly raised the mind of Zionin to cultivate him as a successor to Dawn. However, Uehara Nariku only wanted to play the doll game secretly. In the forest outside the Misty Village. Thanks to the leading party of Kagaya-kun Maro, Uehara Nariku and his team quickly found Ashimaru, as well as Heiji Kakashi and Hanaling who were still in a stalemate. Ashimaru turned his head and saw Kagaya-kun Maro. A smile appeared on his face. It seems that the alternative container I wanted is back alive. The next moment, the smile on Oshimaru's face gradually stiffened. Because there were a few more people behind Kagaya-kun Maro, it was obvious that this kid was not here to rush to him, but to lead someone to clean him up. 3 of the men stood at the end of the team, each carrying a strange-shaped ninja sword on their backs. It was the ninja sword from Wuyin Village, 7 people and many peach fields, Ghost Lantern Full Moon, and Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark. I have also heard of the individual Ashimaru. Just as Ashimaru wanted to complete a few sentences, a naive voice came out, "Look at our predecessors, this is one of Konoha Sunin's Ashimaru. Normally you can't even see it." Ashimaru's face couldn't help being darkened. Who said this here? Does mean to treat him as a monkey? Momoji no longer cut and Gui Lanmenyo gave way to her position, and stood surrounded by Uehara Naraku. This scene made Oshimaru's eyes tight. He has recognized Naraku Uehara as one of the only 2 interns in Akatsuki's organization, especially Naraku Uehara, who is the youngest member of Akatsuki's organization, made Oshimaru a bit of an impression of him. Uehara Naraku walked in front of the crowd, his eyes fixed on Oshimaru, and the smile on his face was slightly reduced, turning into a fierce face. After seeing the demeanor of the senior, the next step is to entertain this ninja world. Senior. Oshimaru's eyes flashed with anger, and he looked at Uehara Naraku sarcastically, a little devil, I think he is qualified. Senior Oshimaru. Uehara Naraku interrupted Oshimaru's words aloud, you who were beaten by one eye, what right do you have to speak out in front of me? Do you think I am better bully than others? Uehara himself summed up the way to get along with a strong enemy, that is, to pierce his scars and reduce his compulsion. Thus, Uehara's own momentum will rise relatively. Damn boy! Oshimaru was defeated by Uchiha Itachi with a single look, which was what he hated most during this time, so he became obsessed with the power of writing round eyes. Otherwise, he would not take the initiative to stop in front of Kakashi. However, as a ninja with many battles, Oshimaru's mental quality is good. He just cursed with a sullen face and then regained the smile on his face. Ho ho, forget it, after all, thank you, I want someone to send back. Are you too old to see the situation clearly? Uehara Nairobi looked at Oshimaru and Kakashi Heiji behind him and said, it turns out that there is Mr. Kakashi of Konoha here. Heiki Kakashi was a little nervous. When Onashimaru and Uehara were fighting, he couldn't distinguish the situation and would not speak easily. Kakashi has also seen Uehara with his own eyes that use the unique Raidun ninjutsu that cannot be replicated by the writing wheel to eliminate many ninjutsu. The young man surrounded by everyone is very strong. And this boy seems to have something to do with Dato. Heiji Kakashi finally couldn't help but asked, who are you? What does it have to do with that person wearing a mask? Oshimaru is right next to him. www.novel.com. Kakashi doesn't want to talk about soiling. Uehara Naraku is different, but he wants to forcefully expose the truth. Mr. Kakashi is going to ask Senior Alfie. Now I should call him Senior with soil, right? With soil. Oshimaru's face changed involuntarily after hearing the name, but he knew how Heiji Kakashi's writing wheel was obtained. Oshimaru glanced at Heiki Kakashi with a non-smiling smile, then at Naruko Uehara and said, so that funny Afii is the hero who died in the Battle of Konoha. Heiki Kakashi's look is a bit unsightly. If someone else knows about Uchiha's taking soil, it's fine, but Oshimaru is a crazy guy who likes to get involved with everything. Uehara Naraku didn't care what Kakashi thought, and said to himself, I don't know why the senior Tato conceal his identity, as for the relationship between me and him. Uehara Naraku hesitated for a while, thinking about what should be done to bring trouble to Uchiha without revealing his own information. Hualing has already told me that you two had a battle. Heiki Kakashi frowned, and continued to pass the topic of Uchiha's soil, and continued softly, who are you? There are some secrets, it's better not to go into them. Uehara Naraku took a deep look at Heiji Kakashi, and brought the topic to Uchiha Dato's head again. If I don't know the identity of Dato Senpai, maybe it won't happen between me and him. Conflict. Chapter 49, Why do you talk so much? So, who are you? Heiki Kakashi reached out to touch his ninja bag, and continued softly, why do you know his identity? He must find a way to kill you. Uehara Naraku's face is a bit unpleasant. This Heiji Kakashi must be mentally retarded, right? Why didn't you ask about bringing the soil, and kept asking about his identity? Didn't this make Uehara Naraki grow a heart of making stories for nothing? The reason why Uehara Naraku didn't want to do anything with Heiji Kakashi was to hide behind the scenes. Through Heiji Kakashi, the person who knew Uchiha's identity with the soil, he would trouble Uchiha with the soil. Everyone knows that Tai-2 is still alive. If he can, he also wants to leak out his ability to carry soil. In this way, how can the guy Uchiha bring the soil to compete with him, and he can be a ghost behind the scenes, directly letting him out with Konoha's identity. It's a pity that Heiji Kakashi doesn't cooperate. This white hair is really annoying when he talks. Doesn't he understand a truth? It's enough for a person to know a little. If he knows too much, he will be murdered. Ashimaru's eyes flashed, and he looked at Naruto Uehara and Kakashi playfully, and suddenly an idea came up in his heart, and he said next to him, "Kakashi-kun, do you need me to introduce it? No one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak." Uehara Naruto interrupted Ashimaru with a cold voice, patted his palm, and told the people behind him, "You guys, please entertain Konoha's Kakashi and save him. Understand?" "Yes, Uehara-sama. I see, kid." The dried persimmon ghost shark and others flew out and drew out each other's ninja swords, surrounded and attacked Ashimaru in the shape of a product. The 7 shinobi of Wien village. Ashimaru's eyes turned around and looked at the 3 ninja swordsmen, and couldn't help but sneered, "Your hands are so long." Ashimaru-senpai's hands are longer. Uehara Naruto glanced at Ashimaru, and told the others, "Don't let him interrupt my communication with Mr. Kakashi." "Yes, I understand." Dry persimmon ghost shark and ghost deng menu each wielded ninja swords and rushed forward first, and Dai snorted and followed closely. After seeing Onomaru being pushed back by the dried persimmon ghost shark and others, Uehara Naruto glanced at Kakashi and the girl next to him, and whispered, "Mr. Kakashi, we hope we can be honest. This." Heimu Kakashi was a little hesitant. He didn't know anything, only that his friend was still alive. The only information he learned from Hualing's mouth, Dato wanted to use Hualing to control the life of the boy in front of him, and this incident failed. Heiji Kakashi calmed his mind, restrained his somewhat cynical appearance, and put on a Konoha Anbi negotiating posture. "Sorry, I can't divulge information about the ninjas in the village." After speaking, Kakashi Heiji continued, "But I can tell you that you are in extreme danger now. If you are willing to cooperate with Konoha, tell me all the information, and I will try to save you." Life. This is very official. Most of the time, Konoha ninjas will talk to people who ask them for help. After learning more about what happened, Konoha ninja will decide whether to help, and the results are often very smooth. It is a pity that Kakashi met Uehara today. Uehara Naruto couldn't help but curled his lips when he heard it. Does Kakashi Heiji want to gather information with him? Uehara Naruto raised his head to look at the fake Heiji Kakashi, and sneered, "But your power is not as good as me? Konoha's copy ninja. Behind me is Konoha." Haki Kakashi's face was calm, and he continued softly, "I know that there is a conspiracy against you and Tato. If we can cooperate, tell me about you, and I can help you defeat his conspiracy. This way." Uehara Naruto rubbed his forehead, took a peek at the fierce peach field on the other side and didn't cut it again, always feeling that Kakashi's routine was a little familiar. If Uehara really has no power to fight back against Uchiha's soil. If Uehara really doesn't understand Heiji Kakashi's strength. Maybe Uehara really believed it. It's not sincere, Mr. Kakashi. Uehara Naruto sighed in loss. He glanced suspiciously at the girl who came out behind Heiji Kakashi. Because she walked to Kakashi's side and looked directly at Uehara. Hanaran's eyes trembled slightly, and she looked at Uehara Naruto carefully, silently. She wanted to invade the memory of Uehara Naruto. This is her unique skill. Hualing can seal through her eyes, so she can use the mysterious technique to capture the intelligence in the target's brain. She wants to help Kakashi Heiji in this way. Unfortunately, she picked the wrong person. The next moment, Uehara Naruto's figure suddenly violent, and swiftly hit Hualing's abdomen with a punch, and smashed the girl with eyesore into the air. Heiki Kakashi pulled out a kunai and stopped Uehara Nariku's next move. "Hey, what do you mean? I have to ask her now." Uehara Nariku ignored Heiji Kakashi's kunai, fingered the flower bell lying on the ground, and said indifferently, "Mr. Kakashi, your companion's eyes are wrong." Hualing retorted, "I don't have to shut up." Uehara Nariku interrupted Hanaran's words, with a cold expression in his eyes. "Do you think I don't know how to make seals with my eyes?" After finishing speaking, Uehara Nariko blinked her eyes sharply, her eyelashes moved slightly, and a huge wave floated from his feet out of thin air, rushing towards the location of Heiji Kakashi and Hanaling. This is his water escape skill, the roar of the waves. Tudidu Tuliabai. Heiki Kakashi flew back to Hualing's side. www.ltnovel.com/Hujai and released an earthen wall to block them in front of them. There is a naive dog head carved on the wall. However, the waves at Uehara's feet set off waves after waves, and tumbling quickly broke the earth wall, rushing Heiji Kakashi and Hualing into the distance. Uehara Nairobi looked at Heiki Kakashi and Hanaling, who were being swept away by the waves, and said coldly, "Did you see it? Do you think that the entire ninja world is the only one who can seal with his eyes?" However, Hualing, who was swept away by the roar of the raging waves in the distance, had no time to answer his words. She and Heiji Kakashi were swept away by the waves. Waves of waves hit their bodies. It wasn't until Heiki Kakashi and Hualing were washed into the forest by the waves and grabbed a big tree, and they barely secured their bodies. Uehara Nariku's body floated out of thin air, and slowly flew to Kakashi and Hualing's side, and said contemptuously, "Do you think I don't know how to use my eyes to make seals?" Uehara dropped his body, pinched Hualing's cheek with one hand, and continued coldly, "Idiot, dare to show off your skills in front of me, and want to explore my memory. Who do you think you are?" "Well." Hualing was pouted by him, she looked a little cute. Heiki Kakashi was afraid of what would happen to Hanaling, so he rushed forward, trying to rescue Hanaling from Uehara. Uehara Nariko moved his palm down, and squeezed Hanaling's throat first, and looked at Heiji Kakashi coldly, "Mr. Kakashi, it seems that we don't need to continue talking." Chapter 50, Are you Konoha also coveting our village baby? The hesitation in Kakashi's eyes was fleeting, and he first persuaded him, "Don't do anything wrong. You want to get information with soil because you are afraid of bringing soil and want to kill you, right?" Uehara Nariku changed color suddenly. Hanaki Kakashi saw Uehara Nariku's expression, his mood gradually calmed down, and put on a nice and leisurely attitude. "Then I persuade you to put the flower bell, because now only I can help you." After speaking, in order to ensure the quality of her conversation, Heiji Kakashi even began to actively praise her old friend, "Tato is the most talented ninja in Konoha's history. Without my help, you will run away. But chase and kill with dirt." The expression on Nariko Uehara's face collapsed again. He looked at Heiji Kakashi with a hard time saying, "Mr. Kakashi, do you think I look like a fool? Do not impulse." Heiki Kakashi saw Uehara's fingers move slightly, for fear that he would kill Hualing on an impulse, and repeatedly persuaded, "You put the flowering bell first, we can negotiate slowly." Uehara Nariku hesitated for a while, but still tightly pinched Hanabel's neck, and asked in a deep voice, "If Senior Afei is the soil of your Konoha Hidemura, he is a spy sent by Konoha, isn't it?" Heiki Kakashi shook his head sharply, and said in a deep voice, "That's not the case. Tato is now in the village." Betrayal. He left the village 12 years ago. I do not believe you. Uehara Nariku gritted his teeth and continued, "But whether he is Konoha's spy or Konoha's rebellion, Konoha must take him back. This is what I am doing." Heiki Kakashi immediately agreed, and asked aloud, "But you always have to tell me where he is active recently." Uehara Nariku shook his head, and said in confusion, "I don't know, Senior Bandit just wants me to perform a task to lure a ninja from a hidden mist village into rebellion. I suspect he may have been active in the water country. Kakashi began to explore the information in a persuasive manner. Why did the soil let you lure a misty ninja to rebel? Is it because he hates the misty village? Why did you come? What is your relationship? And you obviously let you lure a misty ninja to rebel, but you seem to have lured 3 ninja swords to rebel. I am from a small village. Uehara Naraku was silent for a while, cursed a few words of Kakashi, and whispered his own story. Because I want to be a higher level person in the village, I have to complete a difficult task. Heiki Kakashi was a little surprised. Listening to Uehara's words, he probably guessed the identity of Uehara, which is the next leader of Ninja Village, right? Uehara Naraku checked that there were no loopholes in his words, and continued, Senior Afii recommended me to the leader of the village for this kind of task. My teacher, a village elder, did not want me to be in danger, but the leader did agreed. I understand. Heiki Kakashi nodded, and continued softly, why would the leader of your village agree with Tato's dangerous opinion? Uehara Naraku gritted her teeth, with a touch of grief and anger on her face. It may be because the leader of the village does not want me to get that position, and Senior Afii has a very good relationship with the leader. He listened to everything the leader said, and we doubted it for a while. The leader is controlled by illusion, but there is no clue. Uehara Naraku slowly lowered his head, and said with a sad expression, actually, before me, only Senior Afii in the village could get that position, but then I. This is very vague. In a sense, this is not wrong. After all, there are only 2 interns in Akatsuki's organization, Naraku Uehara and Dato Uchiha, and both of them seem to want to become official members of Akatsuki. And even if Heiji Kakashi confronts Uchiha in the future, will it still leak Akatsuki's information on its own initiative? I have roughly understood what you mean. Heiji Kakashi sighed in his heart, combined with the information he knew in the concealed and mixed words of Uehara Naraku, began to analyze the information he had obtained. More than 10 years ago, in the Battle of Shinmubashi Bridge, Uchiha Dato did not die in the battle, and I don't know how to escape from the predicament. Later, Dato witnessed Lin's death in his own hands, and then became angry with Warren's pursuit. I have always been taking the opportunity to take revenge. Later, Dato joined a small ninja village in order to hide, and controlled the leader of the ninja village with illusion. This is not troublesome. If the pupil power of the writing wheel with soil is greatly increased, it will not be difficult to control the leader of a small ninja village. Even the tail beast can be controlled. Heiki Kakashi remembered the first time he saw Tato take off his mask, and personally confessed to killing the Po Feng Mizuman couple. Maybe, that thing is true. Since Uchiha Itachi can kill his parents and the whole family for strength, why is it impossible for Uchiha to kill his teacher? Heiki Kakashi thought he had finished analyzing the information he had obtained, and wanted to get the last news. Then, Your Excellency, which ninja from Ninja Village? Since Uehara Naraku has been hiding his identity, Heiji Kakashi is still a little unwilling. He added from the side, if I want to take him out of your ninja village, you read www.yuyugonshu.com. You still need your help. Mr. Kakashi. Uehara Naraku stood up slowly and looked at Heiji Kakashi coldly and said, You don't have to ask me this question again. I can tell you so much is the limit. Even if you see me again in the future, I won't admit that I told you about Senior Afei. When he said this, a scorn flashed across Uehara Naraku's face. I'll be honest, let Konoha's 3rd-generation Naruto sect other people handle this matter. With Mr. Kakashi's power, it's a bit bad. Heiji Kakashi's eyes flashed. Their 3 generations of Konoha's Naruto Sarutobi don't know about Uchiha's taking soil, at least for now. Kakashi doesn't want to tell Sarutobi Hidezen, and once Sarutobi Hitachi knows, he will only choose to block the news. Send a character who is good at dealing with dark troubles comes out. Such as Konoha root leader Shimura Danzo. Not long ago, the root leader Shimura Danzo was inexplicably imprisoned, and now if the soil-carrying matter is revealed, wouldn't Shimura Danzo come back again? Let's go. Uehara Naraku waved his hand, turned and walked towards the battlefield of Ashimaru. Dried persimmon ghost shark, ghost light full moon and others, I just met Ashimaru who stole the treasure of our village here. I want to take the treasure back from him. And many more. Heiki Kakashi glanced at Ashimaru and suddenly said, Your Excellency, Ashimaru is Konoha's betrayer. Heiji Kakashi. Uehara Naraku turned his head abruptly, staring at Heiki Kakashi with cold eyes, and a murderous aura emanated from him. Does Konoha's ninja still want to covet the treasures of our ninja village? Go away. Don't force me to kill you guys. Chapter 51, Secretly Spy. If only Heiji Kakashi himself was here, he would definitely have to find a way to mix things up when he encountered Oshimaru, let alone treasures. But now there is Hwaling who saved him by his side. After Uehara Naraku opened his mouth to drive people, he put on a look desperately to hide the protection of the village, and resolutely refused to let the Konoha ninja covet. Heiki Kakashi frowned, picked up the flower bells on the ground, and left the place step by step, seemingly not interested in the treasures Uehara Naraku had said. Undoubtedly, after Kakazayantan is happy, he will not easily give up investigating Uehara and Ashimaru's intelligence. Uehara Naraku also thought of this, and when he saw Heiki Kakashi disappeared, he immediately wanted to get rid of the Ashimaru. What happened? Uehara Naraku stopped beside the nearest ghost lantern Manmitsu, and asked in a deep voice, Can't the power of the three of you defeat Ashimaru? Ghost lantern Manmon couldn't help but glanced at Uehara Naraku. Is this new boss too far-sighted? How despise Konoha Sunan? Ashimaru is not so easy to be solved. At the end of the Third Ninja War that year, Ashimaru and Heifeng Mizuno led the Misty Ninja like a duck to drive them back to the land of water. Can't this boss ask the dried persimmon next to him? That guy was the one who witnessed it. Even if the three of them are in the period of rising strength, they want to defeat Oshimaru, it is impossible to do it in such a short time, right? To be sensible, I'm not sure I can win. Ghost Lantern Manmitsu sighed, Uehara Naru's inexperienced world affairs, but he could only explain, My lord, Konoha Sunan's power exceeds our foresight. Ashimaru's ninjutsu is strange, and the three of us haven't tried to cooperate. Fight. The first generation of ninja swordsmen in Wien village were fighting in groups, and they were later swept away by a single net. The second generation of ninja swordsmen, like Ghost Lantern Full Moon, basically fought alone, and never cooperated to attack the enemy. To tell the truth, not only did the combat power fail to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 + 1 = 3, it might not be as happy as fighting alone. Especially the Ghost Lantern Full Moon faintly felt that the dried persimmon ghost shark was paddling the water, and the other peach field was very hard to cut, but his strength was just like that. Uehara Naraku looked at the Ghost Lantern Full Moon with a puzzled face. He is Ashimaru, can't you even solve him? Ashimaru has always been very strong in Konoha Sunan's civil war, but in the foreign war, he always became a background board to set off the strength of others. Gui Deng Menu's expression is even more incomprehensible than him, and even some can't believe it. My lord thinks that we should be able to easily defeat Ashimaru. Anato Manmitsu did see the power of Uehara Naraku with his own eyes. He killed the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura with a snap of his fingers, but Ashimaru is not as easy to deal with as Yakura. To tell you the truth, Ghost Lantern Manmitsu doesn't think that Yakura can defeat Osamaru. And compared to the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura, Oshimaru has really respected their ninjas for a long time. Uehara-sama. Seeing them discussing, Yamo guessed something. He took the opportunity to retreat and whispered to Uehara's side, There are other enemies hidden nearby, it may be him. Relying on the perception of ninjutsu, the dried persimmon ghost shark sensed the presence of other enemies near this battlefield, most likely Uchiha belt soil. Uehara Naraku's face suddenly sank. No wonder the dried persimmon ghost shark has been paddling. However, just a few seconds after the dried persimmon ghost shark exited the battlefield, Dashimaru took the opportunity to release a group of snakes with their mouths holding swords. The array of 10,000 snakes. Peachland, who was still fighting, was pierced by a Kusana sword in his shoulder. This guy is really an iron waste that can't be supported. Seeing that the situation is not good, the dried persimmon ghost shark hastily rushed up again to stop the 10,000 snake Luo formation, but because of the prying eyes of outsiders, he still paddled the water honestly. The person who spy is probably Uchiha's soil. And the dried persimmon ghost knew in his heart that placing a spy next to Uchiha Dado is the most important thing. Uehara Naraku frowned subconsciously when he heard what the ghost said, and glanced at everything around him. He was not confident that he could defeat Otodo now. Of course, Uehara himself can easily escape, as long as the moment of the sacred judgment is turned on, and the mayfly technique can be used to hide in the ground and escape from the dirt track. However, the 7 ninjas, whom he had worked so hard to draw in the land of water, picked up Kagaya-kun Maro and Shiro. How could this be easily abandoned by Uehara? Uehara Naraku rolled his eyes and looked at Ashimaru in the center of the battlefield, with a smile on her face. Hey, Ashimaru, you are lucky this time. Battlefield center. Ashimaru was boring to deal with this group of 7 ninjas. His ninjutsu and illusion might not be good for Uchiha Itachi, but he consciously dealt with 3 ninja 7s more than enough. Just as Ashimaru was about to smash the dried persimmon ghost shark and others in front of him one by one, he suddenly felt anxious, and then he heard a shout, Senior Ashimaru, as long as you give me the information of Senior Afii and the Ring of the Sky, I don't mind letting you go. Does it depend on you? Ashimaru gave a wicked smile, squinted at Uehara Narako, and then at the ghost shark and others holding a strange-shaped ninja sword. He suddenly spit out a 100-meter-long Kusanagi sword, sweeping everything around him. Although Ashimaru didn't know what danger Uehara Naraku and the others would bring, the feeling of palpitations just now made him decide to immediately solve Uehara and others and leave the place of water country to avoid any danger. Snake has always been very sensitive to crisis. You guys stand back. Uehara Narako walked up, grabbed the 100-meter-long Kusanaru sword in one hand, and said coldly, I'll have a good chat with Ashimaru-senpai. Yes, my lord. Guideng Menu and Dry Persimmon Gil looked at each other. Dai no longer cut the wound on his body, and the 3 retreated from the battle group. Ashimaru's snake pupils solidified for a second, looking at the approaching Narako Uehara www.novel.com with the sharpness of the Kusanaru sword. There is nothing in front of him. As expected, no ordinary ninja can join Akatsuki. Even though Uehara Naraku is just one of the trainees. Senior Ashimaru, don't be so impulsive. Uehara Naraku approached Ashimaru, raised her head to look at the cold snake eyes, and said with a light smile, Don't think that I am Akatsuki's intern and just underestimate me. As long as you tell me about Uchiha's soil, hand over the Ring of Emptiness, I don't mind keeping you alive. Ashimaru glanced at Uehara disdainfully, and snorted coldly, Hey, if you want to threaten me, let Pen come. There is one member of the Akatsuki organization. Except for Pain and Uchiha Itachi, Onamaru didn't put any other members in his eyes, because he suffered a lot from those two. Then follow the advice of Ashimaru-senpai. Uehara Naraku chuckled. Ashimaru's words were just what he wanted. Uehara's fingertips suddenly appeared with a black stick, and he pierced his arm with the black stick suddenly, with painful seals on his face. Ninfa Psychic. A psychic spell was formed under his palm. After the black chakra rod entered his body, Uehara felt that a chakra of other people had entered his body in an instant, probing his location. Making 6 chakra sensors is extremely overbearing. As the abnormal chakra in Uehara gradually dissipated, the smoke of psychic art floated up, and a figure appeared in front of everyone from the psychic array. Is the Heavenly Way Pen? Pain's reincarnation eyes slowly lifted, and the cold voice fell into everyone's ears. Uehara, have you encountered any trouble? Chapter 52, Is Dato a spy sent by Danzo? The moment he saw Pain, the smile on Dashimaru's face suddenly stiffened. Obviously he just wanted to taunt Uehara Naraku, so why did he really summon Pen? How is this going? Ashimaru's first thought turned out to be why Pen was channeled out, whether it was the ability of the reincarnation eye or Pen was no longer a real human. If ninjas and ninjas can communicate with each other, how much influence will it have on the ninja's intelligence transmission and technology? Oshimaru himself is really not sure that he can defeat Tiendao Pain, especially since he has just reincarnated without a corpse and abandoned his body. Master Yahiko! Uehara Naraku's words interrupted Ashimaru's cranky thoughts. The boy raised his palm and pointed at Ashimaru, and said to Pain, "We met Akatsuki's traitor." Ashimaru! Pain raised his eyes and stretched out his palm towards Dashimaru, then solve it quickly, I don't have much time to show up. Vientiantianyan. A weird gravitational pull pulled Ashimaru to the position of Pain. Dashimaru refused to sit still, he spit out a long snake again from his mouth, and spit out a grass naginata sword from his mouth, stabbing it in the direction of Pain. Shen Luo Tianzheng. A repulsive force violently exploded, knocking the big snake pill away at a faster speed. This crushing battle ended, Dashiwan did not have any power to fight back, and was seriously injured by the two techniques of Heavenly Dao Pen. Whether it is the full moon of the ghost lantern, the dried persimmon ghost shark, or the peach ground no longer cut, the expressions are a bit horrified looking at the figure of Heavenly Dao Pain. The Dashimaru, which the three of them could not defeat just now, was defeated by this man wearing a red cloud and black robe in a few seconds, and there was even no room for resistance. All right. Tiendao Peiyanyun lightly retracted his palm, ignoring the tattered Dashyuan in the distance, turning his head to look at the surrounding dry persimmon ghost shark and others, and finally looked down at the teenager beside him. These are also enemies. The expressions of Ghost Lantern Manu and others suddenly became nervous. Uehara Nariko shook his head and explained softly, they are all the 7 ninja swordsmen from Wuyan village, and they are the people I recruited in the Land of Water. It was Pain's turn to be speechless. Obviously the task assigned to Uehara was only to recruit a dried persimmon ghost shark. Why did he recruit other people as a reserve member after the death of the dried persimmon ghost shark? Xiaonan's disciple, unexpectedly very capable. Akatsuki's staff has been decimated, and Uehara has recruited so many candidates, which saves them the trouble of finding ways to recruit new members. Apart from these, Uehara Naraku considered his own remarks and continued softly, does Yahiko-sama know the true identity of Senior Afei? Uehara, what do you ask these for? Pain's expression changed, he actually didn't want to leak out the fact that Afei was Uchiha Madara, because there was a lot of involvement in it. But after thinking about it for a while, Pain spoke to appease Uehara, Xiaonan has returned to the base. After you come back, let your teacher tell you. And many more. How can this work? If it is purely to deal with the Ashimaru, there is no need for psychic heavenly way. Pen Uehara's main purpose is to deter the secretly prying Uchiha belt soil. In this way, as long as Uehara informs Pain of the information in advance, there is no need for the team to conceal the news if Dato wants to assassinate them. Uehara Naraku hurriedly explained, Master Yahiko, I ran into Konoha's Kakashi Heiji by chance a few days ago. Kakashi had contact with Afei-senpai, and Kakashi called Afei-senpai. After speaking, when Uehara Naraku saw that Pain was still disapproving, he continued to add, Senior Afei wanted to kill me after hearing this name. Fortunately, Mr. Nan gave me 100 million detonation charms to escape. He is going to kill you. Pain's brows couldn't help but frowned, I want to kill you because his name leaked out. This matter has become complicated. The past scenes appeared in Pain's mind, when the mysterious masked man Kazuzu appeared in front of them, claiming to be Ninja Shura Uchiha Madara, the person who guided the eyes of the immortal. It happened to be in that period. Shimura Danzo and Sanjiao Hanzo conspired to encircle the growing Akatsuki organization, including its leader Yahiko, who died in battle. Only Nagato himself and Zionin survived. If the real name of the mysterious masked man is Dato and he is a Konoha ninja, then there must be some conspiracy hidden in it. Konoha's Shimura Danzo joined forces with Hanzo to encircle them. Another Konoha ninja showed up to guide Nagato. If these two things are not related, no one would think it was possible, right? Especially just before the mysterious masked man and Zetsu appeared, Yahiko refused their proposal, and immediately after Akatsuki encountered the encirclement and suppression of Shimura Danzo and Yuyin village. After Pen stood there thinking for a while, his face suddenly became gloomy, and he suddenly said, "That guy, maybe a spy sent by Danzang." Uehara Naraku didn't understand Pain's brain circuit, his face was a little at a loss. "This is just information I got by accident." After speaking, Naraku Uehara saw the Ashimaru on the ground, and suddenly added, "Wait, I remembered. Ashimaru mentioned that Motu is a Konoha hero who died in battle. Know his information. Good job." Pain's eyes lit up and he praised him approvingly. He stretched out his palm and stroked Uehara Naraku's hair, and whispered, "Uehara, the country of water is too dangerous for you now, get out of here now. Then shall I take the Yuin back?" Uehara Naruto nodded, and looked in the direction of Ashimaru. The originally tattered Ashimaru seemed to have a lot of body flat. Pain shook his head and stopped Uehara's plan with a cold voice, "That guy just ran away while we were talking. I will chase him." Uehara Naraku was about to rush out. Tiendao Pain grabbed his clothes and said solemnly, "Don't worry, there is another member of Akatsuki who is also Konoha ninja. He and Zionin have also returned to the base, so we can check if he is also Konoha spy. Pain can't use too many chakras in the water country. If he was in Akatsuki's base, Pen would have nothing to fear. He only needed to control another Konoha-born rebel member of their organization and get information about the soil." "Mr. Itaki." Uehara Naraku's face showed a daze. "You reading www.uuganshu.com. That guy is really a Konoha spy. If Uchiha Itaki wants to free himself from the suspicion of a spy, will he spit out the intelligence that Uchiha brought with him?" Once Uchiha Itaki knew that the true identity of the mysterious masked man was Uchiha, how would he treat this ninja who helped him kill his fellow clan? Uehara Naraku really wants to see the two movie kings turn their faces. Uchiha Madara can be scary. As for Uchiha's soil, if he had not become a Konoha hero because of his death in battle, he would probably be ashamed to Uchiha. Still looking for behind the scenes from Hokage free novel? Beta direct search, it's easy to read novels. Smiley face, Chapter 53, Uchiha Itaki who is good at telling stories. I will go back to the base first. After talking with Naraku Uehara, Pen said coldly, "Uehara, you also return to Akatsuki's base immediately, don't worry your teacher." After speaking, Pain disbanded the channeling and turned into smoke. Because Tiendao Pen is too far away from the main body's Nagato, the chakra in Tiendao Pen's body has been almost exhausted after releasing 2 pupil spells. If Nagato's chakra transmission is not available, Heavenly Path Pain will not be of much use, and it's meaningless to stay here. It's better to go back as soon as possible and get information from Itaki Uchiha. Uehara Naraku did not stay either. He psychically came out of Pen, only to let Uchiha, who was secretly spying, recognize the facts. His actor status has been stripped away. Uchiha Belt Soil should have recognized the facts now, right? The only pity is that Ashimaru sneaked away. Now that the matter is over, Uehara Naraku left the country of water with the dried persimmon ghost shark, ghost light full moon, and white, and embarked on the way home. After everyone left the shadow in the forest, the figure of the mysterious masked man appeared, and he muttered to himself in a melancholy voice, "It's a miscalculation, can that kid be able to channel Pen's identity will be completely exposed." But the mysterious masked man had planned for the worst. If Nagato wanted to kick him away and start collecting tail beasts alone, it would be impossible, because only Absolutely could gather information on chi tail beasts. The exposure of his identity this time only affected his status and image, and did not prevent him from continuing the Moon Eye project. Mysterious masked man is not entirely unfounded. He suspected that Ashimaru had detected his identity and revealed it to Kakashi, who made Ashimaru appear in the water country for no reason. Because of emotion and reason, Dashiwan is the most likely candidate. Forget it, I can only give up blocking news. The light in the eyes of the mysterious masked man flashed, and a temporal and spatial vortex appeared behind him, pulling him into the vortex. The country of rain. The base of the Xiao Xiao organization. Pen relieved Uehara's psychic technique, and just returned here. I saw Xiaonan who looked worried. Xionan, Kakuto and Uchiha Itachi had recruited the flying section, and only then returned to Akatsuki's base in these 2 days. Nagato, is there something wrong with your body? No, it's Uehara. Pain shook his head and said with a gloomy expression, perhaps we can find out the truth 12 years ago. Let's go and control Uchiha Itachi first. We must not let him escape. What happened? The man who calls himself Uchiha Madara is a ninja named Dato. He is very likely a Konoha spy who wants to use us. Pen's face was ugly, and he continued with a deep voice, Uehara has discovered his true identity and is being chased by him. I will save Uehara. The paper wings behind Xiaonan opened, and he was about to leave here. Heavenly Dao Pain stopped her and explained in a low voice, don't worry, Uehara happened to ran into Ashimaru, I have helped him solve it, there are 3 ninja swords around him, and there should be no problem. Then go see Uchiha Itachi first. Xionan's origami pieces fluttered, and his voice said coldly, from his mouth, ask for information. Since Uehara has not returned yet, and Uchiha Itachi has no new teammates yet, so he can't go out to perform tasks, just sit on the lake outside the base and think about life. A group of paper butterflies suddenly fell in front of him, and gathered into a blue-haired woman standing on the lake, rippling circles. Xiaonan looked at him, frowned lightly and said, does it mean that there will be something bothering you, the famous annihilated Itachi? Senior Minan, what's the matter? Uchiha Itachi was a little depressed, he just wanted to sit quietly for a while, and didn't want to talk to the woman in front of him. Xionan didn't care about his mood, but asked in a cold voice, Itachi Uchiha, you are Konoha rebel, have you heard of the name Dato when you were in Konoha? With soil. Uchiha Itachi remembered a funeral he had attended a long time ago, raised his head questioningly, and added the full name in Xionanko, Uchiha takes soil. Xionan's brows were slightly furrowed, and he carefully observed Uchiha Itachi's expression, and was a little surprised when he saw that he did not show any abnormalities. Itachi Uchiha, don't know the identity of the masked man? Xionan continued to ask in a deep voice, you are all of the same race, you should know the person named Uchiha with soil. Okay. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head, and just looked at the lake and replied softly, Uchiha Dato was killed in the Third Ninja War. Because he could not find his body, he was the only one who was not buried in Konoha Hero. Oh. Xionan nodded with interest, go on. Judging from Uchiha Itachi alone, the probability that the mysterious masked man is Uchiha Belt Soil is at least 80 to 90%. But judging from Uchiha Itachi's expression, he doesn't seem to know the true identity of the mysterious masked man? If you think so, Uchiha Itachi may not be Konoha's spy. After all, he killed the entire Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi looked at Xionan in a puzzled manner. Uchiha had already died with the natives, so what else do you want him to say? What else can I say? Could you tell me the life with soil? A person who died a long time ago, why would Xiaonan be interested? Uchiha Itachi carefully observed Xionan's sensuality, and continued quietly, it is said that Uchiha's grades are not very good. Perhaps it is for this reason that when Konoha ninja graduated and was assigned, it was arranged with the talented ninja Heiji Kakashi was divided into a team and became the disciples of the fourth generation of Naruto. A story about the tale of a crane comes from Uchiha Itachi www.novel.com. Uchiha Itachi heard from other people in his family, coupled with his own understanding and polishing, shaped the tale of the crane eventually became the positive energy growth story of heroes of Konoha. Xionin couldn't help but look a little when she listened. She didn't expect that Uchiha Itachi had a talent for telling stories. The story of the ninja told by Itachi Uchiha is much more pleasant than the one he also told. The book The Legend of Strong Perseverance Ninja written by Jiraiya is so obscure that people can't stand it. It's really not as good as Uchiha's story. Finally, Uchiha brought the soil to become Konoha's hero, resting in a foreign country, and the genius ninja Heiji Kakashi, who carried the will of his comrades in arms, also made the Sharingan Kakashi with the Sharingan donated by old friends' honor. This story is not a leaked information. Many of the contents are well known, and it is a story that spreads the will of fire. After Uchiha Itachi told the story, he was even moved by the dirt in the story. He slowly turned his head and looked at the well-appointed female ninja, still a little puzzled. Is his story bad? Has the will of fire not spread to Xiaonan's heart? Did you finish? Xionin's brows frowned. If she didn't know that the mysterious masked man was Uchiha, she might really admire him. Okay. Uchiha Itachi's expression is a bit unattractive, and she feels that this woman is a little incorrigible. Senior Minami, why would you be interested in Uchiha's taking soil? Xionin did not answer his words, but opened the paper wings behind him, and said coldly, "Come with me, Pain wants to see you." Asking for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 54, It's okay, the ghost is still willing to be my spy. In the Cave of Dawn. The pen on the outer golem looked down at Uchiha Itachi who walked in, and said solemnly, "Uchiha Itachi, you are a member of FANFIC, you should know the true identity of FANFIC." Pain didn't conceal Uchiha Itachi, or that he didn't care about Uchiha Itachi's thoughts, because in the face of true strength, there was no need to play tricks. Uchiha Itachi's expression hasn't changed much, but he has already turned a huge wave in his heart. Combined with the conversation with Xionin just now, he has guessed what Pain is about to say. The mysterious masked man has always claimed to be Uchiha Madara, but Pain and Xionin now seem to have found some evidence that the masked man is Uchiha Masada. He deceived me and claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Pain looked at Uchiha Itachi, and continued with a deep voice, "In fact, his true identity is Uchiha Deiju, a spy sent by Konoha's Shimura Danzo." Uchiha Itachi fell silent. Various past experiences surfaced in front of Uchiha Itachi. He began to use Pain's words to analyze the true identity of Uchiha Daido in reverse. When he first saw the mysterious masked man, the masked man killed his teammates and induced him to open the writing wheel. Later, after Uchiha Itachi grew up, the masked man was willing to cooperate with him to kill the entire Uchiha clan and lead him to join Akatsuki. The mysterious masked man knew in his heart that he was a spy for the third generation of Hokage, but he still told him his plan and was willing to continue to cooperate with him. Whether it is Uchiha Itachi who sees the mysterious masked man in every step of the action, he can see a strong dark style, which is just like Shimura Danzo's handwriting. Apart from Shimura Danzo, who else would want to destroy the Uchiha clan? After Uchiha Itachi's reverse analysis, he couldn't help but panic. If they can really determine that the mysterious masked man is not Uchiha Madara, and he is indeed Uchiha, then he is almost 100% of Danzo's subordinate. Because Uchiha has a good reputation with the soil in Konoha, there are no other relatives except for a grandma, so the sense of existence is not particularly high. It is impossible for to do so many dark things in a subjective sense, it can only be controlled by Danzo's command. This is also reasonable. There are not many ninjas from the Uchiha clan who have entered the Anbi. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi have been assigned to Danzo's men. There is also a ninja named Uchiha Ninja in the hands of Danzo, which is simply normal. Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly. He didn't expect that every step he took now was under Shimura Danzo's arrangement. Danzo is really lingering. Uchiha Dato is a spy for Danzo. A yin and yang black rod emerged from Pen's hand, staring at the young man underneath. Uchiha Itachi, what is your true identity? You who killed all the Uchiha tribe of Konoha, are you also a spy? Uchiha Itachi looked up at Pain and shook his head gently and said, I just want to find a place to stay. He claims to be Uchiha Madara, and he blinded me. Now that I know that he is the spy sent by Konoha to monitor me, I will kill him next time. Uchiha Itachi did not tell the truth that his cooperation with Uchiha brought the soil to destroy the Uchiha clan. Once he said something, he might wash away the suspicion on the soil, more likely to drag himself into the water. Now Uchiha Itachi doesn't want to be used by Danzo, nor does he want to be in danger. As for Uchiha's soil, when they meet again next time, Uchiha Itachi will definitely find a way to deal with it. He can't bear Danzo still watching him. Very good. Pain nodded and looked at Xionin Road next to him. Xionin, the next step is to test out its true identity from Ju's mouth, and kill it immediately if something goes wrong. Is definitely Akatsuki's intelligence officer. Because Ju had always provided Akatsuki with a lot of information, Pen didn't want to kill Ju directly, but wanted to try to find out the identity of Ju, and find out whether it was a spy or someone deceived by Uchiha. When Ju got the news, whether it was Heiju or Baiju, they were half-faced ignorant. They couldn't understand how the identity of the soil was discovered. And why do you say Tato is Danzo's spy? Who told Uchiha to bring the soil to contact Yahiko first, but Yahiko just refused them, and then Yahiko was killed by Shimura Danzo and Sancho Yu Hanzo. Both in terms of time and motivation, it is indeed very reasonable. After Xionin and Pain simply reasoned, they might have believed it if they hadn't known the truth absolutely. Baiju's mood was a little melancholy, although it is only Nagato and Xionin's guess, but it sounds like it is conclusive evidence. If we defend it, it will attract Nagato's suspicion. Okay. Heiju has a good mentality, and he is still thinking about a remedy. Anyway, hold Nagato and Xionin firmly to ensure that they will not doubt the plan to collect the tail beasts. Then shall we go to see Ototo to discuss countermeasures? Baiju whispered, I brought the soil back to our secret base just now, and asked a Baiju clone to help him replant a Sangu Jade riding wheel eye. What happened? Heiju asked with some doubts, did he use Izanagi? There are still people who can force the soil that has the kaleidoscope of time and space to use Izanagi. It's Naruto Uehara. Hakujitsu's half of his face was incomprehensible. The explanation with the dirt was that I was too careless. Naruto Uehara used the detonation talisman to calculate it, and had to use Izanagi to escape, and he is anxious to see us now. Heiju's mood is not good anymore. Didn't Uchiha bring the soil to say to control Uehara Naruto? Turns over on that 12-year-old kid? As expected, in addition to Uchiha Madara, you read www.yuuganshu.com's other Uchiha are all waste. The secret base. This place used to be Uchiha Madara's hiding place in his later years, and there are still a few Shirasui inhabiting this place. Uchiha Dato transplanted a 3-goad jade riding wheel with the help of a Beijo clone. He has already taken off the mask on his face. Starting from today, he doesn't need to use Madara's identity to trick him. Ju's figure emerged from the ground. Heiju gazed at him sadly and said, take the soil, because you refused to follow our advice at the beginning. Now Nagato has determined that you are a spy sent by Danzo. Baiju lightly blamed, moreover, we are also implicated in this matter. In order to make Nagato trust us again, we have to bother to help him collect information about Sancho Fish Hanzo. Is there no way to save it? Uchiha's frowned. The news was a bit bad for him, and it was not good for him to be unable to control Akatsuki's actions in real time. At least there is no way now. Heiju shook his head, and said in a deep voice, now that Nagato has identified you, he can only wait until his anger dissipates in the future, and then slowly clear your suspicion. Baiju made his own suggestion softly, we must find a way to put new people in Akatsuki as soon as possible to prevent Akatsuki's actions from losing control, and to monitor Uchiha Itachi, who has just joined Akatsuki not long ago. There is no problem with this. Uchiha stretched his soiled brows and smiled, I have secretly communicated with the ghost shark while the kid Uehara is not paying attention. He also believes that the Moon Eye project will continue to serve as my spy in Akatsuki, helping I monitor Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 55, After so many days of fighting, then just enjoy it. Wait, Uehara Naruto is still alive. Hiju's face looked at Uchiha's belt soil incomprehensibly, what the is going on with this thing, even a 12-year-old kid hasn't solved it. Uchiha took the soil and shook his head and said, the kid Uehara can psychic out of the heavens, Pen, I can't face Pen against Pen. The next thing I want to say is the most troublesome thing. Uchiha's face became extremely serious, and he coldly looked at Juhi and the surrounding Beijo clones, always seeing them a little confused and doubtful. Someone leaked my news to Heiji Kakashi. Uchiha took the soil and burst into a big thunder as soon as he opened his mouth. He expressed his suspicion, I guess these things were leaked by the Ashimaru, because he happened to appear in the water country with Kakashi. Baiju immediately grasped an important point, Heiji Kakashi. Kurozutsu also grasped another important point, Ashimaru. That's right. Uchiha Daito nodded earnestly, after all, Kakashi has never shown any abnormality. Perhaps Ashimaru found some clues from some sources and told Kakashi of my information. If it wasn't for Kakashi's sudden exposure of my identity, I wouldn't have hurriedly tried to kill Uehara Nairobi, but I was suddenly calculated by that kid. The kid Uehara psyched out of Pen again, and told Pen about it. Unfortunately, before I had time to prepare to communicate with Nagato, I was identified by Nagato as a spy for Danzo. When talking about this, Uchiha took the soil and even hit his side bitterly with a fist. He still doesn't understand how things could become like this. It is clear that everything is moving in a good direction. He is still conscientiously trying to help Akatsuki, but he was kicked out of the Akatsuki organization. Quite suddenly. If you just think about it in another direction, maybe this time it's not a bad thing. Uchiha takes the soil to at least know that someone has monitored his information in secret, and it's better than being spotted after collecting the tail beasts in the future. Does Shiwan didn't know that he was carrying a black pot on his back. Ashimaru is also the first time to know the true identity of the mysterious masked man. He already has a plan in his heart, and this information can be used for trading. As for the transaction partner, he is naturally his close partner. Kainaha village. In the root base. Since Shimura Danzo's methods were too rude and cruel in the handling of the Uchiha clan, his roots were banned by Sarutobi, and he was also imprisoned. Even if Shimura Danzo was dissatisfied, he was helpless to Sarutobi Hizaki's resolute handling. Therefore, the old man could only hide here quietly, secretly contacting his old ministry to collect information, and by the way, train the young people he had hidden. Ninja. Believe, be serious. Take the roots, good job. Sai, you have just graduated this year. Next year, I will find a way to arrange for you to take the Zongnin exam and work harder. Shimura Danzo looked at the group of young ninjas underneath, and judged their training one by one, as if he was really a teacher who was serious about training younger generations. It's just that these young ninjas didn't dare to look at him at all. Every time Danzo's gaze fell on them, every young man shrank unconsciously. These young people are deeply afraid of the old man in front of them. A small white snake suddenly got out of a pipe, crawled to Shimura Danzo's side with a snake core, and opened his mouth. Hey! You go down first. After seeing the little snake, Shimura Danzo changed his face and waved back to the group of teenagers. Only then did Shimura remove a scroll from the mouth of the white little snake. This little white snake is the communication tool of Dashimaru. Shimura Danzo has been in contact with Ashimaru since Ashimaru defected. He originally thought Ashimaru was asking him again this time, but he did not expect that Ashimaru only sent him a copy this time. Intelligence. Uchiha Dato is still alive. Shimura Danzo's eyes tightened sharply, staring at the information scroll that Osamu gave him, which wrote information about the mysterious masked man. Shimura Danzo did not know that because of the mysterious masked man, he carried a few more pots in the eyes of Pain and Uchiha Itachi. Now Danzo just wants to use this information to do a good job and regain the power he lost from Sarutobi Hizumi's hands. Hisaki, the teacher is right. Shimura Danzo slowly closed the scroll in his hand, threw it into the brazier next to him, and whispered and continued, "The Uchiha clan are all born evil people, even the disciples of the 4 generations of Hokage. You will also fall." Although he got information about the Uchiha belt soil, Shimura Danzo also had to wait for an opportunity for Heiki Kakashi to return to the village before he could face off in front of Sarutobi Hizen. This opportunity is not difficult. The other side. Uehara Nariku was lost in thought while observing his system panel. Main quest: realize the wish of the book stand boss and become the biggest boss in the ninja world. The progress is 3% and the quest has been completed. Uehara took his team to leave the land of water, and on the way back to the land of rain, the progress of the main task began to move forward inexplicably, and suddenly stopped when it jumped to 3%. According to Uehara's judgment, this progress may be related to his revealing the identity of the mysterious masked man. More and more people know the true identity of the mysterious masked man, but ignore him as the real behind-the-scenes man. Because there is a side mission which is rather strange. Side quest: debunking the true identity of the mysterious masked man in the public. The quest has been completed, rewarding skills to distort the space. Perhaps it was because Uehara Nariku first revealed the identity of Mota before, using the transformation of a natural magical charm, not to expose the identity of Motu in his true face, or it may be because Kakashi Heiji was not at that time. Believe www.novel.com. Now some people believe it. As for the rewarding skills, Uehara was a little frustrated. Distorted space: after a 0.5 second delay, a distorted space that can last for 3 seconds can be released in the target area. The area will be isolated from the outside world. People who try to cross the space barrier will be stunned by the space barrier. Through time and space ninjutsu to escape. Distorted space maintenance time and area are related to the chakra consumption coefficient. The cooling time is 15 seconds. And the minimum chakra consumption is 100 points. This skill has a trick. Is not as powerful as the magic puppet command shock wave. Unless the space barrier happens to control Uchiha's soil, he will not be able to obtain his magical pupil technique, and even the Thunder God technique can easily escape. What is this skill used for? Is it used as a space cage? Seems to be good too. Although the twisting space is a spatial technique, it is not actually aimed at the space-time ninja. It is no disadvantage to use it against the regular ninja. In the entire ninja world, except for several ninjas who are good at time and space techniques, such as Uchiha Dato, the 4th generation of Naruto, and Atsuki Teruya, all other ninjas will basically be imprisoned in the twisted space. Is a bit like the 4 red sun formations and the 4 purple inflammation formations. It's just that the strength of the space barrier far exceeds these barriers. The voice of the dried persimmon ghost interrupted Uehara's thoughts. Master Uehara, we are already near the coast of Unokuni. Oh! Uehara Nariku raised his head and watched their ship enter the harbor of the most peaceful country in ninja world, and whispered softly, after a fight for so many days, just enjoy it here. Chapter 56, The Fat Sheep Looks So Good. Since Uehara Nariku will take 5 people on the return journey this time, it is naturally impossible to borrow from the country of fire to avoid any trouble, so they chose a relatively stable route. After leaving the port, Uehara Naro turned his head to look at the people present, and assigned tasks to them. Ghost Lantern Full Moon, go to Yunnan Village to book a hot spring hotel. If you don't cut Mr. Sword, you take Kagaya-kun Maro and Shiro to continue ninja training or go to San Francisco. Relax. Ghost Lantern Menu and Adai will no longer be confused. The two of them, one is a genius ninja, who became a genius butler in the mouth of Uehara Nairobi, a murderous Mizuki ninja 7 people. Uehara became the enlightenment teacher and nanny. Kaya-kun Maro and Shiro couldn't help turning their heads to look at Uehara, and whispered, "Uehara-kun, won't you go with us?" Uehara Naraku shook his head, and whispered, "Well, I will practice Jaiyo with Gyu. In the afternoon, we will meet in Tangnan Village, the most lively place." Yunnan Village is the most famous tourist attraction in the ninja world. Yunnan Village is famous for their unique hot springs. It is the most comfortable place in the ninja world and the best place for enjoyment. Even the ninja war, it rarely spreads here. Uehara and his party took a boat across the sea all the way, just to have a day off here. After everyone else had left, Naraku Uehara and Keikigaki had a solitary space and began to discuss their plans. Uehara Naraku's most concern is undoubtedly the last private meeting between the Keikigami and Uchiha before leaving the country of water. How about? Have you got the trust of the soil? Ha, almost. The dried persimmon ghost shark grinned and said with a chuckle, "I told him that as long as his Moon Eye plan will continue to be implemented, after I become a teammate of Uchiha Itachi, I will continue to help monitor Uchiha Itachi and pass it on to him." Information from Itachi Uchiha. Before they left the country of water collectively, Uchiha took the soil to secretly communicated with the dried persimmon ghost shark, and the performance of the ghost shark once again won the trust of the soil. In other words, Uchiha Dado has always believed in ghosts. The dried persimmon ghosts originally prepared a bunch of Uehara's information, but Uchiha Dado didn't ask about these little things. After all, in the past few years, the dried persimmon ghosts have been serving the soil that controls the 4 generations of water shadows behind the scenes. The relationship between them is extraordinary. And the character of the dried persimmon is also trustworthy. As long as the Keikigami believes someone, he will give 100% loyalty, including his own life. It seems that the plan is going well. Uehara Naraku didn't know that due to the deterioration of the situation, the status of the dried persimmon ghost shark rose in the heart of the Uchiha belt, and soon the ghost shark would become an important source of intelligence. Uehara Naraku simply calmed down his subordinates. "After you and Uchiha Itachi become partners, you can enjoy a leisurely day." The dried persimmon ghost shark smiled heartily, nodded slightly, and said, "Ha, it sounds like the character of the weasel who writes round eyes is pretty good. I believe you can get along well with Itachi Uchiha." Uehara Naraku was quite confident about this. He turned his head to look at the ghost and said, "By the way, how many sets of nodding gestures did you prepare for me?" 13 sets. The dried persimmon ghost fish took out a scroll, smiled and handed it to Uehara. "The Jaiin gestures inside are half true and half fake, most of which are related to Shui Dun and Tu Dun." "Thank you." Uehara Naraku shook the scroll and put it in his ninja bag contentedly. Uehara's release skills certainly don't need Jaiin. He wants to practice Jaiin mainly for fun and to confuse his opponents and relax the enemy's vigilance. From now on, he will be a serious ninja who knows how to seal. Uehara Naraku was practicing Yuji while talking about Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi is still very easy to get along with. As long as you don't violate his bottom line, he will unconditionally tolerate anything you do. Bottom line. His younger brother Uchiha Suzuki. Because the two signed a contract, Uehara Naraku also believed in the Keikigami Keiki, and put together Uchiha Itachi's information. As long as he does not harm his brother, Uchiha Itachi is a ninja who can be easily exploited. Are you another person whose eldest brother is like a father? The dry persimmon ghost shark heard this and couldn't help but chuckle and said, "The weakness of the extinct ferret and the ghost lamp full moon are exactly the same." Uehara Naraku sighed faintly, "It's the fault of this world. My brother's love for his brother is always a little sick. Who let the person who created this world be a younger brother? Yunnan village. After Uehara Naraku and dried persimmon ghost shark stepped into this ninja village, they followed the agreement to find the most lively place here to see the local customs of Yunnan village. Tangnan village today turned out to be the most lively place in a casino. Why is it a gambling shop? When Uehara Naraku received the news, his expression was faintly subtle. Isn't it such a coincidence? It always feels like we will meet an amazing character in the past. Does Uehara-sama think it is a great person? The dry persimmon ghost suddenly became a little curious on his face, and the smile became stronger. If it is not particularly dangerous, shouldn't we go to see the big man? Uehara Naraku nodded with difficulty. What you said also makes sense. The danger of that big man is indeed lower. If in this ninja world, once you talk about gambling, you will inevitably mention a woman. A woman who is famous in the ninja world. One of Konoha-sunan, the strongest female ninja Tsunade. There is almost no ninja in the ninja world willing to take the initiative to hurt her. Tsunade was born in Konoha's most noble Senju clan, and was the first to advocate medical ninja as a must-have member of the regular ninja squad. She was also respected by countless ninjas because of her proficiency in all medical ninjutsu in the ninja world. The ninjas all think that Tsunade is the most powerful medical ninja in the ninja world. However, they all know that Tsunade is also very powerful. Konoha-sunan's prestige is not only about saving people by curing diseases. In the entire ninja world, except for the leaders of the major ninja villages www.novel.com, other ninjas are not enough to see in front of Tsunade. Regardless of appearance, family background, strength, and fame, Tsunade can already be said to be excellent without any blind spots, but she has a well-known shortcoming. Addicted to gambling like life. It's a pity that her luck has never been so good. Since Tsunade left Konoha and began to travel in the ninja world, a peculiar name has also begun to spread in the ninja world. The legendary fat sheep. Is the legendary fat sheep here? It's already started. She has lost 200,000 taels. The big sheep shot is really extraordinary. She is also very big. Today's gambling shop is very lively. The gambling ghosts from the entire Tangren village gather here, and there are some men trying to fish in troubled waters who want to take the opportunity to make a little money. Uehara Naraku took out his ears, subconsciously ignored the strange words, looked at the people around the gambling shop, and looked for his subordinates. Uehara! A crisp voice stopped him. Kagaya-kun Maro squeezed through the crowd and walked to Uehara Naraku's side, and softly explained, Mr. Ghost Lantern Man Mitsuo and Mr. Nozaki are already in the Hot Spring Hotel. They said it was too dangerous, so they sent me here to wait for you. Uehara-sama, it is indeed dangerous here. Dry persimmon ghost shark's small eyes blinked. His height can see the scene in the gambling house, and naturally he can see the blonde female ninja sitting in the middle of the gambling table. As a ninja, how could you not know Konoha-sunan? Uehara Naraku looked at the exposed white body of the blonde female ninja, and exclaimed, but this is interesting, isn't it? Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 56, Encountered a fat sheep on the return trip. Since Uehara Naraku had to take 5 people on the return journey this time, it was naturally impossible to borrow from the country of fire to avoid any trouble, so they chose a relatively stable route. After leaving the port, Uehara Naraku turned his head to look at the people present, and assigned tasks to them. Ghost Lantern Full Moon, go to Yunnan village to book a hot spring hotel. If you don't cut Mr. Sword, you take Kagaya-kun Maro and Shiro to continue ninja training or go to San Francisco. Relax. Ghost Lantern Full Moon and Tao De will no longer be confused. The two of them, one was a genius ninja, who became a genius butler in the mouth of Uehara Nairobi, a murderous Mizuki 7 people, was regarded as a teacher and nanny by Uehara. Kagaya-kun Maro and Shiro couldn't help turning their heads to look at Uehara, and said softly, Uehara-kun, won't you go with us? Uehara Naruto shook his head and said softly, "Well, I will practice not printing with Gyu. In the afternoon, we will meet in the most lively place in Tangnan village." Tangren village is the most famous tourist attraction in the world. Tangren village is famous for their unique hot springs. It is the most comfortable place in the world of shinobi and the most suitable place for enjoyment. Even the ninja world war seldom spreads here. Uehara and his party took a boat across the sea along the way, just to have a day off here. After everyone else had left, Naruto Uehara and Keikigaki had a solitary space and began to discuss their plans. The thing that Naruto Uehara cares most about is undoubtedly the last private meeting with Uchiha before leaving the country of water. "How about? Have you got the trust of the land?" "Ha, almost." The dried persimmon ghost shark grinned and said with a chuckle, "I told him that as long as his Moon Eye plan will continue to be implemented, after I become a teammate of Uchiha Itachi, I will continue to help monitor Uchiha Itachi and pass it on to him." Information from Itachi Uchiha. Before they left the country of water collectively, Uchiha took the soil to secretly communicated with the dried persimmon ghost shark, and the performance of the ghost shark once again won the trust of the soil. In other words, Uchiha Dado has always believed in the ghost shark. The dried persimmon ghost shark originally prepared a bunch of Uehara's information, but Uchiha Dado didn't ask about these little things. After all, in the past few years, the dried persimmon ghost shark has been serving the soil that controls the 4 generations of water shadows behind the scenes, and the relationship between them is extraordinary. And the character of the dried persimmon is also very trustworthy. As long as the dried persimmon ghost believes someone, he will give 100% loyalty, including his own life. It looks like the plan went well. Uehara Naruto didn't know that due to the deterioration of the situation, the status of the dried persimmon ghost shark rose in the heart of the Uchiha belt, and soon the ghost shark would become an important source of intelligence. Uehara Naruto simply comforted his subordinates, "After you and Uchiha Itachi become partners, you can enjoy a leisurely day." The dried persimmon ghost shark smiled heartily, nodded slightly, and said, "Ha, it sounds like the character of the weasel who writes round eyes is pretty good. I believe you can get along well with Uchiha Itachi." Uehara Naruto was quite confident about this. He turned his head to look at the ghost shark and said, "By the way, how many sets of not seal gestures did you prepare for me?" 13 sets. The dried persimmon ghost fish took out a scroll and handed it to Uehara with a light smile. "The Juyin gestures inside are half true and half fake. Most of them are the Juyin gestures related to Shui Dun and Tu Dun." "Thank you." Uehara Naruto shook the scroll and put it in his ninja bag contentedly. Of course, Uehara doesn't need Juyin to release his skills. He wants to practice Juyin mainly for fun and to confuse his opponents and relax the enemy's vigilance. In the future, he will also be a serious ninja who knows how to seal the seal. Uehara Naruto was practicing Yuji while talking about Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi is still very easy to get along with. As long as you don't violate his bottom line, he will unconditionally tolerate anything you do. Bottom line. His younger brother Uchiha Sasuke. Because the two had signed a contract, Uehara Naruto also trusted the Keikigaki Keiki, and put together Uchiha Itachi's information. As long as it doesn't hurt his brother, Uchiha Itachi is a ninja who can be easily exploited. Are you another person whose eldest brother is like a father? When the dried persimmon ghost shark heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, "The weakness of the extinct ferret and Gaideng menu are exactly the same." Uehara Naruto sighed faintly, "It's the fault of this world. My brother's love for his brother is always sick. Who makes the person who created this world a younger brother?" Tangren village. After Uehara Naruto and the dried persimmon ghost shark stepped into this ninja village, they followed the agreement to find the most lively place here, to see the local customs of Yunnan village. The most lively place in Tangren village today turned out to be a gambling shop. Why is it a casino? When Uehara Naruto got the news, his expression was faintly subtle. "Isn't it such a coincidence? I always feel that if we go there, we will meet an amazing character. Does Uehara-sama think it is a great person? The dried persimmon ghost suddenly became a little curious on his face, and the smile became stronger. If it is not particularly dangerous, shouldn't we go to see the big man? Uehara Naraku nodded with difficulty. What you said also makes sense. The danger of that big man is indeed lower. If in this ninja world, once talked about gambling, a woman would inevitably be mentioned. A woman famous in the ninja world. One of Konoha-sunen, the strongest female ninja Tsunade. Almost no ninja in the ninja world is willing to take the initiative to hurt her. Tsunade was born in Konoha's most noble Senju clan, and was the first to advocate medical ninja as a must-have member of the regular ninja team, and because she was proficient in all medical ninjas in the ninja world, she was also respected by countless ninjas. The ninjas all believe that Tsunade is the most powerful medical ninja in the ninja world, but it must be mentioned that they also know that Tsunade is also very powerful. Konoha-sunen's prestige is not only to save people by curing diseases. In the entire ninja world, except for the leaders of the major ninja villages, the other ninjas are not enough to see in front of Tsunade. Regardless of her appearance, family background, strength, and fame, Tsunade can already be said to be excellent without blind spots, but she has a well-known shortcoming. Addicted to gambling. It's a pity that her luck has never been so good. Since Tsunade left Konoha and began to travel in the ninja world, a peculiar name has also begun to spread in the ninja world. The legendary fat sheep. Is the legendary fat sheep here? It's already started. She has lost 200,000 taels. The big sheep shot is really extraordinary. She is also very big. Today's gambling shop is extremely lively. Gambling ghosts from the entire Tangren village gather here. There are also some men who try to fish in troubled waters and want to take the opportunity to make a little money. Naro Uehara pulled out his ears, subconsciously ignored the strange words, looked at the people around the casino, and looked for his subordinates. Uehara. A crisp voice stopped him. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Kagaya-kun Maro squeezed through the crowd and walked to Uehara Naraku's side, and softly explained, Mr. Ghost Lantern Man Mitsuo and Mr. Zabuzang are already in the Hot Spring Hotel. They said it was too dangerous, so they sent me here to wait for you. Master Uehara, it is indeed dangerous here. Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark blinked. His height could see the scene in the casino, and naturally he could see the blonde female ninja sitting in the middle of the gaming table. As a ninja, how could you not know Konoha-sunen? Uehara Naraku looked at the exposed white body of the blonde female ninja and exclaimed, but this is interesting, isn't it? Ask for a recommendation ticket. Still looking for behind the scenes from Hokage free novel? Beta direct search, it's easy to read novels. Smiley face, Chapter 57, Fate. You go first. Uehara Naraku waved his hand at the dried persimmon ghost shark and Kagaya-kun Maro, and suddenly said, wait, leave me a sum of money. Uehara-sama is not an adult yet, right? The dry persimmon ghost shark's eyes were a bit subtle. Just when he wanted to continue to say something, he saw Uehara's urging look, and he could only throw a seal scroll towards Uehara Naruto. What the is this boss? Still asking employees for money? Uehara Naraku took the scroll and couldn't help but glanced at the blonde female ninja at the gaming table and her domineering figure. As a minor in the ninja world, Uehara didn't think about the mess, he only wanted to complete two relatively simple side tasks. Side mission, beat Tsunade at the gaming table, 0/1, the reward is unknown. Side mission, lost to Tsunade, 0/1, at the gaming table, the reward is unknown. Two simple tasks, no matter what, one can always be completed, right? Although the task is relatively simple, the reward may not be considered rich. Just when Uehara was about to enter the gambling house, the two big janitors pushed him out, swearing and grinning, little devil, Mao is not growing up, come here to learn to be a prodigal. Don't get out. The customs and order of the ninja world are a bit strange. The people here will ignore the underage ninjas going to the battlefield to kill and set fire to throw the detonation charms, but they absolutely prohibit underage ninjas from entering the casinos, taverns, and custom places. Even bookstore owners will actively refuse to sell bad books to underage ninjas. Maybe this is the last discipline of the ninja world. Of course, this is just the attitude of ordinary people in the ninja world. There are always some exceptions to so many people in the ninja world, such as the blonde female ninja Tsunade sitting at the gaming table. Tsunade learned gambling under the precepts and deeds taught by the ninja Senjujima since he was a child, and eventually learned to go bankrupt in debt. At dusk, Tsunade lost all the money in his body, and danglingly led his disciple to leave the gambling shop in silence, planning to find a place to have a drink. Silent hugged a pink pig, frowned and blamed her. "Tsunasama, you lost too much today." "Mute, I know you must still hide living expenses." Tsunade waved her hand and was about to continue to say something. The corner of her eye noticed a card flying, her upper body suddenly leaned back and hid. Tsunade stood up straight and looked at a card that suddenly appeared on the wall. This card that flew out inexplicably cut off one of her hair and embedded it deeply on the wall beside her. "Who?" Tsunade turned his head abruptly and looked in the direction where the cards were flying, but only saw the boy playing cards in the corner. The card in Uehara Naruto's hand was beating dexterously at his fingertips. He slowly raised his head and looked at Tsunade, showing a pure smile. "Hey, are you coming to play?" "The legendary, fat sheep." Tsunade's face suddenly became furious, her forehead muscles bulged, she squeezed her fist hard, bit her teeth and said, "Where is the kid, dare to speak up in front of me?" "Silence, give me some money. It's fine if you lose all afternoon." Now even a teenage kid dares to taunt her. This kid is here to die. Konoha-sunan has always had no morals, bullying children or something is commonplace, and since then, he would secretly spend all Naruto's money, and Osaki-maru is honestly trying to seize Sasuke's body. The gambling game between Tsunade and Naruto Uehara is simply pediatric. After an hour, in a hotel room, Tsunade wiped the corners of his mouth refreshingly, and looked at Naruto Uehara, with a little meaning on his face. "You have good skills, kid, but there is still a lot of room for improvement." Uehara Naruto looked at Tsunade, who was satisfied with a bewildered look, then looked at the mute with a smile, feeling that something went wrong in the world. Tsunade proudly grabbed the dice cup and glanced provocatively at the boy across from the gaming table. "Boy, do you want to continue playing?" After finished speaking, Tsunade smiled heartily and continued, "I can allow you to be in debt." "Silence, help him prepare some ES." "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Silent did not refute, smiled and put away the last stack of money in front of Uehara, turning around to look for paper and pen in the room. Uehara Naruto came to his senses, shook his head quickly, and waved at Tsunade. "No. No need, it's enough today." After finished speaking, Uehara put on his shoes and left here. Because in the previous game, Uehara lost to Tsunade for an hour in a row, and completely lost the money that the dried persimmon ghosts gave him. Uehara lost so much that he had already begun to doubt his life. Is Tsunade's luck actually not as bad as the legend, or Uehara's own luck is actually worse? And many more. Just as Uehara was about to leave, Tsunade pinched a banknote between his fingers and threw it in front of Uehara. The banknote stuck in the wooden door in front of Uehara. Uehara Naruto looked at Tsunade at the table in confusion. Tsunade picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip of the tea, and slowly said, "You are a foreign ninja, kid? You have already lost all the money for staying in the hotel to me tonight, right? Take it, it's for you. That little money will at least allow you to choose the worst hotel in Tangren village for one night." Uehara Naruto blushed. Is this woman pitying him or humiliating him? Isn't Tsunade a little bit fluttering, just won him a little money and forgot his identity as the #1 ninja man? Hey, I won more than 3 million taels tonight. Tsunade kissed the money on the table happily, and couldn't stop laughing and laughing. I won all the things I lost in a few days in 1 hour. Uehara Naraku grinds his teeth. A mere 3 million taels, but 1/10 of the reward offered by Asma's head. She just won this little money, she is proud of it. Didn't want to think about it. Is this little money enough to pay her debts? And Uehara Naraku is just a little depressed. After all, losing to Tsunade in a gambling game is not a general shame, to say such a thing. Boy, welcome to come and play with me again in the future. Tsunade blinked at Uehara Naraku www.novel.com and sent him a kiss. Remember to prepare enough money. Ha 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 ha. I lost so much in the afternoon, I didn't expect to win back at night. Today is it my lucky day. Idiot woman. Uehara Naraku covered his forehead, took off the paper money, and opened the door. The gloom on his face gradually faded. Today is obviously my lucky day. Although he lost a lot of money, he also got more precious things. Side mission, lost to Tsunade at the gaming table, 1/1, the mission has been completed. Reward skill Destiny. Destiny, able to spy on the location of everyone within a 100 km radius, including ninjas using hidden ninjutsu, transformation and avatar, for 6 seconds. After activating the Destiny skill, the power of time and space can be teleported to 50 km in the radius after 1.5 seconds beside any person inside. The range of Destiny skills is related to the use of the chakra coefficient. The minimum cost is 100 chakra points and the cooling time is 150 seconds. If you count it this way, as long as Uehara's chakra is enough, the Destiny skill can spy on the entire ninja continent. This skill is called the strongest escape skill Uehara has obtained, and it can also be used to hunt down enemies. No matter who it is, he can't escape the palm of his hand. Uehara Naraku showed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, and the gloomy dissatisfaction of losing to Tsunade disappeared a lot. He turned his head and glanced at the hotel where he had left. Tsunade's laughter and joy continued to flow into the night sky from the window, and Uehara thought of Tsunade's bright and moving smiling face. This woman has never been so happy like today, right? Cut, if it wasn't for the task, who would want to gamble with that woman? Ask for recommendation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for everything. Chapter 58, The Omnipotent Uehara-sama is a big fat sheep. Hey, kid. Tsunade suddenly opened the window and looked at Naraku Uehara outside the hotel and asked loudly, I almost forgot to ask, which village are you a ninja? What's your name? Uehara Naraku's face was difficult to look. Does this woman still want to catch him? Tsunade leaned over on the window, her chest was squeezed out of shape, and she smiled with interest. I'm just a wandering ninja, and I won't hinder your mission. Uehara Naraku finally raised his head and looked at Tsunade softly. Is Tsunade senpai, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, also a wandering ninja? That Konoha's 3rd generation Hokage is a little eyeless, right? Tsunade was not angry at all, but rather nodded in agreement. Yes, the old man is getting older. Not only does he have bad eyesight, but also his brain. Tsunade has always had no respect for the 3 generations of Hokage. If the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi were right in front of Tsunade's eyes, she could still say a few more ugly words. So, Konoha will have a new Hokage soon. Uehara Naraku looked up at Tsunade, showing a mysterious smile. Should we take a gamble? I am very optimistic that Tsunade-senpai will become Konoha's next Hokage. Ah! Tsunade exhaled a breath, and looked down at Uehara Naraku with a chuckle. Boy, at least you have to guess a reliable candidate. How could I be interested in things like Naruto, and do you have money? Uehara Naraku's confident smile on her face froze, and she couldn't speak hard without the money. It is destiny to lose to you. Uehara sighed and raised his head to look at Tsunade, who was full of spring breeze, and said, no matter, when fate comes, no one can resist its will. Of course, except for Uehara himself, who controls the fate. After saying these words, Uehara Naraku hurriedly waved goodbye to Tsunade, and his figure disappeared into the night. Tsunade's face at the window went down. She just looked at the dark night outside the window, her body slipping to the ground little by little. Fate. Tsunade's eyes were filled with tears, and she pressed her chest hard. Her face was a little bit depressed and sad. Silent, pack things, we will leave here tomorrow. Hey? Tsunade-sama mutely walked over in surprise, and saw Tsunade sitting on the ground paralyzed, and stepped forward to help her up. Tsunade-sama, what happened? No. Tsunade stretched out his palm, stroked the silent cheek, and said softly, I'm worried that something bad will happen. Go and pack things. After learning to gamble since childhood, Tsunade always loses every gambling, even facing a gambler like Senjujima, her luck is amazing. She also wins once in a while. Whenever she wins, bad things happen. However, in the gambling game just now, Tsunade almost won Lin-chan in succession, winning Uehara Naraku's life in doubt. Who knows what will happen to her staying in Tangren village? Uehara didn't know that his words successfully wiped out Tsunade's good mood. He only knew that fate was a magical skill. After he opened his destiny, a personal shadow turned into a small face and appeared in his brain, and the position of everyone within 100 kilometers was under control. Uehara soon found the location of the dried persimmon ghost shark and ghost light full moon, and cards appeared at his feet. Destiny's teleportation function is activated. The most luxurious hot spring hotel in Yunnan village. The dried persimmon ghost shark was sitting on the upper floor of the hotel, repairing the shark muscles. From time to time, he looked down at his companion in the hot spring bath. Suddenly, there was a sound of cutting cards in his ear. The dried persimmon ghost shark suddenly grabbed the shark muscle and turned his head, just to see the scene that made his small eyes almost fall off. A card appeared out of thin air on the floor of the room, and each card alternately overlapped to form a circular area of about half a meter. The next second, Uehara Naraku appeared on the card. This is the teleportation function attached to Uehara's new skill Destiny. As long as the dried persimmon ghost is within the range of Destiny, he can directly teleport it. The dried persimmon ghosts breathed a sigh of relief, with a little more curiosity on his face, and asked with a light smile, Master Uehara, is this a temporal and spatial technique? Okay. Uehara Naraku didn't deny it, and handed the dried persimmon ghost shark a piece of paper money, which Tsunade thought he had pitifully alms to him. This is the rest of the money you gave me. Only 500 taels. The face of the dried persimmon ghost is very wonderful. Even if the ghost hasn't deliberately calculated the commission fee for completing the task, there is a rough figure, but it is a few million taels of money. The dried persimmon ghost couldn't help but said, did Uehara-sama lost a few million taels today? It sounds more like a fat sheep in the legend. To shut up. Hearing the title belonging to Tsunade, Uehara Naraku's face went dark, and his mood was a little gloomy, and he asked in a muffled voice, which is my room? The biggest one next door. Dry persimmon ghost shark quickly skipped the topic of his own money, and said with a chuckle, Sir Uehara, don't you go to the hot spring for a while? This is the most luxurious hot spring hotel in Yunnan village. Normally Shinobu is not willing come here to consume easily. No, I'm in a bad mood. Uehara Naraku's body sank into the wall like diving. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. After the astonishment on the ghost's face subsided, Uehara had already used the art of mayfly through the heavy wall and arrived at his resting room. The magic of destiny teleportation and the art of the mayfly has completely subverted the cognition of ninjutsu by the persimmon and ghost, adding a little bit of awe in his heart. However, the dried persimmon ghost shark thought of Uehara Naraku's gloomy expression and lost millions of taels, and couldn't help but smile and mutter to himself, Ha, it seems that our new boss is not so perfect. The dried persimmon ghost was not angry because Naro Uehara lost all his money. On the contrary, he felt that Uehara had a little more life, unlike when they were getting along, the mysterious sense of strangeness that made people a little scared. A wave of waves splashed and fell into the room. The ghost lamp full of moon looked at the smiling dried persimmon ghost shark, and said in doubt, "I just heard someone talking, did you come back?" "Well, I just went to rest." "Well." Gui Deng folded his brows involuntarily at the full moon, and his face was a little unsightly. "My lord went to rest so early, are you not satisfied with the hotel I booked?" "No, it's just a simple bad mood." The dried persimmon ghost shark spread his hands and looked at the ghost lamp with a full moon and smiled lightly. "After all, no matter who it is, if you lose millions of taels a day, your mood will not be better, right?" Ghost lamp full moon. Finally, the two people looked at each other, each suppressing their own laughter, revealing an inscrutable smile. "Damn, I still want to laugh. I thought that everything in the ninja world was under the control of Uehara. I didn't expect Uehara himself to be a big fat sheep walking." Chapter 59, She is provoking me. Uehara Naruto tossed and turned all night. Lost millions of taels in one night, and no one can sleep. Obviously, he just wanted to complete 2 side missions by the way, but he lost all his money and embarrassed him. What's more embarrassing is that Tsunade was the one who lost the money. Tell this thing to corrupt his character. In the future, he will become the big boss behind the first scene of Ninja. Tsunade opened his mouth when he knew it. "Isn't the guy named Uehara Naruto who lost me millions at the table? Is there any image? Forget it, no one is perfect. Senjuzuma is still a brain dead, Uchiha Madara and prostatitis, this is not a trivial matter, and Tsunade also has a few weird side missions. The rewards for the missions are not too low, and they look a little bit more feminine." In the middle of the night, Naro Uehara murmured a few words in a daze, dreaming of Xiaonan in a red cloud and black robe inexplicably. In a dream. Xiaonan's face is no longer the gentleness it used to be, but a cold face, and he berated him with a dark face. "Naruto, have you learned to gamble?" Behind Xiaonan stood the fanning pain. "Teacher Jalaya taught that we must never stay with money gamblers. And this kid named Uehara still bet money with Tsunade. He was either seduced by Tsunade's beauty, or he wanted to cheat Tsunade's money. Don't you wonder why Tsunade is so beautiful or single? Just because she is a gambler." It was the tall man standing behind Pain. Uehara couldn't see his face. He could only judge from his voice and outline. It should be Jiraiya. The ending of this dream is the magic of the gods' paper, the skybest star, and the fairy Gomen collectively attack Uehara. In the end, the great demon king Uehara defeated Konan, Pain, and Jiraiya with Tsunade's support. Justice combination. Really dreaming. Is still a mess of dreams, mixed with the elements of nightmares, sweet dreams, and spring dreams. Early in the morning, Uehara Naruto got up from the bed and wiped his mouth and the cold sweat on his forehead unconsciously. "Master Uehara." Someone knocked on the door, and the sound of dried persimmon ghost shark came from outside the door. "Should we continue on the road today, or stay in Tangren village for another day? I helped you prepare another 5 million taels. Hurry up today." Uehara Naruto opened the door abruptly, and looked at the dried persimmon with an unhappy face. "I lost to Tsunade yesterday. No one else knows, right? I know what I should know." The dried persimmon Gaiken tilted his head, and stood a row of his own people beside him, the ghost lantern full of moon. Dadai no longer cut and Kagaya-kun Maro were among them. Bai covered his mouth in astonishment. Uehara Naruto clenched his fists abruptly, and looked at everyone present. "What happened in Tangnan village? Can't you let others know about it, do you understand?" "Yes." The dried persimmon ghost nodded with a smile, and the others responded individually, failing to understand what was wrong with Uehara. Of course Uehara Naruto could not tell them. He must act as a perfect disciple in front of Xiaonan teacher. He must not have any stains that make Xiaonan displeased before he can become a full member of Xiaonan. The entrance of Yunnan village. Uehara Nariku's team had just walked over, and they happened to meet Tsunade, Silent, and their pet little pink pig who were leaving Tangnan village. Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at a group of strange-looking people behind Uehara, and suddenly smiled. "Morning, kid. Are you leaving Tangnan village too?" Uehara Nariku glanced at Tsunade's somewhat cool clothes, turned his head and passed Tsunade, ignoring the blonde ninja. The others followed Uehara and passed Tsunade tremblingly. "Hey, kid." Tsunade wanted to call Uehara a little displeased, but when he saw that he didn't respond, he chuckled. "When I was with me last night, I was as good as a cat. Why did you turn your face and refuse to recognize people after a night?" "Tsunasama." Silent face was flushed and waved to stop Tsunade's tiger wolf words. "Don't say these misunderstandings. That little guy is still a minor." All right. Tsunade patted Silent's shoulder and pushed her aside, but his eyes were slightly solemn. "If I was not mistaken just now, among the people behind that little devil, there are a few of the Ninja 7 from Wuyan village." "Everyone." "Hey." Mute is a little puzzled. Tsunade patted her head and smiled confidently. "That kid's identity looks very difficult. Maybe we can win him another sum as travel expenses." "What if we lose?" "That kid looks like a chick, how could I lose?" "Don't say such a thing. And it's too dangerous. Didn't Tsunade-sama say that he was following the ninja swordsmen of Wuyan village? In case they turn their faces." "Don't worry, I have absolute confidence." Ever since Tsunade was exposed to gambling, apart from winning a Senjujitsuma, she has never met someone who can make her win money. How can she let it go easily? Anyway, she has to leave Tangran village today. If you don't win, you won't win. And Tsunade still has a word to tell Mute. She can feel that the kid who bet with her is very interesting, not like a normal gambler at all. That feeling is very similar to her own style. That little guy actually wants to win, as long as he can win once, no matter how many times he loses. Tsunade took out a banknote and continued to speak loudly towards Uehara Nariku. "Hey, kid, do I need to give you a few hundred taels for travel expenses?" Uehara Nariku's face was hard to look with the naked eye. The dried persimmon ghost shark next to him grasped the handle of the shark mussel. Uehara waved his hand to stop his movement. "Don't care about her." "Boy." Accompanied by Tsunade's light drink, a banknote was shot in the direction of Uehara Nariku, and it was easily clamped by his fingers. Uehara Nariku finally couldn't help turning his head www.novel.com and looked at the beautiful blonde ninja standing at the entrance of Yunnan village. Tsunade's fist rested on his chin, and looked at Uehara Nariku with a smile. "Is there no money to play with me today? I don't mind yelling IOU." After finished speaking, Tsunade licked the corner of his mouth. The femininity is vividly shown in Tsunade's body, and people are embarrassed to look directly at her. What the is this woman doing? He is just a 12-year-old kid. You guys wait for me for a while. Uehara Nariku finally couldn't bear it anymore. He was not a serious ninja, he only wanted to get the system's side mission reward. Uehara-sama. The whole person is not good with the dried persimmon, and there is a big doubt in his small eyes. However, seeing the palm of Uehara's stretched out hand, the dried persimmon ghost still put a seal scroll on Uehara's hand. Uehara is a little bit suspicious that Tsunade cheated. According to common sense, beating Tsunade at the gambling table should be the easiest side task. How can it feel more difficult than killing her now? Ghost Lantern Menu raised his head, hesitatingly said, "My lord, Tsunade-sama is the legendary Sunin. No matter her identity or strength, it is not suitable for conflict with her." The ninjas respect Tsunade very much. In a sense, Tsunade promoted the establishment of a full-time medical ninja, which greatly reduced the casualties of the ninja, and she has surpassed the narrow identity of the Konoha ninja. But she is provoking me. Uehara Naraku squeezed the scroll in his hand abruptly, and looked at Tsunade in the distance coldly. Kimuro stays, you go first, don't let this woman be too proud, I'm not a lucky boy. Chapter 60, as a ninja from Zionin village, what I long for most is peace. Kaya-kun, Maro, and Bai, were a little ignorant. Ghost can't help but chuckle. It sounds like Uehara is still a boss who values his subordinates very much. It's a little hard to understand only not to cut and full moon. Did Uehara even bother to treat Kagaya-kun Maro, a young ninja who has not yet formed a fighting capacity, who is seriously ill? These ninjas from the water country have always been cold, and young people like Junmaro are seriously ill only to die. 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura wish they were all dead. However, Ghost Lantern Menu remembered a rumor and had to strike at Naraku Uehara's mind. He whispered softly, but I heard that Tsunade-sama, known as the strongest medical ninja, has retired. Since the end of the war, there has been no more. I saved someone. Okay. Uehara Naruto nodded, looked at the blonde female ninja laughing happily in the distance, and sighed, maybe it's because of something wrong with her own psychology. Tsunade, this woman is suffering from phobia. Who would have thought that a medical ninja would have panicemia, and she was recognized as the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world. Uehara Naraku instructed the other members to continue on their way, and he took Kagaya-kun Maro to Tsunade in silence. Tsunade greeted them in their direction, stopped by Uehara's side, bent down and exhaled blue on his shoulders, tilted his head and said, how about it, kid? Still can't forget me, let's find it now. Places. Tsunasama. Mute was nervously pulling Tsunade's shoulder beside him, pay attention to your image. Don't tease him like this is still a child. Tsunade ignored Uehara's heartbeat and listened quietly. Uehara Naraku helplessly stretched out his hand to pull Tsunade's head to the side, and sighed, just tell me my money, don't it? Senior Tsunade. Cut, little kid. I have 5 million taels here. Uehara Naraku raised the scroll in his hand and said softly, I can bet with you, but I have a request. The carelessness on Tsunade's face suddenly converged, just looking down at Uehara Naraku and frowning, what's the request? Help him check his body. Uehara Naraku pointed at Kagaya-kun Maro next to him, and whispered softly, he is the last Kagaya clan. You should have heard of Tsunade-senpai. The Hui clan of the water country. Tsunade has not only heard of the name of the Kagaya clan, but also some secrets about this ninja. If I remember correctly, even in peaceful times, the Kagaya clan has never had a long-lived ninja. Their character will become violent. Tsunade didn't pay much attention to Kagaya-kun Maro's affairs. She was more interested in Uehara Naraku. She mentioned a few things about Kagaya's clan and moved the topic to Uehara. Little ghost. Tsunade's fingers picked up the scroll in Uehara's hand, and the corner of his mouth was outlined. Obviously we are here to gamble, but you let me help with the treatment. Uehara Naraku heard the dissatisfaction in her words, and helped her forward and said, if you want, someone will give you money. But at the gaming table, you haven't won much money, right? Tsunade's forehead visibly burst out of a cross, because what Uehara Naraku said was true. The anger on Tsunade's face suddenly disappeared, and he whispered, silent, you go check that kid from the Kagaya clan, I'll go play with this little guy. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Silent heaved a sigh of relief and nodded respectfully. Tsunade and Naro Uehara followed them, and they found a seating area nearby. Tsunade took the dice out of his pocket, and Naro Uehara unlocked the scroll seal and took out a pile of money. While checking the body, opened a gambling game. Wow wow wow! The dice cup rang. Single. Double. I won. Tsunade's face suddenly glowed, and after reaching for the pile of money in front of Uehara, he asked, boy, what's your name? Uehara Naraku. The boy was silent for a while, without hiding his name. Tsunade raised his eyebrows, and continued to shake the dice cup. I don't seem to have heard of any ninja or big man surnamed Uehara in Wien village. It's normal. Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed. How can there be a ninja like me in a village as big as the Hidden Fog village? Mr. Ghosts, they just help me complete the task. This is not wrong. Is only the task completed by Uehara, which is to bring the dried persimmon and the others into the Akatsuki organization. Ah! Tsunade suddenly held the dice cup and raised her head to look at Uehara Naraku. A hint of playfulness flashed across her face. I can't express the pride in my heart when I say this kind of thing in my mouth. You kid in your eyes. Tsunade-senpai. Uehara Naraku looked back at her unwillingly to be outdone. I heard that Konoha's third generation of Hokage is very old, and you can succeed Naruto when you go back, but you are still traveling outside. The position of the strongest ninja village doesn't matter. Your Excellency is the proudest person, right? But Tsunade does have proud capital. Regardless of her family background, looks, strength and abilities, every item in her appears on any other woman, making people proud. Naruto. A trace of confusion flashed in Tsunade's eyes. The two stopped speaking and continued their gambling. Uehara Nana's luck at the table seems to be worse than Tsunade. No matter what he guessed, he has never guessed it correctly. The side mission of betting Tsunade on the system panel looks like a long way off. Forget it, just assume that the task does not exist. Uehara Naraku forced self-comfort in his heart. According to the perception of Tsunade's luck by the two-dimensional enthusiasts, the rewards for betting on Tsunade must not go far. Tsunade picked up a pile of money in front of Uehara again, and whispered, "Boy, I have never won a few times in my life. Every time I win a bet, bad things happen. www.ltnovel.com These 2 days always winning your money." Oh! Uehara Naraku knew this curse. He is also a little curious, now that Tsunade has beaten him so many times, will there be a big earthquake in Kimha village? Or Jiraiya and Oshimaru are in danger? Uehara Naraku thought of his identity again. Maybe it was his dignified luck that suppressed Tsunade's curse? As an intern of Akatsuki, as the last doll of the Black Hand behind the ninja world, perhaps the current Tsunade met him and did not clear his threat. Is actually her greatest misfortune and regret. Of course the current Tsunade wants to kill him, it's impossible. Not even Tsunade would have thought that the young man sitting in front of her possessed shadow-level power in his body. Tsunade's brain is more active, and he suddenly laughed and said, "Hey, kid, will you become a member of some evil organization in the future? It seems that your identity is not so simple. How is this possible?" Uehara Narakiaguchi denied Tsunade's accusation, and said softly, "A ninja from a small ninja village like me, wants peace in the ninja world more than anyone. I guess this one. Then I guess double." Tsunade unlocked the dice cup with a confused expression, and then took away a pile of money from Uehara. Peace is more precious than money and life. Tsunasama. Wearing white gloves on Silent's hands, she appeared in front of them, and her medical examination of Kagaya-kun Maro was over. Silent glanced at Junmaro standing next to him, his face full of apologize and exhaustion. "Sorry, his condition is very complicated, forgive me for nothing."